non so più cosa son, cosa faccio, per di fuoco risolvere ghiaccio, ogni donna un giorno di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar. Salvami da morte del letto, e si dorma mi salterà il petto, e a parlare mi sfocio d'amore, un deseo, giornos, spiegor un deseo, giornos, spiegar. Non sapevo cosa sono, cosa faccio, or di fuoco risolvere il ghiaccio, ogni donna del giorno di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar. Parlo d'amor veriano, parlo d'amor sognando, alla colore monte, al fiore neve fonde, alle colore verde. Che sono ogni accenti, ordinami con sé. Portano via con sé. Parla d'amor veriano, parla d'amor sognando, alle colombo, ai ponti, ai fiori, ai neve, ai fonti, che son de ogni accenti, portano via con sé. Parlo d'amor con me, Non so più cosa son, cosa faccio. Morte fuoco, rossono di ghiaccio. Ogni rana cangiarti colore. Ogni rana mi fa palpitar. Ogni rana mi fa palpitar. Ogni rana mi fa palpitar. Sono i nomi d'amore di letto. Mi si turba, mi salta il petto. E a parlare mi sforza di amore. Un desio che non posso spiegar, un desio che non posso spiegar. Non so più cosa son, cosa faccio, or di fuoco, rossonno di ghiaccio. Ogni rana cangiarti colore, ogni rana mi fa palpitar, ogni rana mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar. Parlo d'amor vegliando, parlo d'amor sognando, alla colombre monti, ai fiori l'erbe fonti, alle colori ai fenti, che son de fagni accenti, guardami con sé. Portano via con sé. Parlo d'amor vegliando, parlo d'amor sognando, alla colombra, ai monti, ai fiori, all'erbe, ai fonti, alle colori, ai venti, che son de fagni accenti, guardami con sé. Portano via con sé. No, no, chi moda, e se, no, no, chi moda. Non so più cosa son, cosa faccio. Ora di fuoco il sol, non ghiaccio. Ogni donna un giorno di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar. Sono mi da morte del letto, e se dormo mi salterà il petto, e amore mi sfaccio d'amore, un desio. Un deseo giornos, spiega un deseo giornos sospirar. Non sapevo cosa sono, cosa faccio, ora di fuoco il sol, non ghiaccio. Ogni donna mi gior di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar. Parlo d'amor veriano, parlo d'amor sognano, all'oculare mondi, ai fiori neve fondi, alle colore verdi. Che sogni fognacendi, ordinami consigli. Portano via con sé. Parla d'amor veriano, parla d'amor sognando, alle quell'ombro, ai ponti, ai fiori, ai neve, ai fonti, che son dei fognacendi, portano via con sé. Parlo d'amor con me, con me. Parlo d'amor con me. più cosa son, cosa faccio, or di fuoco risuono di ghiaccio, ogni rana cangiarti colore, ogni rana mi fa palpitar, ogni rana mi fa palpitar, ogni rana mi fa palpitar. Sono i nomi d'amore di delitto, mi si turba, mi salta nel petto, e a parlare mi sforza di amore. Un desio che io non posso spiegar, un desio che io non posso spiegar. Non so più cosa son, cosa
This is the day that Lord has made. We shall all rejoice and be glad. 28 March, Choral Indaba, Roundabout Theatre. I'm not alone, I'm with one of the organizers, that is Umuzi. Ramuzi?
Mr. Sia, aliki lang ngafika mfethu.
Yeah.
We are here
Yes.
alive with possibility and just looking forward to see what hidden doors can be unlocked with this choral music in Indaba.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you expecting, Muzi? Because I see choir members are coming in, different structures are coming in. What are you expecting today?
I'm expecting a day of dialogue more than anything else. Usis Nomtandazo, when I met her earlier today, when we were just greeting each other, she mentioned that ngathi masicula ayizwakali ngcono sixoxe. So I'm expecting dialogue, open conversations. We've got industry leaders, we've got CMOs that look after different aspects of the music industry, and we just want choral music to form part and parcel of that ecosystem. And the biggest thing that I want us to get to is the monetization part, where you step on stage and then get rewarded for the efforts that you put on. Yeah.
Which organization are going to be here today?
So we've got Samro, sorry. We've got Capasso, we've got RISA, we've got Simpra, we've got the SABC, we've got different practitioners like your composers, your music tutors. We've got performers, artists. Things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. You heard from Muzi. It's happening today, Roundabout. Stay tuned on Grand Piano Truth. Sharp, sharp.
Thank you so much.
Muzi.
Eitarabuti.
is Tuso Mojatau. I often struggle to introduce myself in choral music spaces because my CV in the space is not the biggest. I think I have probably sung in choirs that I can count in my hand and I still won't reach to 5. And at some point I stepped away from choral music to pursue a different genre. So usually I introduce myself as a singer, songwriter, independent recording artist whose roots in music are deep within this very space of choral music. And I'm also a broadcaster of one of the very few choral music radio shows. And I know we've got some of the radio stations that still gives choral music a space in the house. So welcome to all our broadcasters as well. I was on Radio Veritas, but moving over to Women Radio as of the 1st of April, which is a female-led radio station. Thank you. It's a female-led radio station that is founded by Mam Yvonne Chaka, who also saw us fit, gave us a space. I don't know why she believed in choral music, but maybe it's how we sold it to her. I don't know. Maybe we had the right words, but she's given us a space, and we start there on the 1st of April. Over and above that, I'm also a voiceover artist. I'm a TV presenter in corporate, an MC, program director. I've program directed a couple of our national festivals and competitions. I also wear the music advocacy hat as a strategic relations manager for Africa Rising Music Conference, which is a conference of this nature that aims to educate artists on the business side of music, but that one serves mainly all the other genres. And we brought it, that was the biggest inspiration for this one. Also, the Africa chapter lead for a global organization called Mamas in Music, which we're actually launching in May this year. So I knew this moment is going to be very overwhelming, so I've written something down, and if you will allow me, I'm going to read it as it is written, just to avoid me going all over the place about nothing. I think the next workshop we need, Akona, is a time management workshop, clearly. But firstly, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up for something that many of you have never experienced before in the space, or even knowing what it is, or what's going to happen, what is this thing, But you are here, and I think more than anything, more than that, thank you for believing in it anyway, because I think you are sitting where you are sitting because you believed in this vision. The Choral Music Indaba is a industry-based network and gathering that is dedicated to the growth, the development, and the recognition of the choral music industry. It brings together choral music singers, conductors, composers, administrators, choral organizations, choral associations, music industry professionals outside of the choral space into one shared space. And I like to also just highlight that we are not defined by hierarchy here, but by a collective effort and a collective commitment to the progress of the space. And at its core, the Choral Indaba exists to facilitate meaningful knowledge exchange, to spark practical solutions, to create access to opportunities within the broader music ecosystem for choral music. Because I think we can all agree that we know we exist, but we don't exist outside of our own bubble. So it's a platform where conversations are going to move beyond theory into actionable insight. You will see the Choral Music Indaba the team sitting on the side here, because we are here taking notes. We are here taking those action items from you, from the panelists, and all of the opinions that you have, to put them into actionable items that we can actually go back and say, right, this is what we're implementing. We are equipping all our participants, that is you and I, with tools and networks and understanding that's needed to actually build sustainable careers and organizations within our choral music space. And more than that, not just an event, the Choral Music Indaba is a growing network passion that I've got because, you know, like I said, everything that I now am able to do was birthed in the space. And when I paid attention on the other side, I realized why. In other parts of the music industry, there are systems, there are opportunities, there are structures that support artists in building sustainable careers. And I couldn't ignore the fact that those same things don't fully exist in the choral music space. And I knew that I wanted to be a part of changing that. And I guess that is why we're here today. And this is the start of a movement, a community, a platform that is intentional about shaping the future of choral music through innovation, through opportunity, and through bringing the music industry closer to us so that we can actually get to learn from the industry and adapt what we learn to our unique nuances in the choral music space and build something that works for us. And I would like to make something very clear about this platform that we are building. It knows no ranks. There are no hierarchies here, like I said. There are no big names, there are no small names. In this space, we are all equal contributors. We are going to hear from the panelists that are going to speak on specific subjects. We are going to hear from you as well in the audience. So every voice matters, every perspective matters, and every idea matters. And like I said, we are here taking the notes so that we can then turn those notes into actionable items. And because obviously the solutions that we are looking for will not come from one person. They will come from all of us collectively. And we're also very intentional about what we are building here. We are building that platform for knowledge and sharing, a platform for building solutions, a platform that creates access and inclusivity for choral music within the broader music economy. And like I said, the music industry is here, our CMOs are here, different people who hold different roles within the broader music economy are here and they're accessible to you, which is one of those things that we aim to do. And beyond that, I think most of all we're building bridges so that choral music is not isolated as we are currently, but becomes an active participant in the broader music ecosystem so that we're not on the outside says stand to let of rebuilding the future of choral music. And this platform is focused on exactly that, the future. We are solutionist thinkers, we are here to move forward, and we want to take everyone along on this journey of finding those solutions, real, practical, implementable solutions that can really change the trajectory of choral music. Because the reality, honestly, in my perspective, is that we cannot keep doing things the same way and expect different outcomes. And that is exactly why we're here today. Because I truly believe that the time for choral musicians and practitioners to feel like they have to leave the country in order to succeed needs to come to an end. And only we can make that happen. We must build here. We must create here. And we must succeed here first. So we need to start thinking seriously about the infrastructures that we're building around choral music, about the platforms that we are building around choral music, and how we create those sustainable opportunities for people in the space. And we need to make choral music not just something we love, but something that can also sustain us. And that will require that shift that I was talking about, from being just a connected community to becoming a functional industry. I like to say in many interviews that I've done about the choral music Indaba, I said my wish is for us to move away from the fraternity mentality to an industry mentality. An industry that creates value, an industry that creates opportunities, and an industry that builds an economy for itself and the generations to come. So today, we are planting a seed. And what comes out of today's discussions, every idea, every conversation, every challenge will not end here, and I promise you that. It will continue, it will grow, it will turn into action items that we implement. There will be more engagements, there will be more workshops, there will be more discussions, because obviously we're not going to be able to get through everything in one day, in a few hours. We're definitely not going to be able to achieve that. But today is about planting that seed so that we start thinking differently about the space and we start moving away from fraternity into an industry. And that is the commitment of the choral music Indaba. And we hope to be that bridge between the industry and the choral music until such a time when all of you have that access to the industry. So not just talk today, lots of action to follow afterwards. So once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your openness. Thank you for your willingness to engage and for believing in this vision. It really does mean a lot to us. And I believe that it will mean even more for the future of choral music. So I think with that said, I'd like to open up and officially open the choral music Indaba. And thank you. Do enjoy.
Wow, that was brilliant. Thank you so much, Tuso. Well, it is officially opened. Now, do not forget, let us share on our socials. Choral Music Indaba is live on social platforms. Let us share, let us share, let us have more people listening to all of these discussions happening here today. So as you heard, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a Q&A session at the end of every panel discussion. So please do feel free. We encourage you to ask questions and get answers. And if you do not get an answer, do not panic. We'll go do our homework and research and come back to you. Lastly, on our page of the Choral Music Indaba, there's actually a link that leads you to a survey. Please do take some time and go through the survey where you can put in details and suggestions of who you want to see here and what discussions you want to see taking place. Another round of applause for Utuso Mujatawu. Now, thank you. Now I'm about to invite our first panel of the day. Please, it is my honor to introduce the moderator of this first panel, which is going to be Mr. James French. Mr. James French is going to bring over to the stage the panel. Please do note, I do know, guys, that on our programs we're expecting Mr. Sibusiso Njeza. Unfortunately, due to some glitches on his traveling, he could not be here today. Let us welcome our first panel. Okay, with our panel, we're gonna allow the moderator to introduce himself, and every member of the panel will then introduce themselves and give us a brief summary of who they are, where they come from. Yes. Now, do note at the back of your at the back of your tag there, we do have a QR code that you can scan for the program, so that you can see what is happening here and how far we are. Now with this panel, they're gonna have a discussion titled Voices in Transition, Rethinking the Future of Choral Music. So yeah, a timely and a thought-provoking dialogue this one will be. Let us do enjoy.
Thank you so much. And thank you too, sir, for those inspiring words at the beginning. I'm not sure if I'm going to live up to your expectations, but let's see what it can happen. Before we even start, I would like to make sure that your hearts, your minds, and your ears are open. And so I want to do a small choral exercise with all of you. By starting, everybody please stand up. Now remember, when you're singing, you need to sing from your diaphragm, right? Not from your top of your lungs. So you're singing from down here. I'm not going to ask you to sing anything specific. I just want you to sing the lowest note you can. And I want you to sing it for about 5 seconds. So it's like, we're going to sound like a didgeridoo, okay? So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Wow, hey, are you feeling it? You're coming together, right? The choir's starting. One more, but now just a hum. So, 3, 2, 1. You can sit down. And thank you so much. Do you feel like you're connecting now? Are you hearing me? Your ears are open, your hearts are open, because what we got to cover today is no small thing. The music industry is not an easy space, and voices in transition, rethinking the future of choral music. How do you rethink something that's been around for thousands of years? I've got notes coming out of my ears just from an hour discussion with them earlier. Nomtandazo Solomon, would you like to just introduce yourself very quickly? She's the Senior Education Specialist from Ekurhuleni Department of Education. But if you go online, you'll see some rather lovely videos of her dedication to choral music in schools.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomtandazo Solomon. I work for the Department of Education in Ekurhuleni. I am a mezzo-soprano. I've been singing for a long time. I'm also a conductor. I've been running a project for young people called Vivacious Sounds in Katlehong. My passion in music is just, I just want music to live. Music has to live, choral music has to live, and it has to be shared so that it can grow. So that is my passion, to see youngsters singing, see youngsters becoming the best of what they can be. So that is my passion about music. Thank you.
Thank you. And while he should need no introduction, a veteran, a conductor, a composer of the choir industry, Mr. Temba Madopa is here next to me. Temba, would you introduce yourself to the team? Next to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Temba Madlopa, whose musical life is so dynamically intertwined from my early childhood. I'm one of those people who, in the choral space, was influenced by surrounding environment, an immense musical environment. And I think today we have many youngsters who are also affected in the same way. And today the talk is going to be how to nurture that natural phenomenon and not allow it to dissipate. So I grew up in an environment which was highly electrically musical. Among those who were in my space of growing was none other than Professor Mzilikazi Khumalo, who many people don't know about his life in my town, in Brakpan old location. That's where he presided very, very prominently. And then I went on to meet him again when I was venturing in Vets. And so I was influenced in a manner that I cannot even describe. And compositionally, he was my influence. And then I've sung in choirs since I was a young chap. And I was fortunate to have rubbed shoulders, or as I grew, rubbed shoulders with the most prominent conductors who shaped my life. Among them, one of Mzilikazi Khumalo's friend, very close friend, Abia Mahlase, whom I regard as because he shaped me to be what I am. And it was easy to interact between, or rather to interconnect between the two. They were very, very close friends, Mzilikazi and Mahlase. So that's how I was shaped. And then, yeah, let's interact. Let's interact.
So last but not least is me. Who am I? Why am I presenting this here today? My name is James French. I've been an arts administrator for 25 years. I was a musician to begin with in the 1990s, struggled in the industry with many of our fellow colleagues, and my passion was to write music for film, but also to just be a composer. And I stepped out of university and realizing I didn't know the first thing about actually operating in the music business. I had an honors in music, didn't help. And so I've had a very colorful career, from running galleries all the way through to running the Samro Foundation. And I have to say that my experiences of Samro taught me questions that I wish I'd learned 20 years before, because so few of us understand the need for rights and royalties and how important they are to our industry. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about rethinking the future of choral music in a situation where the world itself, the music world itself, is in a constant state of turmoil. I want to take you back to the 1980s, where the first synthesizers came into existence. And the whole world suddenly said, but musicians aren't going to have work. In the British unions for musicians insisted that if you used a synthesized trumpet, you'd actually have to pay a trumpet player for that recording because they were so worried people were going to lose work. Nowadays, synthesizers are a part of everyday life. We're used to them. Then in the 90s, the digital audio workstations came about, Logic Audio, Cubase, Pro Tools, and all of these platforms that made it easier to produce music. And by the 2000s, we had the fact that you could just have a laptop and produce your own songs in your garage if you wanted to with a microphone. It was really easy and it became a lot cheaper. You didn't need a massive studio to do recordings to get the ideas out. 2000s, another major problem for the choral industry was auto-tune. Suddenly everybody thought that they could sing because they could just turn on the auto-tune and make them sound like they were singing. Technology keeps shifting, and right now today, what are we facing? Everybody knows it's the top word, it's AI, artificial intelligence, and we're seeing some real rubbish coming out of that circle, but some alarmingly good stuff as well. So how do we interact in this society? But also, how do we take the rich traditions of choral music, the societies that have evolved around community, and to be honest, the diminishing support for choral industries in South Africa? And these are the questions that we may not be able to answer in an hour today, but we're going to do some stepping towards it. And the first question I have for our esteemed panelists is quite simply is, why do we need to rethink choral music? And I think I'm going to start with Themba, if you could answer the question, why do we need to rethink choral music?
Yeah, I think to answer that, we are in a space or a situation where our wonderful, very significant and respectable craft is facing many challenges. Many challenges that might see it dissipate in front of our eyes. If we have to look at the legacy of our music comes from very, very humble beginnings. Very, very humble beginnings. From family situations where the family would sing hymns. Before they sleep, they would sing a hymn. Like, if I think of the O.R. Tambo family, their most prominent hymn was Lizalisi Dingalako, meaning before the Tambo family could go to bed, they would sing Lizalisi Dingalako. Those are some scenarios. These are the scenarios that our music our humble scenarios that our music comes from. And then, needless to say, it was also influenced by the missionaries, the Western missionaries, who introduced us into tonic solfa, the kind of structured singing, which has seen to the development of many classical composers within our communities, like Michael Muswe Umwerane, who was highly classical in his writing. So those were the influences. And then such influences were so strong that there was a need in our communities to come up with choral structures. And I'm just going to go through it very quickly because we don't have enough time. And the choral structures that were in the hands, I must emphasize that point. The choral structures, the formidable basic structures of choralism were in the hands of the teachers. And during that time, the whole country, when the country was still geographically structured in 4 provinces, Transvaal, Natal, Free State, and the Cape. Within those provinces, there was interaction between the teachers of the time. Among them was Mzilikazi Khumalo, who saw a need to have a structure. I think I must emphasize, we have to respect that, because the chain of choralism emanates from those humble beginnings of those teachers. That is why, when they structured that, there was what we called ATASA. I must say that. ATASA was the African Teachers Association of South Africa, an umbrella body under which there was OFSATA, Orange Free State Teachers Association. And then there was the most prominent where we were developed, TUATA, Transvaal United African Teachers Association. Bo Jablan Mazibu, they come from those beginnings. Why am I saying this? I'm trying to give us a picture of the music scenarios where we come from, so that we become so jealous as to protect it and defend it under the challenges that it is facing today. And of course, Cape African Teachers Union was CATU, and Natal African Teachers Union was NATU, where Omzobe babuya lapho kuleso simo leso. And then, of course, there was Siskai, la kubuya khona ke oDumsani Temba. Isistu, yakatatu Makhato, Lezwelicha Adult Choir. Those were very, very powerful choirs. I will have to say that because it gives us a picture when we wind back our minds to see where we come from. And Sistu was the Siskai Teachers Union. Lapuma kono part komafani Izwelicha Adult Choir. We were contemporaries. Sazana kodwa singazani, as we grew up under that under the nutshell of the teachers' organizations. And then, now here is the biggest Indaba of choralism. The teachers were so influential in those choirs that most of the time in the country, there were teachers' choirs. There were no adult choirs. There were teachers' choirs. I'll tell you the reason why they became adult choirs. They were only teachers' choirs. And most of those conductors who conducted featured prominently in the church choirs. That's why in every prominent church choir in the country, they call now teacher. So that the teachers would hit it this side and this side. The community teachers choir and the church choir. So why am I saying that? There was a spillage over of choralism and the prominence of singers. Now that developed into a very fierce competition, which resulted in the formation of now the commercial or corporate support, like Old Mutual National Choir Festival. Then it became commercialized. It was transiting from the humble teacher beginnings of Randfontein Methodist Church Choir, which featured both in adult competitions. And then I said to you, I will tell you the reason why teachers' choirs became adult choirs. It is because members of the community who were interested in singing were no longer teachers alone. They were clerks, hospital clerks. They were, different people from different backgrounds. They were isolated if the choir that they belonged to would be called a teacher's choir. It was too isolationist. So then those guys used to interact, decided to change names. The only choir that remained as a teacher's choir until its end was the Soweto Teachers Choir. It hung to the name until. But most choirs, like where I come from, Brakpan Davidson Teachers Choir became adult choir, conducted by Mzilikazi Khumalo and his friend Umatlas. The Johannesburg Teachers Choir, conducted by Cyprian Mahlaba, ended up being the Johannesburg Adult Choir that we all know of. So that is the scenario. Now, why, coming back to James's topic, the transition, why do we need to, I said we need to protect our craft under the challenges of making sure that the present crop of singers is not like the singer of the olden days. He needs his inner self to be triggered to interest levels of why I should sing. He spoke of AI. The AI thing is creeping in. the digitalization of music. Our singers must move away from paper and come to choir and just page truths. The music has been posted earlier. We need to protect our craft against the many challenges, especially of the different genres. How often do we today have very big corporate functions where instead of inviting a choir, they'd rather invite to black coffee? They'd rather invite Utandiswa Mazwai. That's the challenge we're facing. How do we revolutionize our music to garner such kind of interest as to attract corporate and the rest of the, especially government? I have a paper which I presented in Cape Town, which I'll just steal one sentence. The last sentence of that paper is saying, our music is suffocating. We should ensure that our music reverberates across all corners of the country, especially in the corridors of power, because it is those corridors of power that undermine, James, that undermine choralism to a point that even the general community follows suit. When last have you seen a choir coming back from an international competition like Bukamuso coming to the airport to be met by family and friends only? When Amapogo, Bafana, but they all fall under one department, under one ministry. The interest of not only the government, but including the members of the community. Those are the challenges. With a certain choir of us ventures out internationally and comes back with accolades internationally, having flown the flag of South Africa high outside. And when they come home, they come to a trickle of friends and family. Then that waters all their efforts. Those are the challenges, James, that we're facing. We must come up with ideas of how to garner interest and make our music I tend to talk too much. Let me cut away.
But you guys can feel the passion, right? Sure, I'm sitting next to him and I'm getting shivers. It's just, once again, the history is rich, okay? And it's not the history of money. It's the history of people coming together. Isn't that more important? Money is just a tool. People are what we are. But that from that side, Temba actually kind of placed you in a little bit of a difficult position there because you work for government, right? However, I have to say that Nomtandazo is not your typical government employee. She is a musician herself and a passionate educator. And so I think from you, we have to ask the same question. Why do you think we need to rethink choral music?
Thank you, James. We have to rethink about choral music in this current stage. There are a number of issues that we need to engage in. The only advantage with the current situation is most of our choralists or choral community, most of them are learned. Uputemba has raised a point saying previously those conductors who were facilitating community choirs or managing community choirs were mainly teachers. But currently, we have people who have studied music, who have learned music, who have become musicians. You know, we no longer have teachers who loved music, but we have practitioners who are doing this thing daily. And those people should sit down and come up with ideology or ideas that can transform this industry. There are so many changes that have happened currently.
yes, they've mentioned AI, they've mentioned digital spaces. We are still afraid as choralists to put our stuff in the digital platform. And hence, maybe people they're not even aware that choral music still exists, you know. And there are only a few platforms that still have choral music. Even radio stations, you know, they shift times, you know. You find that music is played in late hours. Some people have slept, or early in the morning, you know. So that has to be transformed. That has to change. And how do we encourage communities around to be interested in this choral fraternity? How do we do that? You know, we can't be practitioners and practice for our own spaces or in our own spaces. But how do we get people out there to be part of this thing that we love so much? You know, and the downside now that I think it's emerging is the toxicity that is within this space. You know, we have, I don't know, before, I think Obo Putemba, they were friends, you know. They were friends. They understood each other. They understood the mandate. But I'm not sure whether we understand the mandate currently. Even the young generation understands the mandate. You know, why choral music was established. Why did it start? You know, and it's a space where people had fun, space where people could communicate, you know. So at this particular moment, are we still carrying the same thing? That's why I'm saying we need to rethink not only about where we perform or the platforms that we are having only, but also our mindset. Is it in the right space? Is it what we are doing supporting the very same choral music that we love? Does it do that? Are we encouraging the young ones to be part of this particular space? We have programs like Osaski. We're encouraging these young children to become singers, some of them, some to become pianists, and so on and so on. But where are they coming to? To this platform. What are we providing? So that's why I'm saying we need to rethink. And how are we enticing the community to be part of this? Out there. Do we go out there, you know, and perform and have as many concerts as we can? You know, we always think of competitions all the time. Can't we think of making music? Just make music live. That is what we need just to transform this industry. I think there's a lot that we need to think about in this particular industry. The good thing, we have produced a lot of musicians. That is good. We are now having people who can stand, who can sing what they know, not what they are told, you know. So my 2 cents contribution to this is, let us rethink. We have to rethink about this thing.
Thank you so much. They have said a lot in the last 15 minutes, basically. But it's also, let's get down to practical brass tacks, because I'm not just the facilitator, I'm also here to talk to the industry itself. The industry has produced some of the greatest artists that have ever come out of South Africa. Sibongile Khumalo, the late wonderful lady, Pretty Yende, who's now in the New York, the opera company. Probably, if you think about her and you think about Zoe Modiga, who's now making big strides in South Africa, and you think about Levi Sekgapane, every single one of them had connections with the choral community. And they understand that this is where huge amounts of people are actually getting their opportunities from. What we have is not a problem necessarily with the sector, but a problem with the perception of the sector. The sector itself has become and transformed from a communal project where people came together for the sake of coming together and being a community to pursuing money. And while I think that, and I'm kind of coming across as a non-money person, I understand the need for money, don't worry, that's why I'm an administrator in the sector. But money is a means to an end. The end is actually creating music. So when I think about South African choirs, the choirs that come to mind is, well, who came up in the media the most lately? Ndlovu, right? Ndlovu Youth Choir, they won America Got Talent. Why is that important? Why are we celebrating America? It's because someone went to America. I worked in the visual arts. I watched as a young artist, went to New York, spent 2 weeks in New York living pretty much in the gutter, not achieving anything, came back, and suddenly he was a celebrity because he stepped foot in New York. We used to say local is lekker as an Afrikaans line, or South Africanism, but we don't treat it as if it's lekker. We do not celebrate ourselves. And it's an extremely serious problem because if you ask your friend to go to, say, a local jazz club tonight, or if they want to watch DSTV, what are they going to do? DSTV, right? It's easier. There's no travel costs. There's no noise. You don't have to, it's easier to stay home and consume. But that's where we're struggling. And while there are internal struggles within the choral industry, which I'll get to now, the broader perception of music has been whittled down to something that is cheap. How much does it cost you to pay for streaming? Even you don't have to pay for streaming like Spotify or Apple Music. You can get it with advertising. But how much does it cost you a month? $90, right? $100. How much do you spend on water in a month? A lot more than $100. So music is now cheaper than water. Get that into your head. The perception of music has been shifted to the point where what we do is diminished to we can always get our hands on it. There's this massive supply out there that people can get, and there's a limited demand, and you're fighting against a global demand, a global supply as well. Is somebody going to listen to you, or are they going to listen to Beyonce? The majority are going to listen to Beyonce because the marketing machine behind her is so powerful. So we're at a disadvantage in South Africa, but we have to look inwards first and say, how are we as South Africans going to improve our industry and actually improve the consumption in our industry in terms of improve our audiences? Where are our audiences and why aren't they here? Why aren't they coming to the choir events? Because they actually have not experienced them. They've forgotten how to experience them. COVID was a disaster. It put people in their homes watching TSTV, and that's where they got stuck. We need to grab them by their hands and bring them out to our events and say, hey, come and enjoy with us. Come and be a part of our community. Coming back to the business, because of the nature of the business and the nature of the money in the business, a very wise counselor once said to me, you have a small pie, and from that pie, each of you has to take a slice. And the rewards aren't big. You don't get lots of money out of being a choral musician. There's not a lot of money. And when you're in a situation like that, it happens in academia, it happens in churches, and it happens in the arts, that people who get limited rewards become very petty because they get their awards not from the support of money, but from an ego-based support structure. And my colleague Andre Leroux at IKS, he has said to me, and it's a phrase that's come to me in my mind many times, is that in the arts in South Africa, one of the most important things we need to shift is we need to shift from an ecosystem to an ecosystem. We need to respect each other and start finding ways in which we work together as the arts and lobby together to ensure that people take us seriously. And when you talk about government, why is government going to support a fractured institution? You're not going to get them votes. You're just going to drag them into your internal conflicts. So the first thing we need to do is iron out those conflicts and see the common goals. That's my position on this question. Why do we need to change? What do we need to change? We need to change our perceptions. Okay, so that's from the firm side. So the challenges experienced by the choral industry is the next section I want to consider. I mean, from a flourishing, I grew up in the 70s, and there were entire radio stations, not one, multiple radio stations that were just wall-to-wall choral music, South African choral music. Where are those stations today? why is there this, Bratemba, you mentioned this, is that the structures are fragmented. And that we're forgetting to protect the structures that were in place and in this context. So the next question, and I'll come back to you to ask you the question, Nomthandazo. What are the challenges you're seeing in the industry that need to be addressed?
There are many challenges. I know there's one challenge that I was told not to raise a bit, but that is funding. That is funding, which is one of the challenges. And also platforms where choirs can perform, because it is a struggle, and as you have said, James, there's no money in choral music, that we know for a fact. You've got 60 members. If you are lucky, you're given about 10,000. And if it's 10,000 for 60 members, you can just divide it to each and every member. So it's absolutely nothing. So that is a challenge on its own. And in this space also, you have adults, men and women who are running families, and they can't live with that. They can't live with that. So the finances are a big issue. And what we need to do as a fraternity, somebody said not a fraternity, but as a fraternity, because that is the word we normally use, we need to find a way how to make it as a business. How do we support each other? Because if we can try and support each other financially, even if you have a concert, we all support each other. We make money, and that money we can at least try and create other jobs, And I'll speak a little bit about education is trying to create jobs, because most of these graduates, they run to become teachers. That's the only space that they can occupy. But when in other spaces like radio presenting, TV presenting, all those things, those spaces are spaces that we need to occupy. But they are occupied by a few, and you don't even know the criteria that is used. So that is a challenge that we are having, James. There's a lot that we need to work on. But even our audiences, as you have said, they are no longer attending our choir events.
And they expect to come for free if they do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They need free tickets. So there's a lot that needs to be done. So I'm just saying it's a few, but I know it's a lot that you can put on the table. Thank you.
Yeah. I've come to this stage now. Ngoba ngathi simbashile la. My school children used to know uprincipal akabafuna abantwana bambashile. And mangikhuluma ngokumbasha ngisho ukuthi awugcobisanga Vaseline. Ngisho ukuthi simathile. And sikhuluma indaba zethu, we're talking our own issues. We are not as vibrant as one would like us to be. Ake sinyakazini, Thembani. Hayi singathi semhlanganweni werent angisathuli kahle mina. Now, I was going to say, njoba untomkhulu ngimbiza unto ayikhole untomkhulu. At the center of it all is one word, interest. How do we generate interest? Can I just prickle your minds? Do you know that in our communities, who used to be having a large following of choral music, there are still people who don't know that umnomiya akaseke emhlabeni. They still talk as if umnomiya is around. There are people who don't know that umjana akaseke amongst our followers of choral music in the township. You know why? Because if one of our great soldiers demises, It's quiet. It's quiet. It's only amongst us on Facebook, on WhatsApp. Ukuthi utata umjana akasekho. The people who matter most, who used to fill up the Standard Bank Arena and watch umjana emacha pie stage, eshaya keys to the choir, bejabulela leyo, those people have been neglected. Kanti le television eyobani, whose television is that? That it cannot beam the face of Mjana and say, and sing Inga Lovedale in the background. And beam the face Yagamnomia. And then in the background, kale upina umama. Again Bonsele. So that the whole community is aware with one of the soldiers of choral music is demised. At the center is interest. And coming to the issue, we should, because we are aware that there's no support from corporate, from government, when we have got bigger issues to attend to. I mean, our choirs are big. They have attended many big events, but they are limited. There are limitations and financial limitations. So we have to generate a way of getting our communities involved in our matters, in assisting us. In fact, I said to us when we're having muffins and coffee there's a model that I have created in my mind. I once shared that with Umzgai Fan in some event Yesabilan in Guatemala. I said, I've got a model which can make ourselves self-generative. Tina amongst our, I'm going to share it with you. And we're going to discuss it and see how to get around with it. I've shared it somewhere, but there's no interest, unfortunately, from amongst my own people. We are going to share it, how to generate funds from amongst our own. And they must generate them very jealously so. But at the center of it all is interest. You know, I've been involved with many choirs, especially the white choirs, the male choirs. You know those guys, when they are at a rehearsal, James, I think, said something to that effect. When they are at a normal rehearsal and rehearsing their repertoire, at the back there, it's so packed with family members and friends and wives. Some are there sitting and knitting jerseys, but they are present at the rehearsal, full to capacity right at the back there, and children. And then when it is break, there's coffee time, there's interaction, there's talking about the song, this and that. So at the center of it all is generating this element of interest, which has got connectivity between us as choristers and our general public. Have a rehearsal and open it. Call it an open rehearsal where you invite people and sit and see you in operation, where you cook the music. And that's a generation of interest.
And Butemba, can I just add one thing? And we go to churches, ne? I think all of us go to churches, ne? And siyatitha. Angithi? Siyatitha sonke. And you don't miss the tithe. But you can't contribute anything to this choral music, but you love it so much. So maybe if we can use even the model of tithing towards this music, into kaNkulunkulu still got training initiative. So if we can come up with strategies that can also assist this choral space, Uputemba is correct to say, let's find models that can at least generate money for this choral fraternity. Yebo sisi ngiyabona Somile, thank you.
So I'm going to just jump into an anecdote from my days running a gallery. When I started working as the administrator of the Bag Factory Studios in Newtown, they were running events with an open bar. They'd have their gallery openings with an open bar so people get free drinks, and they had catering for free catering as well. And this is Newtown. People came from all over the place. The event was packed. And I thought, this is amazing. How did they do this? Until I realized that the people weren't coming for the art. They were coming for the free food and the drinks. When I encountered a mama, big lady, coming in with a big handbag, And she'd opened the handbag and scooped from the table the catering into her bag. And then the youngsters from what was it, Funda, coming to the bar and taking six-packs out into the streets so they could get drunk. I was made very unpopular when I said this is not happening again. And I actually started charging cost price for drinks. I didn't want to get people drunk, but the people were supposed to be there for the art. And it worked. Because the people who were coming to get drunk and get free food stopped coming. And the people who wanted to buy art and interact with art did. And that audience grew, and then the art started turning over, and the organization became a bit more sustainable. Today we exist not in a socialist environment. We live in a neoliberal capitalist world. And we all know that. None of us like it, but this is how it is. What are people who are going to give you money going to expect from you? Return on investment, ROI, okay? If you come to them and say, I've got a choir, we want to do a performance, can you fund it? They're going to look and say, but what do we get out of it? What is our investment going to come from this? So here's what you answer. Particularly, and I'm not targeting you, but I'm just saying to any department of basic education, a choir is a low-cost, high-impact institution. People don't have to pay for their voices, they just bring them. It encourages leadership amongst the people who lead the choir and amongst the people in the choir who support each other. It allows for teamwork. It gives them exercise, because it's not just singing, it's dancing. It helps them socialize and keeps them busy when they might be on the streets finding drugs and getting themselves into trouble. It's gender friendly. Women and men are equal in a choir. Except for the conductors, we have to fix that. But last and most importantly, they are vital at celebrations, weddings, funerals, political events. What is one of those events without a choir? With a choir, it's magic. And so what do we need to do? We need to teach them that this is not only a valuable asset part of our society, but it can be exported. Look at what Ndlovu did. Yes, they sang pop songs, but they went to America, they made an absolute fortune. None of the projects I run can afford to employ them now because their fees are so high. They gained celebrity status. Every single one of your choirs could do that if they just approach things slightly more towards, we are a business, not just a community. And I'm not going to, but the problem is that by chasing the business, you might lose your community. So you've got to find that balance. It's very important. The funders themselves are all very messed up right now. They are facing huge challenges. How can you expect the arts to compete against joblessness? How can you expect the arts to compete against health challenges? Or the challenges with the education department, or even more so with the Madlonga Commission right now, security issues. The arts are a want to have, not a major thing. So you've got to go in there and convince people that they don't just want the arts, but they need them. And that's where the model needs to change, and that's where we need to stop fighting amongst each other for that little piece of a little pie and grow that pie together. All right, so that's my perspective on this one. Is there room for change? Yes, and it's a positive mood. But we can't have the ecosystem controlling us. I can't have Mr. Smith coming to me from the UK with a British budget and saying, you will do what I say because it's our money. No, we do what we do and they come on board, right? Because what we do is worth doing, right? And what were thank you. And the words you said earlier in the meeting, which I'm going to steal, we have to go from being a fraternity, or we have to go from a fraternity to being an industry, seeing ourselves as businesses. People who come to events and say, can I have a complimentary ticket, are stealing from you. They're not doing you a favor by coming, they are stealing from you. Stop giving complimentary tickets. And if you feel, okay, I've said this for ages, people die from exposure, all right? When you're in the icy mountains and you freeze to death, you're dying from exposure. So when somebody offers you an opportunity for exposure, they're planning on killing you, all right? Stop it. Give a price tag to what you do and gain some value and make sure that they value what you do by what is now the contemporary neoliberal capitalist way of doing things, by giving you some money, All right. That's how we do it. Okay. Now, we could go on forever. This is such an interesting topic. And guys, I want you to take it home with you and talk about it and say, how can we make money? But not how can we make money by ruining that other company. How can we make money by working with that other company together by putting on the best events? And so it's your turn now. We have given you a lot to think about. And in this lovely audience that have been patient and listened to our perspectives, we want to hear some of your perspectives and some of your questions. So, by a raising of hands, who would like to ask a question or to speak about this matter?
Okay, a quick one.
Okay.
A quick one, thank
I'm being interrupted. Have we run out of time?
Almost.
Okay.
We're almost running out of time. A quick one. A warm welcome to the people that just stepped into the venue. Now, when it comes to the Q&A session, we're going to have a roving microphone. Whoever that needs to ask a question, you just raise your hand. We will come to you, okay? We only have 10 minutes for the Q&A. Our sessions are supposed to be 45 minutes and 15 minutes of Q&A. So, yeah. A gentleman with a red T-shirt, and number 2, a gentleman on the right, and number 3, a gentleman on a black T-shirt. Thank you. That's what I'll take for now. I'll take more if we still have time.
Can I ask, just as a matter of formality, that you state your name and that you tell us who you're addressing the question to?
Okay. The gentleman in the red T-shirt is actually Mr. Smith, but not the one mentioned there earlier. So, just to clear that confusion. Okay, my name is Neville Smith. And I just want, I don't know whether it should be a question or a comment to now the community as a whole. You know, when you're talking about the lack of interest, it's actually a very painful situation, and we see it every day. And if you really think about it, it's because of the culture that we have created. If you look at the events that we attend, and I'm saying all of us here, because I can mention a few events and you know that you are guilty. I'm also guilty of that. First of all, if you say there's a choral competition, it is packed. It is packed. But now we have a very important meeting today, the choral music Indaba. I was told earlier that we are expecting around 200 people. Look at who is here. And I actually made a joke with some of the people here that, you know, we wanted to start at 9:30. If we said from 9 o'clock until 9:30 it's open bar, from 9:30 it's cash bar, we would have started on time. And it's a fact. Look at, we are here talking such important opinions, but we don't have the people who are supposedly driving this fraternity. They are not here. We are not here. And it's because of the culture that we have created, the culture of complimentary tickets. And it is not only from the choristers, even the people who are regarded as the people who are well known in the industry. They will always call a level, so ticket yana. And it's a problem. And I'm so used to it. I'm so used to saying, this time I don't have a connection. You see? And it's a problem. We had an UNISA international voice competition. I was there for the preliminaries. I was there for the finals. We are talking about a high-end competition, performance, people who are really, really, really skilled, the people we are supposed to be exporting, people that we're supposed to be supporting. It was so sad. I was actually sitting with Charles Sidim. We actually had a very interesting conversation. Looking at the audience there, we turn around and there's less than 30 people in that audience. We are talking about the finals. So if we are actually going to try and say we will support each other, who are we talking to? What kind of culture are we actually addressing this important issue to? Where do we start? And it cannot be few individuals who are going to sit on the panel there and say all these things. It is actually, it is us who's supposed to actually go back and say, guys, this is not happening. This thing of complimentary tickets, I fully agree with you. It has to stop. If you're not going to, be able to invest in a show, then don't come.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
That's my opinion. Thank you.
That was a statement. The gentleman here in the white shirt, or the gentleman there in the white shirt, either were the next in line. This is a very important point for us to consider, and thank you for that point. And I can't stress what you said is enough, as how important what you said is. But coming back to that is that we have created a culture, and this is how powerful culture is. In South Africa, we've created a culture of corruption. By allowing the corruption to continue, it's become a culture, and it's going to be so much harder for us to shift the way people think because we've created that culture. In South Africa, we've also created other cultures, a culture of littering, where we just throw our trash in the streets. And fixing that culture is going to change a cultural, we're going to have to change cultural perspectives. We're looking at Joburg today, and we're creating a culture where we walk around disrespecting our city. How many of you live in Joburg? The greater Joburg area. Okay, so we make a habit of disrespecting our city. I can't go to the center of town, I'll get killed. No, you won't. It's an incredible place with vibrant businesses happening every day and people living there on a daily basis. We've created these cultures, and we have the ability as artists to change our culture. Let's change the culture of comps and the culture of non-contribution. Okay, sir, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this was long overdue. Let me say well done to the organizers. I've got 6 points.
Sure. Be quick.
So I'll try to quickly run through them. But I think my first point, maybe I need to move away from that. So my first point, I'm not gonna dwell into we've got a lot of skeletons in the fraternity, and really, I don't wanna talk about that. I just wanna suggest what might work. Maybe let's take that from that perspective. One, so we've got a leadership problem, right? Now, in the leadership problem that I've noticed, so I'm a practitioner in the choral space. I've sang, I conduct, I coach choirs. I'm just involved in the choral space, right? Now, the one problem that I'm seeing, everybody wants to be a leader. Everybody wants to be in the money making. You see, it seems like everybody's misunderstanding the element of business, right? So everybody, and yes, running a choir and being involved, it's a lot of money, because you after rehearsal you must drop people home, so it eats off your family money and stuff like that. So that part I understand, but I still feel that we still have a lot of guys who are currently in the leadership who I think can be contributors still in the choral space. I don't think that they're ready yet to be where they want to be in terms of
You have another microphone coming in?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
It's on.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, yes. So I think we've got just a leadership problem. Everybody just wants to be a leader and just be in the finances, run finances. But in terms of coming up with ideas, guys are not being creative. I don't want to waste time on that one. And the second one is innovation. We are not innovative in the choral space. I think maybe let me say 50-50. We are still doing a lot of Italian music that we are singing in. You know what I'm saying? When you go to choral music now, competitions, you still see we're doing Benet and we're doing, so we are doing Benet and we're still doing your classical, whether German, French, and that,
Sorry
so
for
me,
musical microphones. Just keep going.
So
yeah.
for me to bring my grandparent or my mother to come and listen to a Verdi, it's quite difficult because they don't really relate. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they don't really relate. Now, some might know, it's fine. But they don't really relate. For example, the latest song that was composed not so long ago in one choral music competition that I went to, it was one by, was it Claude Tolon. Beautiful song. I made my mother to listen to that song. And she learned a lot from one song. And she said, when is the competition? Can I come again? But I said, okay, listen to this one. I gave him Beethoven. She just disconnected. So what I'm saying, we take charge of our, because we've got guys that can write in the level of Beethoven or Verdi. We've got, so what is stopping us to to write music in the same, to say in this choral music we'll have one where we sing, we don't have to do a Verdi for this time around. We can still do a classical but in our own language. We can do one by Mohapelwa and then one by Mohale. So in one competition we can do African music where we celebrate our composers. So that already. So if I bring someone to come and listen, they can understand from the start until the end. So that's creating interest right there. Yeah. Thank you. And the second, my third point is, I think it was Babu Temba who talked about perception, attacking perception. And you're right. But how do we then collaborate with the current social media? If you look at rugby, what rugby is doing, rugby takes the guys to the World Cup and then they give us a documentary after. What do we do about the documentary? We all glued into the screen and see how people struggle to get to where they are, all the effort. Why can't we do that? I would like to see how Gauteng Choristers prepares from the start until they go into a competition. Yeah. I would sit and if you take that and suggest it and throw it to Netflix might say that's a good idea. There's money coming in. We are collaborating and we are modern. And then my fourth one, sorry, I'm trying to run quickly.
Please do.
Yes, and then there's a misalignment, and then I'm going to go back to Sis Nomtanda's there. Talked about, yes, we've got a big contingent of educated practitioners, right? Which is good. But now, the problem that we're having, we've got practitioners who are educated, who are pushing money, versus the old teachers who are there pushing passion, who love the industry. So they were not doing it for money. The current practitioners, they are just running around and say, it is Sasuke, I'm hoping Northwest is going to call me. Northwest calls me, I'm going to run and do a workshop. They pay me, Northern Cape calls me. It's all about money. But immediately after Sasuke, those guys who are learned, they're not coming back into the society. They sit. So all that they have learned, have they brought back? No. But the teachers did that because it was passion. They loved it. That's why the teachers could then go from choir, church choir, to teachers choir. They could rotate. One conductor could conduct 4 choirs, and they never had a problem. Sure. You know, but we let them. Now it's about money. That's why if you want to be an educator in Sasuke, you need to know the right people.
Come on, last point.
Thank you.
And then number 5 is the collaboration. Now, we've got free audiences. Collaborate with churches. When you collaborate, when I'm a church, whether I'm an adult choir, if I collaborate with the church, I've got free audience, mahala. I've got free singing platforms. Church will say, come, we're having an Easter program. What's wrong for me to say, in my Easter program, I'm gonna do a song by Mnomia that talks about Isito Senkosi. It's irrelevant for that. I can do Isito Senkosi. I can do for 7 amazwi ay 7. I can do 7 songs. Conducted songs. I can do that. That's creativity. I've got an audience mahala yet. So tomorrow if I fundraise, the same audience in Gawe, they will make some.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we are not that we are lazy sometimes. And then my last one, AI. Now, for now, AI is not against us. It is actually working, it's benefiting us. It's just that how we use it, how we use AI. Right now, AI has allowed us, I can take a score and throw it into AI and say, just give me a soprano line. It gives me a soprano line. I say, sopranos, learn that line. I don't have to have a rehearsal every day. I can have once a week. Where now, whatever that AI has suggested, I come back and they come and learn. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't tamper into people's time, family time. I don't tamper into people having to come to rehearsal their monies. But it is possible to make AI work. So for me, I'm saying we've got a lot that we can do. You know, but we are lazy.
Sorry, what was your name again?
My name is Donald Machuri.
Thank you so much for that. That was extremely concise, even though it was a lot to cover. Let's go to our last guy, and then we're going to go back to our panelists.
Okay.
I think we're gonna take the last question. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, we have run out of
We have to
time,
rush for
yeah.
time. Mr. Nkosi at the back.
Oh.
Please make it quick, sir.
It's a bit hard because I think this is the most important discussion than any other that we want to know about.
We can
One,
hear
two,
you.
1, 2. Oh, okay. Now I can hear myself. I was going to use my strobes to.
Sorry, Mr. Nkosi, before you continue. Technical team, can you please check on the sound? We are having a problem on our live stream. There's no sound going through. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Dr. Lakinkosi. I've been presenting choral music at Ukozi FM for the past 20 years. I'm the founder, conductor of Claremont Community Choir. I've worked with SA Singers as a manager, as an assistant conductor, and so on. I'm mentioning this because apart from me having broadcasted this kind of genre, I have experience in certain things regarding choral music. The first thing that I believe has contributed into the dying of choral music are competitions. For the longest time, you've been spending 25,000 only to lose in a competition and don't get anything, or to get position 1 and be paid 10,000 rand. Whether you've got 70 or 60 voices is the same thing. There is no amount of cash or prize that have been won in the competitions that was enough to pay back what you have used, let alone to pay the individuals. So that's the first thing, the culture of competitions. Secondly, the departments that are tasked with developing choral music, like arts and culture and so on, they are not doing anything. But in my experience, I've learned to know that we, as people that are involved in choral music are our most enemies. We've got jealousy. We undermine the genre itself. If, for instance, you will say there is a festival, a music festival, we do not attend. Us, we can't fill up the venue. And if you try and market this genre now, people that are in the business sector are going to tell you that you are the people that are not supporting your genre first. So how do we invest money into it? I also have 1 or 2 questions that I just noted down here. For instance, the first one, when we speak about, let me talk about SABC TV. We all know that we had Imzwilili. We used to see Abo Gauteng choristers and so on. But all of a sudden they changed and brought some music, American stuff and so on. And the main complaint was the viewership. They were saying the viewership is not there. And we sit here and complain that people must support us when we fail even to support our music. Ubab Madlopa spoke about the passing of Abomnomi and so on. We speak about such in our programs, but the people that are following music, they will tell you, I can't listen to Kozi choral program. I prefer Umshobo and I prefer Lesed and so on. And as a result, if you are the business manager and the radio station, you'll be saying, there is no listenership in this thing, let me just close it down. So I'm saying the first problem begins with us. We must also think for the businesses whether they'll be interested in funding things that are not supported by us. You know? Also, towards the end, I just need to ask a question. Whoever is here, would you be happy if your child said, I want to study music? If you've been struggling in making sure that your child goes to the varsity, and he or she tells you that I'm going to study music, you are going to say, go to teaching. Even people that studied music, they survive because they joined Department of Education as teachers. You've got to do your PGCE and then for you to survive. Because there is no way. So I'm saying the main issue is Tina Kala. Itino fanele sibonakale sine passion of choral music. When you speak about Madlopa spoke about people going to meet Bafana. Those people, they've never asked for complimentary tickets. Just pay for their money and go to FNB to watch soccer. They pay their monies and go to the airport to meet the teams. But with choral sector, people are not prepared to pay. Also, what is the success story of individuals who started music. What is the percentage? I started music with Abu Musankuna, but I think out of that group, when we were at the University of Westville, maybe only 2 or 3 people made it, not in South Africa. You've got to go abroad for you to make it. Ubabu Madlopa spoke about the teachers when everything started. Who is still thinking about the teacher that started teaching about Pritiende in schools? No one is recognizing such people. The closure of colleges of education, the reason why we had the better musicians at that time, it was because you will join the College of Education as a teacher and there was music there. Now it's closed, you have to go to the varsity and choose. Tina, we studied music in my colleges of education before we enrolled at the varsity. Lastly, on the 2nd of October this year, I'm trying to put together a music festival. Durban ICC, it's gonna be termed Gauteng meets KZN. It's gonna be annual. ICC is on board, SAPC Nguni radio stations is on board. All those people are, I'm saying, we are putting it to a test. Are you going to support it? If it cannot be supported, then we won't have it the following year.
I'm sorry, I will have to cut you. I will have to cut you. Yeah.
Other provinces will be coming.
We're just gonna. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for all the questions.
We do have time for just a round of closing comments
Yes, of
from
course,
our
most
participants.
definitely.
Why
Just
don't
a
you start?
quick run-up.
Ladies first.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I still feel there is a lot that needs to be done. Ngiyavumelana nabo bonke abantu abakhulumayo la. There's a lot that needs to be done. We have to be very innovative. But I think ispirit sisesendaweni right. Ispirit sisesendaweni right. Let's support this craft. Iyasebenza. It's going to work. Asiqinisele nje sibambelele. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been noting, I'll be very, very brief.
Thank you.
Awkward. Now, I want us to focus on these 2 or 3 issues and create a resolve. We have created the cultural monster ourselves. We have created the monster ourselves. We must find a way of getting out of that. And then there's the issue of the language barrier. You know, Mfanagiti, I once said to some people in the past, when you have Sasuke, you must introduce the element of the narrator. Somebody who will come in front, because the audience is a mix of various people whose background is very unmusical. There should be a narrator who would say, when you talk about Don Giovanni, what is the plot? What is happening? So that before the duet sings, the audience understands. Because we find most of the time our audience clapping even when it's unnecessary. Where there should be tragedy, they clap hands. That talks to the language barrier issue, so that when you have an audience, they should understand what the music. If you're doing a Verdi, I mean, these operatic works that we deal with are very comical. Some are very, very comical. Some are very, very tragic with very painful stories. And our people has got to interact with those emotions. So there has to be an introduction of a narrator in the competition. Who will be paid? You see, in Kingwood, they'll say costs. When that is a necessity, actually. And then lastly, Akona. How do we address the issue of the culture of the competition so that it is equivalent to the efforts of preparing for a competition? The incentivization issue. In closing, I want to say we must start thinking about the issue of incentivizing our choristers. If you are invited, that's a little bit of that model. If you are invited to Msandi to go and perform at the government event, and you charge them 80,000 rand, not 20, 40% of that goes to the choir, 60% is divided among the choristers. And then as the year goes by, at the end, they redeem their money. They see the worth of participation. The days of singing for love and passion are over. Thank you.
Before I give final words, I just want to say some thank yous. Firstly, thank you so much, Nomtandazo, and thank you so much, Temba, for your words and for the words from you in the audience who offered them. It's clear we're on the same page, right? Yeah? I'd also like to say thank you to two particular institutions who mentioned behind me, SAMPRA and SAMRO, because they are helping the money flow in our industry. And a lot of people, I mean, I don't know if you've been to any of the AGMs of these places, but people fight. And we fight amongst each other over stupid little things instead of working together to make things happen. We have a serious problem where, once again, the ego system kicks in and governance goes out the window. When your conductor is fighting with his administrator because the administrator wants to tell him what repertoire he's supposed to be performing, you've got a stupid fight happening. It's not the administrator's job to tell the conductor what thing, nor is it the conductor's job to tell the administrator how to manage the money. So we need to find a way to divide responsibilities and respect each other's roles. But we also need to look into each other's hearts and realize that we're all here for the love of our art. We're not here to one-up each other. And what the competitions have done, I worked in the gospel scene for a while, and one of the church people said the difference between the opposite of love is not hate. Hate is just another emotion. The opposite of love is expectation. And right now, the competitions have changed your love of your music to an expectation that you're going to get some money. Maybe you need to focus on your love and less on that expectation. And that closes our meeting for today.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your patience. We could go on forever. This is such a good discussion. And please, during the breaks, get together and find a way around these problems. Okay. Cheers.
A round of applause for our first group of panelists. Now we're going to go to the second one. As we welcome onto the stage Karabo Sanna from Samro, Lerato Matsoso from Kapaso, Asanda Jaga from Risa, moderated by our very own Tuso Mujadao. Now this specific panel is going to be discussing rights, royalties, and recognition. Now, as creatives, performers, as well as composers and custodians of culture, we pour our hearts into our craft. Yet beyond the beauty of our music lies equal important conversations, sorry. So today's panel is actually inviting us to discuss exactly that and reflect on who owns the music we create, how do we ensure the compensation of our work, and how do we honor and protect the voices behind the art. Thank you so much. Let's welcome them once more.
Thank you, Akona. Greetings again, everybody. I feel like James has just sort of diluted our panel because I wanted to find the money, you know. And I know he kept emphasizing how keep doing it for the love, but there must be some way we can actually sustain it. And on the stage, I've got a panel of, it's a CMO panel. It's titled Rights, Royalties, and Recognition, the CMO Conversation. And for those that might not know, CMO stands for Collection Management Organization. So before we get into it, I'd like the panelists to please introduce themselves. And just a correction there, it is not Asanda Jaga from RISA, but he will introduce himself. So if we can just first know who is sitting on the stage. Karabo, perhaps we can start with you.
Good day, everyone. The name is Karabo Sinna. I'm from SAMRO. As a function, I'm the GM of Sales and Licensing, and I'll speak to you more about it.
Good day, Lekai. Lehantle. Hey, watch Sakamo. So I am currently the General Manager of Operations at Kapaso, which stands for Composers, Authors, and Publishers Association. Thank you.
Sanbonani. My name is Pagamile Mbambo. I'm an accountant at RISA. I'm standing in for my colleague who couldn't be here. family bereavement.
Thank you very much. And might I just add, I think we really need to appreciate, the people that are on this panel. Particularly, Karabo was at the Cape Town Jazz Festival, and he was like, "I'm cutting my trip short because choral music is that important to us." So we really appreciate to see that industry is actually drawing themselves closer to us, and they're heeding the call. You know, when we called them to say, yes, actually, let's come and educate choralists on CMOs, who we are, and how it benefits them. But I think, of course, there's a hard truth that we need to face. And I think the previous panel has already sort of covered a lot of those truths. You know, every weekend across churches, schools, competitions, concert halls, our music is sung. Our arrangements are performed. But the question, I think, for me, and this is where we can maybe start, you know, who is accounting for that value? And more importantly, who is earning from it? So I want us to just set the foundation, first of all. For those that maybe are hearing about CMOs for the very first time, speak to us, each of you. Explain what Samro does, what Capasso does, what RISA does, and how your roles differ within the music ecosystem. But most of all, where does choral music currently sit within your systems? Are choirs and choral composers actively visible in your database? We can start with Samro.
Okay, I can start. So Samro is a CMO which represents composers, authors, and publishers. So when we say composer in this context, it's those that create what we would call a musical, sounds, like beats, right? Anybody that does that, it can even be a harmony, or a melody of sort. That is a composer. Then lyrics speak to, obviously, somebody that writes lyrics, right? Whatever words that you might hear in a song, that is the person that wrote the lyrics. Now, what is key here is that Samro collects annually somewhere in the region of about 680 million rand. So hopefully this year, we will be able to increase that to somewhere around about 750 million rands. Now, my point, I'm not a creative, right, by any way or format. My point is from a business perspective, and that's how I'm going to look at this conversation. So when we speak about what slice does choral represent in terms of, if somebody has to say, there's 650 million rands that you're distributing or you're meant to be distributing, choral is a very thin slice. And for the most part, I'll give you some figures. Choral for us mostly represents gospel. Mostly, right? From a money perspective. Anything else, it's almost like miscellaneous when it comes to the rands and cents, right? And that's just the reality of it. Now, the challenge, and obviously other people have already spoken and will touch on, to say maybe what can we do to make that more prolific. And here's the essence, and obviously Lerato will touch on other points, but CMOs pay you because your music is used. You're not being paid because you created music. It's utilization that matters. So it means that if your music is used, it's being performed, it's on radio, it's on TV, it's on digital platforms, and being utilized, that is what you get compensated for. So I think in this, we need to also get into what are the ways in which you can get your music potentially used so that you can make money. And in closing, I think the part of the CMO mostly, it's not about active income. So when somebody books you, that's more active income, right? But it's obviously limited because there's only so many bookings you can have. But CMOs, it's more about the passive income portion. So even if you are not at a certain space, the question is, how do you make money? And that's what CMOs obviously cover.
Sure. So I will, just before I go into specifically what Capasso does, there's a big elephant in the room when it comes to copyright, because copyright is, a lot. You think law, you think, hey, yeah, it's a lot. I had to study law myself so that at least I can, immerse myself in that. So different copyrights in South Africa make up a copyright, right? Normally, if you say to someone copyright, you think IP, intellectual property, which obviously a work or a song that you create is your intellectual property, right? Because you create it, so it's from your intelligence, and then it's your property. So I'll just go into obviously the musical side. There's the recording side in copyright, which is RISA, which Pax will talk about. And then there's the composition side. I think Sampra is also part of the recording side. And then in the composition side will lie Capasso and Samro, right? Because you are composing, right? And then in the recording side, that's when now you record a song. So again, Capasso we collect for mechanical royalties. So what a mechanical is, it's a reproduction of a song or a music or a work. So what that means is that you go into studio. Now that's the recording side, right? What I'm a recorder, what like your ISRCs from RISA because you have recorded the song. Then once you record it, it's on a master. So that's like the first point. It's on a master. Now the reproduction happens when you take it from a master onto another platform. I hope everyone's following me. So you have the master, that's what you have, you go to a record label or whatever publisher or you self-publish, and then you take it and you put it on the different platforms. You put it on a CD, you put it on a cassette. I know we don't do that anymore, but I'm just showing you then that process. You put it on a USB, for those that do, and then you put it on now what is called digital service platforms or providers, DSPs, which now in the new age have, I think it's been because we've been in existence for 11 years now. So Apple first set up in South Africa 11 years ago. So that's how new digital is. Now that is now another form of reproduction because you take it from the master, you put it then on the platform so that people can consume it, right? So that's what we do. Now, another part of consumption comes from what is called VODs. So that is video on demand. It's a new way of consuming videos versus the traditional broadcast. For instance, go SABC, you know, SABC 1, SABC 2, and multi-choice, you have Boom Zanzi Magic, and. Then there was the emergence of platforms like Netflix. That is a video on demand. So it means it's on demand, you can consume it as and when you please. Versus broadcast, you sit at home, you buy a TV set and you consume it, right? So we also collect there. And then again, it's user service, USG, user-generated content, thank you. So then that is your TikToks, that is your Facebook, that is your Instagram. So those are the different tiers, but at the end of the day, that's where you consume music. And funny enough, actually for us, the revenue right now, the biggest revenue that we get is from Netflix, which is weird because it means people are consuming music more on Netflix than on an Apple or... So the trends are changing. And my point in this is that when it comes to specifically choral music, where is that change? Are we still stuck on the broadcasting side? Are we still stuck on people consuming music, you sitting and we buy tickets? So where's the evolution in that? Already we are behind. And just as South Africa, we are sitting with the bill year 1970, what. We are now in 2026. The bill has not changed. We are behind even with AI. The bill doesn't have things like fair use that we're fighting, against. So, yeah, it's a lot. So the industry itself, the choral industry, is so big and consumed. And I personally, I would also go to shows growing up. But then the issue or the challenge here is then how do you then redefine choral so that the people consume it with the different sets that I've just given you. And so when it comes to Capasso, I think to speak to Tuso's point or question, say you go and you record a song, you need to have a split sheet, right? I hope everyone here that creates music knows that a split sheet is needed. So a split sheet is basically if lead 10 on a song and you create, right? So there is someone that claps or whatever, and there's someone that sings. And then you decide amongst yourselves, how do you split that? And then you inform it, because that's another problem in general. It's not a choral music exclusive problem. It's a worldwide problem where creators of music don't want to understand the music business. All they care about is performing and making money for performances. But CMOs, or where your money is collected, or where your music is exploited, that is the legacy money owed to you, because remember, it's your intellectual property. You created it. So why are you not going after protecting your IP, right? So let's say, yeah, a song has to come up to 100% split. If Lee 20, it has to be 100%. So if you decide in that 20, then you split those shares, they should make up 100. So now imagine if you are in a choral setting or like a chorus league guy, who gets what? So that's another problem that first the fraternity need to then fix, because most of the time songs in choruses or in choirs then fall under what we will call public domain, because mostly it's songs that are in the public domain and nobody gets paid for that. It's a public domain, you know? But then there are renditions that are done. There are songs that are new that are created. So if you are 100 in the song, does it mean 1%, 1%, 1% to make up the 100? So I think that's just the food for thought I'll leave you guys with. Thanks.
That was a long introduction. I'm here to represent RISA, which is the recording industry of South Africa. We are not a recording studio. Yes. We are a music body that represents the interest of record companies and any recording artist within South Africa. We seek for the betterment of our copyright laws within South Africa, that is the Copyright Amendment Bill, and we issue ISRCs, which are if I can call it an identity number for any of those record companies, recording artists, because all of these CMOs, for them to collect your monies, they need to know which of these songs belongs to who. That's how important an ISRC document is important to an artist. And we also collect royalties, mechanical royalties. Those are the, what do you call it? The dubbing rights, on the dubbing rights. And also music videos that are broadcasted on commercial TV stations. In a nutshell, that's what we do. We do have a lot of services, but in relation to the discussions that are being discussed today, I think that is what I will base my topic on.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. And like I said earlier, guys, this is seed planters. So there's going to be a lot of information that you probably are not going to be able to grasp today, but we encourage that you then, after this, go and read up on the CMOs and what they do, and understand, you know, what they do and how you probably fit into the picture. But I want us to actually be a bit practical about this conversation, because we can get into the technicalities that you don't understand, and all of that. I want us to give the CMOs a scenario that is very specific to our space, right? The nuances of our space, right? And then you guys can then answer that in the sense of, who do we come to for what? All right. So here's a scenario. In our space, the composer is not the performer. You have, for instance, Emily Sizwezwane, who writes a song. His song is not recorded a lot of the times, and I think you can attest to this. Choral musicians, we don't go into studio and record our music. We rely on whatever stage we're on for a recording of that, which we, a lot of the times, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we don't even get a hold of those recordings ourselves as the choirs. We are the ones performing there, but I don't have access to it, and that's probably a rights conversation. But Amelisi Zozani has written a song. The song is given to choirs to perform at a national choral festival, at a national competition, at you know, whatever choral event that is there. So that's already an element of a composer, and the choirs, many choirs that perform the same song in a competition setup, right? The song is performed multiple times on the same day. We don't know if the venue we're in is a registered venue where we can actually kind of say, listen, we need to collect for these rights. So the song is performed, it's recorded, but the recordings are kept with the festival organizer. So they're sitting with the recordings. We don't get to see them. We don't own them. It's theirs because obviously it's their stage, it's their property, right? However, it's the choir that's performing it. So I want you to talk to that as well. Where are we on that? Over and above that, after the performance, you know, the recordings are out there, it's recorded, but obviously it's a visual recording. There's no sound recording. It's visual at this point. But of course, there's that opportunity to turn the visual into a sound recording that you can then sort of put out onto the DSP and all these different platforms, right? And then there's an element also of, obviously, the compensation for the composer. The compensation for the choir, you're probably talking to the payment that they will get from the festival for. But how do we make that last beyond that stage that we performed? And I want you guys to just take that scenario and then adapt it to each of your CMOs and tell us, where do you sit in that scenario? Where do you sit? Where do you sit? And then there's also an element of broadcasters who would love to play this music. But because it's not recorded, it doesn't have an ISRC code, LSD FM, Ukozi FM is not really able to play it. But we get away with it, right? We take these recordings from YouTube that the competition organizers put up on YouTube. We take them, we play them at that risk, right? We play them, they've got people talking in the background because they're not, you know, recorded professionally. But it also leaves the broadcasters with that a sense of, we are playing your music, but you can't earn from it because it's nowhere. It's not registered. Take us through that scenario. And I'll start with you, Karabo.
Sure. Yeah. There's a lot in there, but I'll try and make it quite simple, right? So the simple part is where Lerato started off. There is essentially a few rights that you have to think of, which is the performing right, that is SEMRO, whenever music is actually performed in public, right? And then there is needle time, which is SEMPRA, or neighboring right. That is whenever music is performed in public, but now we are focusing on the performers, not the people that wrote the music, right? So anytime a song is in public, so here we are performing a song, there are those two rights immediately there, right? Performing right and needle time. So that have to be obviously thought of, and I'll come to it in a moment. And then obviously on the recording side, which is because this side is on the publishing side. On the recording side, it's now going to deal with your recording to say, okay, fine, the song is recorded. Recording doesn't mean going into a studio. Any type of recording. We can write the songs, you know, it's still publishing, but it's recorded. But obviously for everybody, for it to convert an idea into material form, it needs to be mostly in a sound recording, right? Because then you can hear everything that, whatever the person who thought of it. Because the law doesn't protect ideas, by the way, right? All of us have ideas, but up until you bring it into material form, the law doesn't protect it. So for the performing side, you would need to earn, besides we are not going to talk about the money they pay you to perform, right? That's a given. But you will earn from SEMRO and SAMPRA, but only if that show was licensed. That's a big one. How many of you go to perform at a competition and ask, is this event licensed? Right? So for the mere fact that you don't ask that, it means then you cannot earn a royalty from it. In terms of that particular performance there, you can't. Because in terms of these two organizations, they would also pay you, SAMRA will pay the creators of the song, the people that wrote and created the song. SAMPRA will pay the performers that are linked to that song, but if it's licensed. Fair, that same song can be put on radio, because now you take that recording, right? You put it on radio or TV. Radio and TV, for the most part, are licensed. So these are your SABC and your private sort of stations and so forth. There, you will then be able to still receive a royalty, right? Lerato will add, but you will receive a royalty from Capasso and SAMRO. So now, what is the royalty for? It's not for the performance at that, sort of stage where you were. It's for the public performance on radio, because it's a public performance. We are broadcasting to the public. So now, in that moment, there's a reproduction and there's a performance. So meaning now you will get those royalties. But there's also then a but. only if those songs are notified. So in everything, I've got a but. Meaning, if you don't do that but, you don't get paid. Just remember that. Everything has a terms and conditions in life, right? So meaning, if that song is not notified with SEMRO and also Capasso, and on the radio side also with SAMPRA for the performers, there is essentially no royalty. And it's a big challenge, especially in your fraternity, right? Where a lot of songs are not notified. I don't know. There's an assumption. It will come. I don't know how, right? So, but the world doesn't work like that. The world of business is very precise. We need to know who we pay, and then if we don't know who we pay, the money sits there. And sorry, just to jump into SEMRO quickly. SEMRO, what we call undocumented works, meaning works that we sort of have money, but we are not sure who it belongs to. Currently, we've got 290 million rands of that, right? So it could be a mix, obviously popular songs, it could be some of your songs, but the basis is that it's a reality. I'm giving you the rand value for you to understand the magnitude of the problem, all right? So that covers majority of the rights in terms of where you will get paid. RISA, in relation to the video, obviously from REV, right, RISA Audio Visual, will pay you when the song goes on air. Like now, this is, somebody's watching it, right? It's a music video. You get a royalty from that, purely because that is being aired. But I think lastly, and this one I'm quite interested as well, in terms of who actually owns the recording, right? So that one I want to pass over to one of my colleagues. Because remember, if you didn't record it in studio, the person that made this thing available, in a sense, who created this, technically that's the person that owns the recording. It's not you who's performing the song. That is why it's important when you go into studio or whatever, you need to pay. Otherwise, if you use things for free, I'm paying. I own it. So if the person at that festival paid for all of that production, you can't say, no, it's ours. No. Yes, the composition is yours. But the recording is seen as a separate product. You don't own it. That's why you will see, haven't you noticed, when you go to iTunes, even like a Luther Vandross or somebody, they will have an old song and they will re-record the song. Haven't you ever wondered why do they do that? It doesn't make sense. It's like, why would this guy, then there's 4 versions of the song or 3 or 2 versions of the song, and then they'll say the greatest of, or something, they'll give it a name, right? But the logic in the music industry, the business side now, remember when they came in, somebody paid for the recording. Now, they're smarter now. They're like, actually, for us to make more money, we're going to go and re-record the same song so that now we get money from the compositional side and from the recording side. So it's a way of, in a sense, rigging the system. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like I said, it's very difficult. I've said it before as well, which speaks to what my explanation about the split sheets, because so for Capasso, you have to notify a song, right? We collect for composers, authors, and publishers. So Garabo also broke it down. When you're a composer, obviously, when you're a producer, you're composing, right? And then when you're an author, you're a songwriter. You author a song. And then obviously a publisher, which are the publishing companies that maybe would give your rights or mandate to administer you, right? So let's say Sony Music Publishing, for instance. They are the house, but they have a lot of composers that they are administering. So that's really the difference there. So it becomes very tricky, particularly for Capasso, because we need a song notified. A song that's notified, it means that a song was recorded. So it means you need to record a song, notify it, and then you get paid for the exploitation, basically. So at least with, I think, Sampra and Samro, you can get something like with venue licenses and all of that. But for us, there needs to be a reproduction of what you would have created for us and the exploitation. So if it's the other way around, then where you perform the song first and then there are no notifications, there is no way we'll be able to track that, and that is the reality. And even for broadcast, where we collect with SAMRO on the TV side, it has to be a song that was notified, because we will not be able to pay you. So that's where the ISRCs come into place, where the ID of the song, but it's something you have created. So I think it becomes a little bit difficult for Capasso to then track that, because without an ID, how are we going to identify that the song belongs to you, you know? So again, it speaks to what I said, where there's a lot of things within the fraternity that needs to change so that people can then earn their royalties. So if it means you record the song first, or the renditions, well, you perform it, and then you go back to studio and actually do a record. Because I've seen some of that happen in like Bootclap and Tap and stuff, where a song is then performed, it becomes popular. I've seen it on TikTok actually, where a song then becomes popular, then they end up going and recording the song, and then they start earning. Again, it goes back to my point where I said, if there is 100 of you in that song recording it, the splits. They split. It all goes back to that, the basics. Unfortunately, we are in the business. It's a music business, you know. Songs and works and performances are not just to entertain people. It is a business, and that is the challenge that we face, where creatives, I said it again, you need to take yourself like a business. If you are a business, you will register yourself. If you're a business, you will make sure BOSARS and all of that, you know. So, iskabanje all willy-nilly. If, for instance, there are, I think James, if I'm not mistaken, spoke to it to, I'm not sure if it's James or Nomti, correct me if I'm wrong, who basically spoke about, you know, kind of like reinventing yourselves within the fraternity. And when you go and look for funds or request for assistance, how are they going to do it if there is, where's that business side? That's what they ask you first. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you registered? Are you compliant? And compliance then speaks to some of those things where you're a business. So you have to structure yourself like a business. And most of the time, especially in South Africa, because we also collect outside of South Africa, we collect in Africa, and also, you know, the rest of the world with agreements, bilateral agreements that we have with other countries, other Kapazos or Samros or Sampras in other countries, right? They have it together. They have their business together. They have their models together. It's, and I don't want to say embarrassing, but it is, because we have the talent. South Africa is so talented. And now I'll just branch off a bit, but it still goes back to my point to say a genre like Amapiano, right? Big. Founded here in South Africa, very popular. So we can start something because we have the ear, we have the talent, we have all of that. But business side, we get clapped. Then it gets taken to a Nigeria, or Nigeria adapts it, and it's Afro-piano. What is that? And then they run with it, where the business side is covered, where they invest and they take it globally. Now there's where does Amapiano come from? Mara Nigeria, or the West rather, is making money from our creation. And there's been a lot of those that happen, where then when we get to rooms where you need to sell yourself as a business, you can't. But then they have that because they have the conversations. And it's not just having a manager or you need to, as yourself as a creator, be able to sell. Because essentially, when you have a manager, you give them your vision. So why can't you sell your vision? Why are you giving your vision to someone else to sell for you when you can't articulate that vision, right? So it's just little things like that where we are, look, South Africa is talented, extremely. And we know how to start, we know how to create, we know how to found, we just don't know how to move forward. And I think that's where, with the choral fraternity, we are. Yeah.
I think the point of notification of works has been stretched by my colleagues. But imagine it this way: you have created a product, you have taken it out to the market for sale. to radio, to TV, to the digital platforms, you need to come and tell us as the organizations to say, I've got this product. If somewhere, somehow, it makes money on radio, at least we know that this person has worked with this person to create this product. We know who it belongs to. Trust me, we do not keep these monies, these undocumented works, for a lifetime. They are only available for so long. If you come to us after 10 years, for argument's sake, we'll tell you that the money that we had collected back there no longer exists. It has been shared equally to the members that were available at that time. So I think it's important just to notify us whenever the sound recording has been produced. If maybe you are not the rights owner, you do not own the master, just call and check to say, I worked with this individual. Has this work been notified? Just do your due diligence as a person as well. So us at RISA, we pay royalties to the rights owners, the people that owns the masters. To the scenario that Usis has given us, I think it goes back to a contract. Before you perform at that stage, your contract with them, what does it state? With the works, the songs are written by someone else, and you are performing those songs, who will own that recording? It goes back to that contract. I think Uput Karabo had mentioned it. If you go to a studio, you did not pay for the infrastructure to produce that work. Technically, the owners of the studio, they will own the sound recording. So for us at RISA, we pay royalties to the rights owners. And we also pay royalties for the reproduction of sound recordings, for music that plays in stores, that plays on jukeboxes, in our own backyards where we live at. So I always make it a point just to remind all of us to say, for us as music producers, the rights owners of music, akuqale ngathi to buy music. This thing of copying music from someone else's PC to someone else's to play in their own cars or Dlalema Saloon, that thing is illegal. It's killing the artist. It's killing the artist. Sharing music on WhatsApp groups. I saw there are many WhatsApp groups, and as well maybe on Facebook groups where people share music. That is illegal. So if maybe some of you, if you are part of those groups, I would suggest that you exit. Because whenever we lay criminal charges, we will also lay criminal charges to the administrators and also the members that are part of that group, people that share that kind of content. Imagine Masebetu Boshelu share music on WhatsApp. So that's how important it is. We need to take music as a business, because you created a product, people expect to earn from that product. One last point, even with the jukeboxes that plays in our very own taverns, in our backyards, if maybe you know that there is a certain establishment that plays music, you are not so sure whether they are licensed, you can reach out to us, name and the location. We'll send our licensing officers to inspect that venue so that to make sure that they are compliant. So I think kumele uqale ngathi mostly, kumele uqale ngathi. Just maybe by a show of hands, I assume that everyone is a musician here. By show of hands, out of everyone, who is subscribed to listen to music, who pays to listen to music on their phones, on digital platforms? Who pays to listen to music on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube?
Mama download.
So there are a few individuals who did not raise their hands. So I said there are a few individuals who did not raise their hands, and it goes on to show that we do not take seriously the production of our crafts. You are selling a product, but you are consuming other people's products without paying for them. I think let's start by buying music ourselves so that we can convince the community out there to buy music that we produce.
All right, thank you. Like I said, it's a lot of information to take in all at once, but I encourage you to please just go and read up, do your research, so that when we connect again in this space, we at least can, have different discussions around the same thing. But what I'm hearing, the thread I'm getting here, fraternity, we need people who will invest in learning the business of music, first of all, right? So if you're out there listening, watching this, think about learning the business of music so that we've got people within the fraternity who can actually learn this. Because of course, this is a lot to take in. And not everybody's gonna get it right. But I think if we can have people who might just gain an interest in learning the business of music, so that we can then perhaps from there huddle and say, how do we then take this to fit into our space? And then also what I'm hearing is that perhaps we need to also start looking at encouraging our choirs to go and record the songs that they perform on competition stages so that they can then take those performances beyond the stage and actually be able to monetize. But in that breath, you obviously need to be a member of a CMO in order to be able to take part in all of this, right? So I want us to speak to the registration a little bit, but also bearing in mind that there's specific nuances in the space, right? And like I said earlier, the composer is not the performer. So when I come and register with a Samro, a Capasso, a Sampra, and whoever, who do I come as if I am part of the choir? I suppose the composers, it's easy because it's me, composer, I wrote the song, I'm notifying it, letting Samro, Capasso, Risa know that I've written this song. This song gets performed at a festival, at competitions and whatever. Me as a choir member sitting in the alto line, little nobody there. Who do I come to you as? Or do we then need to look at having the choirs themselves register? And what does that look like? Does that mean choirs need to then register themselves as music composers, as an organization, and then, register with a CMO? Or do I come to you as Tuso, an alto singer who doesn't write music, but I perform a lot of the music that's written by composers in a choir setup?
Yeah. Can I start with that? So I'd like to expand that. I'm going to answer your point, but I want to expand it a bit because the idea for me is, I'm going to answer your point, but it's pointless if you even do everything right, but all of you are sharing 100 rands, right? Doesn't make sense. So let's speak about how is it that you can potentially position yourself to make the most money in relation to royalties, because that's a different sort of mindset. And then when you do the registration, then you're able to earn, obviously, from a meaningful value, right? Then it makes sense, the conversation. So my view is the spaces where, and by the way, I might offend some people in this statement, but I'm speaking from a business angle alone, not obviously from a creative sense. My job, as I told you, is to sell music. And I go through the similar process that you guys go through where I understand that, sort of industry doesn't understand the value of music. Just like some of you sometimes don't get the value of music. If you go somewhere and you say somebody has to pay a license for 100,000, they don't get it. Why? Because I can just listen to the song on iTunes for $100, right? So out there, people don't value music. So understand that it's going to always be a tough one creating money through music. Now, let's move away a little bit from the world of performing and you being paid, because that is linear way of making money. So linear means I have to always be there. If I'm not there, I don't make money. That's very linear. So let's think of it exponentially, because the people that make money mostly from royalties, it's where your product works for you, not you, always being side by side with the product all the time. You always have to perform. Things that I see choirs ignoring, it's things like there's no libraries, right? So a music library. So a music library is not your typical album that you make, right? Think of it in this way. How many movies do you watch where there's an African scene? And this scene has, elements where you could put something orchestral on it, right? That is obviously African based. But if producers want that type of music, they can't find it. Where do I go? So something of that sort, right? So that's one place to start. And obviously there's also elements of sync. So it's not just the royalty. If I want to put your music on a movie or a series, I need to pay you a sync fee first for the publishing and the recording, and then you will earn from royalties. So you earning royalties, not just you putting your music on radio. And I know the reason that might be offensive is that you need to start thinking of your music not only as the primary ingredient, but sometimes as a complementary product, right? A lot of musicians are too emotionally stuck to their craft. You think of yourself as a primary ingredient. Somebody must come there for the music. No, sometimes I don't come there for the music. I might watch a movie and your song happens to play in the background. That's good enough. And you are making money. That should matter, right? So at the end of the day, if your music is, you create a library, that's a business opportunity that could be positioned. There's obviously other libraries that you can enlist your music there. Even songs that you have, you can take the separates and remove certain parts of it to make it conducive to library type music. So you don't have to go and re-record everything. Next thing, it's things like, I don't know if some of you have kids and they're on YouTube. Have you ever seen kid videos, if one can call it? How many views they have? A lot. Why? Kids like monotonous things. They don't mind. You see, you and I, we'll consume a certain song, we'll watch something once or twice, and I'm done. I can't watch it all over again. But a kid can watch the same thing, and you'll be like, man. How many times have you been watching this thing? And they don't care. In their minds, it makes sense. So now, the beauty of AI, right? So now let's bring AI into this, but not in terms of creation of music. You can actually create kids, sort of like videos on YouTube through the use of AI, in terms of the animations themselves. So you don't have to be an animator, like sitting here. But here's the trick. You can then put on your music that's conducive, though, to that audience. So it might mean that you have to start rethinking your product a bit, right? To say, actually, what I'm creating, it's great. All of us, there's always musical pieces. Like that guy when you go to that jazz thing, but it's like, hey, my man, play something that we can all vibe with. So create music for things like that. Kids, look at those sort of things. And then lastly, music is moving away from me saying I want to listen to so-and-so, but to themes. So what do I mean by that? When you go to Apple or Spotify, they load 100,000 or whatever tracks every single day,
yeah.
right? Every single day. There's 100,000 songs being uploaded. So understand that as an audience member or somebody who's listening, I will stop. That's why people go to playlists. I'm going to stop choosing. Now, the themes are there because people now are going to choose music by themes. So moving forward, you'll see the smart speakers are coming on. So I'm closing. Smart speakers are coming on board, right? Where even through your when people go to gym or wherever, they just choose a theme, and then you'll see even the apps, the DSP apps, are moving more towards themes, not somebody actually saying, I want so and so. Now, the beauty about music that goes with themes, people just want, let's say I'm at home and you're cooking. You just want something that is melodic, that plays in the background. That actually has more airplay, like it can have more spins than something that you can actually position for radio. And now, what's beautiful about it, you're not competing in the South African market, because the challenge with musicians, we all want to compete in the same market. And business-wise, that's wrong. If you were to come to me and I'm listening to you, I'm like, it's saturation. So you want to compete in the global market, Because when you're in a theme sort of space, nobody really cares where you come from. They're just listening to music. And that's what matters, right? So those are the sort of things that I want to encourage you to think of. Creating libraries, looking at things like, kids programs. It could be other programs, nature programs. It could be anything. Put your music on there, and you'll find your music will have more spaces that other people don't actually target. Now, coming to your point quickly. Whenever you go, obviously SAMRO has got its own constituency, which are composers and authors. SAMPRA has got performers. This side as well, it's also composers and authors. That side is also from a label side. But I think what's key here is who creates the music. Now, the reason why I started the way I started, I always think that even people that perform music to some degree are able to create music. So my thing is, that's why I listed all those things that I listed, where you can almost do them and then get some of your choir, members to, record this. But in my view, I think I see every creative almost like a creator of music. So yes, if you're a composer, it's these two organizations, Samro and Capasso. And if you are a performer, it's the other two organizations, RISA and SAMPRA. And unfortunately, yes, all of you, whoever were part of the production, have to be in those notifications.
Sure. All right, I think we can go on and on, but I'm going to allow for 2 questions from the floor, if we can, because I think we're running out of time. But like I said, go and research, read up about it, so that when we huddle the next time, at least we speak from a same point. So can we just get maybe 2 questions, so that we can just keep it moving? There's one there. Just let us know your name, where you're from, and then if it's a specific question to any of the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tofazo Korowele, and I am from Choral Music Association, also representing the Rompani Foundation National Choral Estate Fort. My question is directed to Samro specifically, especially when it comes to licensing. So as organizations, how do we acquire licensing, and what is it for, specifically when it comes to composers that are not registered? Composers that are not registered with SAMRO, right? And how do we pay, for instance, a licensing fee for the music that has been performed at our events, but they have not registered with you? So where does that, for instance, money go, and how can we also encourage them to register with SAMRO and also get their royalties? Because what we've experienced is a lot of composers, let's say we pay them directly from our side, and then we get somewhere that says you need to affiliate. So can we please, for me personally, can we get an understanding of how does that work? Thank you.
Okay, so quickly. So the license is what we call a blanket license, right? So it covers firstly all the music, even the background music that you're going to play. And I think that's always a foregone conclusion, right? We always think of the music that's going to be performed on stage, but before everybody gathers, there's normally background music that's playing and so forth, so we cover that, as well as then we cover the music that is used. Now, technically, when we come to what are you paying for, or who the money is going to go to, it's primarily going to go to the composers of the music in terms of the performances, right? Whatever the performances are. Now, those people need to be affiliated with a society. So I'll give you a number. We've got something called NS, non-society, right? Every society in terms of around the world has something like that. It means these are people that are not registered with a society, whether SAMRO or a BMI or PRS or whoever, and we collect for them. Currently in SAMRO, that number is about 12 million rands. Right? It doesn't mean it's only South Africans. It could also be internationals. But it just shows you the breadth of that problem, to say you need to, as a composer, be a member of a CMO, because that's the only way, the industry is able to collect for you. And I understand you're saying they might not be members of SAMRO, but why should we pay? But it's the one system that actually works, because if now you pay this guy, your assumption is that he wrote all those songs alone. That's the first assumption you make. And for the most part, it's always wrong. you'll find out of the 10 songs he gives you that there were other people that contributed. Now those people are going to be left out. But when you pay a society, we can make sure that everybody is compensated.
In understanding, it's basically us as organizations complying with industry regulations and encouraging the composers or the creators of music to go directly to SAMRO to claim their royalties.
Correct. So you're complying with the law, right? Not just the regulations. So it's the law. And then you're encouraging them to go to SAMRO. And obviously there's a SAMPRA element because you need to license for the recording and the composition. Yes, but you're correct.
I think I'm clear. Thank you so much.
Okay, one more question over there.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if you could comment on the influencers on TikTok and Facebook that actually use other people's music and get paid by either TikTok or Facebook without the owner of the music benefiting, if there's a regulation around that. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's very clear TikTok does not pay creators in South Africa and Africa, actually. Creators, so if I'm doing a skit there, I don't get paid when I'm on the continent, right? So that's just the model. We have not been able to then generate that, but it wouldn't speak to, let's say, a Kapas or a Samro, because we are not about content creators. We are about the usage of the song. So if, let's say, I'm doing a skit and then in the background there's a song that plays, and that person is a member of Kapas or Samro, then that is the people, those are the people that get paid, not the creator. So it's not exclusive to South Africa. Like I said, it is across the African continent, which is obviously different compared to like your Europes and the US's, because they have that. But in Africa right now, TikTok does not pay creators, but they pay for the usage of the song that is notified and legally notified, yeah.
All right, guys, I think we're going to have to just, I know you have a question, Magent, but I think, are you still around? Sort of, for a minute or so. I think maybe after the next presentation, we're going to have a little bit of a toilet break also, and maybe then you can just kind of come and ask your question directly, okay, because they're still here. All right, but thank you so much. I'm hearing a lot coming out of this. I'm hearing choirs recording. I'm hearing music business specialists in our space. I'm hearing choral record labels, maybe even. I'm hearing choral publishers even. So there's a lot to think about, and I think they've given us a well of knowledge that we can then go back and sort of explore. Yes.
I just want to say something, and it speaks again to what Garabo said, which is also another missing piece, right? Just because you're part of a choir, it doesn't mean that you can't stand alone, right? Remember, you can be a composer and not a performer. So you can be a songwriter and not a performer. You can be a performer and not a songwriter, and you can be both. So if you're both, then it means the money flow within all CMOs then comes to you for what you rightfully own. And also don't just, like I'm saying, be rigid, explore, open. The market is very open. Karo spoke about production. That is like such a big piece, and it's something that we've been encouraging, especially black individuals, to get into that system. Because if like Netflix comes now and they say, can you music score? You can't music score. That is money. It's serious money. All the songs when you hear on a soundtrack, for instance, I think Kendrick Lamar on the, what was that movie? There's a movie, Black Panther, sorry, the first one. He was the music scorer for Black Panther. So all of those songs that involved Bobusi, So From Here, about Beyonce, Kendrick Lamar, and individuals. Can you imagine how much money he made from that? And not just for him, but all the other songs that he commissioned for that production. So TV also, collaborate. Don't just move in your space of music. Do other collaborations. We see, for instance, with the symphonies now, Red Bull is doing that like the symphony with, collaborating with like an Amapiano artist and all of that. Why can't we move? We're not supposed to be rigid. We must move and then earn that. I just wanted to encourage everyone to do that.
100%. And I think we'll take that as Lerato's closing words. Any last words for the choral fraternity from your side, Risa?
I will speak from the South African Music Awards perspective. We are receiving a lot of entries from the choirs, and that is a good sign. And one of the greatest plea that we have received recently, maybe in the past 1 or 2 years, is from the guys from a clip and tap. They are fighting to have their own category. So if maybe there is some of you guys that are in that space, can you please submit your entries whenever the entries open for the South African Music Awards open, so that we can see that the genre is growing and is sustainable, so that it can have its own special category, not to be aligned with indigenous music.
True.
That's amazing. Any last words, Karabo?
I think for me, the value is not in actual performances. The value is in you creating a product that is used worldwide, not only in South Africa. If your mindset is only in South Africa, unfortunately, you are always going to have a challenge.
All right, and I think that is how we wrap up this conversation. Lots to think about, lots to ponder on, lots to action, and I love that, by the way. Like, I've been thinking about that, so now that you've mentioned it, I think we're definitely going to tap into that. So thank you very much to my panelists. Thank you for the time. Thank you for your expert insights, and we look forward to inviting you again to such gatherings in the choral fraternity, and we look forward to your yes once more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Guys, I'm sure we all need to stretch a little bit, but before we do that, please do get spoiled with a treat from the young Annelisa Mbozi, a soprano that is hailing from Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. Yeah, she's gonna give us an item. Then we can go for a short break, 15 minutes break to be precise, because we still have a few more to go. I'm sure you guys are more excited about the second half, because we're gonna be talking to sponsorships and partnerships. We have the likes of Ubandile Mngoma in the room, who is gonna be in one of the panels, somebody that you all know for a very long time in the choral space. So yeah, over to you, Annelisa.
I don't have it. Hello, everyone. Yes. Yes. you. Thank you so much. The second song now is Holy Spirit. I composed the song. I don't want to lie. I'm so grateful to be here. I have so many questions, and I got answered. I'm one of the international awards. I got so much awards from international. And every time, the door is just open like this, but every time, that is a blockage. If you may check my profile, you'll be like, I don't deserve to be here. I'm in a database base in overseas. I'm always getting invites, but the funding is my blockage. On the 25th and 24th of April, I'm doing the opera for the community at Eastern Cape. Bekusuppose ke yenzeke last year, but ayakwazi ukwenzeka because of the funding. And I am not just doing for myself. Kunabantwana that abajonge kum. That's why on the 24th I'm doing the giving back, because I'm one of the Saske winner and the Pumema Spatsane Komamudoli. So nditike, as I'm standing here, I'm not here for myself. I'm not here for myself, but I'm here for the Eastern Cape. Kuba ndiphume Eastern Cape. I'm here for South Africa because ndiphume South Africa. And Funoposisa, I went to depression because it's very painful to see yourself uzibona bana nazi izinto but kune blockage. Kuthethiwe ke apha nge-Netflix, I'm doing a series with my husband already, sesiyishuta. It's a documentary for the event. So it was not by mistake from Naba Mandibelapa. It was just God. Okay, going back to my song, Holy Spirit. During the COVID, I was supposed to be America. Everyone knows Landukwenda, South Africa. Okutingihamba, Annalisa is going overseas. I had to come to Johannesburg in this Ohlala just to hide myself because I couldn't make it to go overseas. Bakhona abantu abangisupportileyo Eastern Cape befaka imali zabo but couldn't reach the target. And the agent ebendikuyo has opened so many doors. And I want to speak loud. Ndifumane a scholarship to study New York Film Academy, ndingenazo qualifications zabo. But because of the voice that I have. Even now, I just got another scholarship lonyaka, AMDA, to study, the process njalo. But during that time of the COVID, me and my husband and my brother Uzaza, we were sitting because it's a creative song. Then I started to compose a song because I was going through the depression. I composed the song Holy Spirit just to heal myself, not to sign in everything, but in whatever that I was going through. Ezixesha lihamba ndayenza ke ngoku ku-event ukuthi mayibe part of my songs. And then I found myself afro storyteller up at Johannesburg. There's a guy from a USA and be like, I just got an accident, but when ucula le ngoma ndiyenda fumana healing. This song I was helped by umamu weziwe and mentorisha because I was like ndiyicompose ingoma but zikhona izinto ezawunida imento kuzo. I just want to appreciate her kakhulu. Ingoma iyabaphilisa abantu. And I hope this time ukuthi izosiphilisa sonke after everything that we have shared now le ngoma. Thank you so much.
daily bread. We come before thee. We come in the prayers. When death robbed us, our mothers and our fathers and our families, we pray unto you. Come down, come down, Holy Spirit, 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 come down. Heal our land. Come down.
Wow.
Thank you so much. And I
Thank
also,
you.
I
Thank
also
you,
want to
Anissa.
appreciate my sister, Ulinda Mbozi. I'm standing here as a young sister, Kalinda Mbozi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That is Annelisa Mantulimbozi on socials. Guys, we can go for our 10 minutes break. When we come back from the break, my co-host Uzimasa Sithaso, that we all know as Zim6, will be driving this boat. Mnanjeng sayo tati break kancane, and I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for ukuziphatha kwenu. My name is Akhona Nyokana umadlamini wenu. See you later. Thank you.
Choral Indaba 2026. It's happening here, Rodebot Theatre. You know, there were a lot of speakers. I'm with Tatumloto in a way. The man who doesn't know him Yes. Different stakeholders there.
Yes,
They've
yes.
spoken.
Yes,
and
yes.
some of the things that are come up are affecting you as the leaders of some other competitions.
Yes, 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 yes. No, it's actually a brilliant platform here to discuss about the future of choral music, the industry itself, and how is it that we can take it forward such that it is beneficial to all the role players in the industry. So I've learned quite a lot just sitting and observing here about various aspects. Yeah, and then but I also, having listened, I also find it that it's actually quite a remiss that organizers like ourselves were not part considered as people that can contribute to these things. You know, because festivals also provide the infrastructure, the platform from which the music composers, the performers, and then we introduce the audience, you know, and then we are able to multiply or amplify the voices that are behind the songs. But it's a very...
Were you aware about the licensing of the events?
No, not quite. Not quite. When we were organizing the 2025 Buamuloto Choral Festival, Samro actually approached us, and then they had discussed. But when we told them that we are from a foundation point of view, and then they sort of like said, oh, okay, you know, because. We do not derive financial value out of that. You can imagine we're only charging 100 rand, and then there's only 1,000 people, and that's 100,000, and then the winner of the competition is like 150,000 rand, let alone all other arrangements. But I've understood even from here that the recording can be some passive incomes that can contribute, you know, because if we keep choral music or industry as a goodwill industry, but not something that also generate or create value for the players, it will not be sustainable. You know, so it has been very, very eye-opening. No, it's very eye-opening.
Let's talk about quick one, upcoming event. Moloto Foundation upcoming event.
Oh, the Easter concert. Yes. Yeah, the cross, we call it.
The cross, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So we are having the cross on Easter Saturday. On the 4th of April at the Rustenburg Civic Center, the auditorium, at 1 o'clock. And those that want to attend can just always contact the foundation, because in the spirit of Easter as well, we've just also decided to make it a free entrance. Okay. So any person, they can just contact us, and then or they can come on the day, but we just want to manage the numbers. But at the heart of it, you know, the Easter concert, it is about choral meditation. It is about worshiping. It is about appreciating the value or the sacrifice that Christ had made for us. You know, so we want to praise, to glorify God through music, and then to heal and touch those that are around here. You know, so that we understand. So it is not a concert in that essence, but it is a moment of deep reflection. You know, so what we are putting there, I mean, we're having Kopano chorus, which they are performing because we asked them, because they were our the winners of the choral, the festival champions. So, and then we've invited Sirimula from Lesotho, because even the composer himself, Letham Latente, has written compositions around what he referred to as reflections of a sinner. And then now this event will also be premiering
his songs, new compositions that are going to be premiered at the cross, reflecting his personal journey, finding himself in Christ, in the person, in how God has changed his life, and that's reflecting. And then, of course, we are giving the Lutheran Church an opportunity to. So, and then they're also going to come with their own brass band. So, if you know Herman's Big Mission, if you know those deep organic songs that are sung in Germany with those big pipe organ, you're going to feel something like that, you know, that kind of organic symphony. And then we have an up-and-coming choir, Sondia Voices, from Tshwane University of Technology, because we always like to groom people. You know. And then, just as something to put a cherry on top, we've arranged for the brass band to serenade, you know, so that Easter also has got two components. It's got the sad part, that is the death of Christ, but we've got the resurrection. It doesn't. Death is not the victor here. So we'll also have a jubilant moment at the event. Yes. I know.
4th April, Rustenburg Service Center. Resurrection.
Yes.
Free admission, eh?
Yeah, free admission.
Free admission. Let them lot.
Yeah.
Go and enjoy your lunch.
I know, thanks.
Thank you.
Sure, my brother. Good. Hello, how's it? I know, good.
Like Kyle, Tom, and James.
Hey, how's things?
Non so più cosa sono, cosa faccio, per di fuoco il sole non le ghiaccio, ogni donna un giorno di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitare, ogni donna mi fa palpitare, ogni donna mi fa palpitare. Solo mi dà morte del letto, e si dorma mi salta al petto, e io parlare mi sfocio d'amore, un desio, giorno speak un desio, giorno sospirar. Non sapevo cosa sono, cosa faccio, or di fuoco il sole non le ghiaccio, ogni donna nel giorno di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar, ogni donna mi fa palpitar. Parlo d'amor veriano, parlo d'amor sognano, alla colore mondi, ai fiori neve fondi, alle colore verdi. Che sognevogna genti,
quarter of the program. Igama lami ndinguzimasa, ndingwakwaSixhaso, and I'm better known as Uzim6. I'm a choral fanatic. What does that mean? We'll find out as the day progresses. During the first part of the panel, transition, rethinking of music, rights, royalties, and recognition, it was discussed at length, but I don't think the length was long. I think it was just 100 meters, Siceli marathon. Boma comrades, so, ibendenyana. Choral is suffocating. Hey, Nandiacha. Choral is suffocating, and I'm burning. Before we can even welcome the next panel, I think we need to have people that knows what we're talking about. And we're gonna have two speakers. I'm not sure so whether you need to have question and answers for them. It's a presentation, basbal sale. No, Mamwangi, bayasibalisela sizayibona uba masiyenze njani. We'll have Usis Indaba from Samro. She will give us information on archives, and also we are having Usis Jacqueline Wilson from SABC Archives. Dan can I very TV in Bonash? It's a pity we archives akazanga nayo ivideo enkhoyo. Nizoyazi ba why I'm saying I'm a choral fanatic. Let's welcome Sis Nandi Mokhotyana.
Olwen, Ninjani. I'm all right as well. As you heard, my name is Nandi Pa Mkhotyana. I'm not a doctor yet, guys. I will be a doctor sometime, but for now, I'm not Dr. Nandi Pa, I'm just Nandi Pa. I work at SAMRO as the CSI and Special Projects Coordinator. I'm also responsible for the archives at SAMRO. And I'm actually very excited to be here because you guys are my constituents. You are the people that I need to talk to. You know, just to give you a brief background, the SAMRO Music Archive was started about 1975. And at that time, they were only accepting music scores from what they called serious music. And then as time went by, Abo Babu Vilagazi were the first black composers to have their music registered and kept at our musical archive. And it has grown from there. And archives at SAMRO, we actually have over 100,000 music scores that are housed at our physical archives. And our archives has other resources besides the physical archive. So the physical archive is where we have, like Uputi, he writes scores and then he sends them at SAMRO, and then we number them and we keep them in the zippers, where if there is anyone who would like to have a physical score of his work, they can come to us and then we can help them if we have those scores. So that's the physical archive. And sadly, most of the scores that are there now are scores that have been submitted before 2004. Recently, most composers, they don't submit their scores. So they can either send them digitally, because we have another resource as SAMRO, which is called the SAMRO Music Scores. This is where we are able to receive music scores from composers that we can put on a digital platform that can be accessed internationally. I'll tell you now, as a person who deals with the archives, we have a lot of interest internationally for South African choral music. I swear to you guys, there is a lot of interest for South African choral music, international, not just South Africa. But my challenge is I don't have scores. And it's a huge challenge because a person who is, let's say, a professor in some university in the States, they would love to have a catalog of South African music composer scores, but I can't provide that because our composers, they don't notify their works, they don't register their works with SAMRO. So as a result, we don't have a catalog. So one of the main things I was saying, I'm excited that I'm here today, is to encourage you guys. If you are a composer, you write music, you can either send your scores digitally, and then we will create a profile for you under the SAMRO Music Scores, where it will have your information as a composer, your accolades if you have any, and your scores. Karabo talked about a library. I know composers, they don't compose one song. You compose many, many songs. You can create a profile that will have a library of your music that any person, recently I sold a score of Uput Kwapeng Mokale Nyamazine. It was bought in Netherlands. They want to perform his music. They asked me, do you have any other scores of his? I said, yes, I do, because why he sent us his scores and they are available digitally. Another person who makes, who sells a lot of scores in our music archive is Prof. Kumalo. His music is asked everywhere, from everywhere in the world. And I don't want to be long. Is anyone timing me? And I also wanted to emphasize the fact that it's important for our composers to register their work, because your music, guys, is played, because I know thank God Lerato is not here. I'm part of one of the groups that share music on WhatsApp. I'm glad she's not here. I'm part of those groups, and well, they share music scores for a competition, right? And that process, if I had access to those music scores, those composers would be able to monetize their music because it is registered. If it's performed at Rhoderport Theatre, and Rhoderport Theatre is licensed, then they will send us a list that, okay, we performed this song and this song by this composer. You send it to SAMRO. SAMRO will be able to collect royalties through the blanket license that Karabo was talking about, so that it can be shared with the composers, with the people who are creating the music, right? So 2 years ago, I attended a conference in Stellenbosch, the International Association of Music Literacy. There you would find Europe is very organized when it comes to choral music, guys, and we can take a leaf from there. You know, those people, they have catalogs upon catalogs where you are able to search for any composer from there, and you find their music in different catalogs. And I went there and I wanted to explore if the possibility of us having that platform to promote our composers in South Africa. Obviously, I can't just jump onto it without having found out the legal implications of doing that. But it is one of the things I'm very passionate about. I would love to have some raw catalog in those platforms, because it means that it opens up our composers to different audiences that will be able to purchase, because this, when somebody is asking for a score from me, we have a score pricing tool that we use to say, okay, how many bars does this song have, and how many lines, is it the SATB or is it a quartet? We count all of those things, and then the calculator will tell us how much the score is worth, right? And also, as a composer, you can tell me to say, for my score, I want to receive 500 rand or 1,000 rand or whatever. Then that's what I will put in your profile on the SAMRO scores, where people can be able to access your music, right? And I think another thing that I would like to close with is that I think one of the speakers earlier on touched on it. There is a quote that says, if it's written, it's remembered. If it's not written, it's going to be forgotten. So it's important for you, composers, to write your music. Not only write, take that step now to say, I want to monetize my music. Register it. When you register it, you open yourself up to many other opportunities, because there is festival that contact us to say, can you give us a Upuput Kaiser? Now I'm Kaiser. He would contact me and say, give us a list of South African composers. As Funabo Verdi, no Bedful Vents, Funa South African composers. And my list will be like this, because my people, please send your scores and register them with us. I think that's about it. Oh yes, you can reach me. I didn't give you my, my email address is nandipa.mnyani. I recently changed my surname. My nandipa.mnyani@samro.org.za, or you can send an email to csi@samro.org.za. It will come to me. And afterwards, you can come to me and get my contacts as well. Thank you very much.
Sis Nandi, you are saying you must go digital. We are scared. In case you take it to GPT chat and turn it in, and then we are plagiarizing. That's why we're not doing it. And also the pricing, any format, because the format, we want to check our problems. If my problems are worth 10,000, then my score is 10,000. So I think you just brought something. Now we're gonna start repeating the bars so that it can be more money for us. All right, without wasting any other more time, let us now welcome Mrs. Jacqueline Wilson.
Dude, I hope you guys are all well. I'm a little bit of an introvert, a typical librarian. My name is Jacqueline Wilson, and I am from the SABC Music Library, and I am the librarian there. Basically, what I do at the library is very similar to what Sis Nandipa does. We are there to preserve the scores that you as composers submit to the library. I started this project basically 2 years ago, where I got very sad that whenever I got contacted for African works or South African compositions, I unfortunately, I can be actually honest to tell you how much I have, because we are currently going digital. We have 20, and that's it. We only have 20 records of African composers who've ever submitted their music to the SABC library. And when I found out now, when I tried to understand, but what has been the delay, what has been the cause of it, I've been told that people are scared that the SABC will take the money for themselves and not give it to the people. And that's the reason why I went to Lesedi FM at the time, and this is how Ms. Tuso got hold of me, to try and make people understand this is a preservation method. Because unfortunately, the day that you die, auntie walks into that house, and auntie's like, what papers are these? Throw out, this is nothing. Not realizing that they're throwing out your wealth, they're throwing out your knowledge, they're throwing out a legacy that you've been working so hard for. And this is basically why we are there. At this stage, we do not charge things, especially African work. As the SABC does not charge the African work that's being submitted. The process currently is that any work that has been submitted, you complete the form, you put all of your contact details. We don't have a pricing structure for you there. But the minute somebody reaches out to me and they say, I'm looking for something from Ntate Legai, I can automatically connect them to Ntate Legai, and he gives them the pricing. I'm not there, I'm just a middleman to get your work out there and for people to reach your work at least. So yeah, the music library is still existing and it's going strong. People forget about me because my office is a little bit there in the dungeon, which I like, and that's why I say I'm so shy. Because nobody sees me, but please, you are more than welcome. I love visitors, that's the funny part, because then I know that is my comfort zone. I love visitors, please do come visit me at the library. I am in Auckland Park. Anytime you're around, just come back, come at reception, just tell me you're for Jacqueline Wilson. I will talk off your ears. So you can reach me at wilsonj@sabc.co.za or 011 714 2477. And that's about it.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. You reminded us of our days when we were watching about JML. 011 714. Noto, Noto. Yaveli AGN. Yaveli AGN. All right. Now, in this part of the program, we are now gonna go back to the panels. The panel that is gonna start now is gonna be talking beyond score, leadership, and governance in choral organization. You know, if we're listening to what has been said, some of the questions were indicating that there is a leadership gap within, whereby if you're a conductor, automatically you can decide on a uniform. You can decide on what should be eaten and everything. So now we are bringing a now I meant food. And now we're gonna have Musi Murekure as a moderator. He is joined by Muzi Kanye and also advocate Ntisetso Mukiti Makafula. Let's welcome them. Hey, this is interesting. Before the presentation, there's already a question. Oh, okay. You can go ahead as they are settling down.
Verbal. And by the time we leave here, we would have forgotten how to get hold of you, how to access the archives. You know what I'm saying? Please share with the organizers the actual process, even if it's just a one pager or one slide, so that when we get home, we can look and start engaging you. Because, in fact, even from Sambo, they've got a lot of technical processes and red tapes and everything that they shared with us was just verbal. Yeah, no, you see, then you must do this, you must do this. And by the time I'm listening here, I'm thinking, hey, I want to get processed. So it would have been nice for them to at least given us a high level to say, from here, there. You know, just visual, so that our minds can comprehend. So it's really for us to be given. So please, ma'am, if you can just do one slider, and also from the ladies from SABC, just one slider to show us how we do this thing, so that the ladies have got our context, they can just lay down.
Progressive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Legai Wacholo. Good, thank you. Ntate Matlala, you are recognized for calling me young man, as usual. Bacholo, I maybe firstly would like to start being thankful, or rather appreciating the opportunity that we are given. This is a great platform. Honestly, it's the beginning of something great for industry. And I call it an industry on purpose. And I'm gonna get to the reason why I'm using the word industry. But this is a great platform for us to start having these conversations, because everything in the world, everything starts with a conversation. You know, something as big and complicated as a car started with people saying, Mara, let's create a car. And that's how it starts. And after the conversation follows the implementation. So when I got this invite, I became very interested in it, because over the past few years, I've been battling with this idea of how we operationalize our culture, of how we contribute. Maybe the question, I should put it clearly, as how do we as a sector contribute to other spaces that are not of our own? So meaning, how do we as a sector or a fraternity or an industry even go and contribute in other spaces that were not designed for artistic practices or for cultural practices? And this Indaba came at the very right time, where I'm actually writing a report on a similar idea of how do we operationalize. Now, before I give my colleagues here, panel members, I want to give you prompts. I want us to give ourselves prompts. A lot of the things that we are going to speak to today, or rather the problems that we are raising, we are most probably not going to find answers today. However, it is important to start thinking about these things and start doing something about them. So, two things. Is it two? So I spoke about operationalize, and now I want to talk about industry versus fraternity. What is a fraternity? What is an industry? Who are we? Where are we? A fraternity is a society that comes together. It could be a society of men, of brothers, of a community with a common interest. But an industry is a group of productive companies or ideas that come together. The sole purpose is economic development. Now, where do we position ourselves? If we are going to be giving ourselves the key performance indicators, KPIs, arbitrary measure as a sector, where are we? Do we, yeah, man, because I've noticed that over the past few years, remeasure akantwe one, and I'm not, please don't hear me wrong, but how we measure ourselves is we won a competition and that's it. But is that all we are? Are we just competitors and that's it? What is our role in community? Right, beautiful panel of mine. We are going to talk about structures beyond the score, beyond the performance. We are talking about how we form structures, structures that are going to govern us. Do we become companies? Do we become NGOs? Do we become, but how do we form structures and how do we comply to different ideas, the CSI, the CSR? We will unpack that. Let me give over to panel members. Advocate, to introduce yourself, and Brajo. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Nsiezo Mokiti. Yeah. Oh, is it? As I was saying, my name is Nsiezo Mokiti Mahofola. I am an employee of SAMPRA, an employee of most of the people here, I'm hoping. SAMPRA can I take the opportunity to say who Sampra is, because my other sister organizations were introduced. I don't know if it was deliberate or it was to give me an opportunity not to outshine them. They're not here, so I can say whatever I want about them. So Sampra is, its full name is South African Music Performance Rights Association. It's an association of record companies and recording artists. Record companies and let me not say performers, recording artists, they participate in SAMPRA on an equal basis. When we're talking about governance, we're talking about the board. We've got two chambers. We've got the performance chamber and we've got the copyright owner chamber. On our board, we've got 14 members, 6 coming nominated by the performers or performer chamber, and 6 by the record company chamber. So there is equal footing. So SAMPRA, we represent people that produce music, which is the record company. When you go into studio and record the music, we represent that. So we represent only recorded music. We represent the performances that are embodied in a recorded song. So if it's live, pure live, we don't come into the party, but we can advise, I hope. But we don't collect money where it's pure live. And I'm always saying, maybe now it's 3, because I had not thought about choral. I'm always saying the only people that I know can have a whole concert without recorded music are maybe jazz, if it's just pure jazz, is if it's just orchestra fully, and now I think choral falls into that category as well. So it could be that you're robbing yourself of an opportunity if we do a concert and we don't in between have fillers of our recorded songs. Don't go and play amapiano in a concert, because it means unless amapiano gets infused into the ecosystem. If it is, we're collaborating with amapiano artists by all means, because in us promoting them, they will promote our music, consequentially. But if it's choral music as I know it, of a concert, and I come in saying, for 5 cents, I want this song, and in the fillers, we are playing anything other than that which is going to promote us, I think we are robbing ourselves. Sorry, let me go back to who I am. So SAMPRA, we collect from anybody that plays music, what we call public performance of music, or communication to the public, which is what broadcasters will do. So you collect money from SABC, we collect money from all the commercial radio stations. Where your music, I was going to say, guys, where your music is mostly played, I want to believe, which is community radio stations where we've got a concert, music is being played, and it gets recorded by the radio station itself, and then it repeats and it repeats and it repeats. We are not getting money from community radio stations. It's a big rob, because they play a lot of community-based music, whether it's choral or a young person from the community coming to the studio, recording a song or doing whatever, but they don't get anything because we don't collect, they are not licensing. Then we then license venues, restaurants, taverns, if they pay. I said restaurants, retail stores, any place where recorded music is being used, we play. And let me just brag, I was in Cape Town, I just landed this morning. So I attended the 2 jazz festivals, not because I was listening, it was for me to chase the money. I came back, have licensed the 2 venues, or the 2 concerts, the jury's still out, over 100,000. But would a choral concert generate for you after you have recorded money? Would people go there? there was a discussion around interest. What interests are we? We've got almost outside concepts coming to South Africa. And I was asking these guys, how do you have a jazz festival on the same day, same weekend, when another jazz festival is happening? Same locality almost. I got an answer, but I'm not going to share the answer. But both venues were full to capacity. So we go out and license venues, collect money, and pay the money. And I want to put it on record, we do pay royalties, provided, as Karabo said, you have notified your song, you have done your due diligence, which is what we are going to talk about the people that you are participating with. You go and record a song with people that you don't know. They will not, when they notify us, they won't say who they were recording with. And suddenly they take 100% of the money and you don't know anything about it. So you need to also do your due diligence about the people that you're participating with. So we do pay. We also have a problem of monies that we are holding that we can't distribute because we don't have your information. And it's sitting there. I don't know the numbers. I don't work. I just collect the money. Somebody distributes, but we do distribute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. When the ladies contacted me, I was so scared. And it's because I know the choral fraternity. We stand for the negative part of what is going on. When there's something negative, that's when you see us. So I was scared because of that, but I was happy because I've never shared what I'm going to share today with anyone. But as a legal person, I believe that the choral fraternity does not have a local standing to even begin to deal with this. We're not ready. We're not ready, and it's not because we don't have music. We have the product that is needed by Sambro. We have the product that is needed by our brother there. For the product for you, Sambra, is 70 years old, the product here. I mean, I'm not even 60, but I've done at least 45 years of music. So I'm saying that there is a product out there, but where is it? It could be. I mean, if the person from archives can come here and tell us, good, there's only 20 records of people that have, I'm sure good, even the conductor that wrote the best song about Uma Mark is not even there. I'm talking about things of today. So, two things that I want to share. Firstly, the choral fraternity does not exist. Kunamakwaya. Yeah. So what happened? What happened when the structures died after SACMA? When they died, choirs kept the fire burning. And All Mutual came to assist us with money. And they never received a cent from us. There is no return on investment in the choral space. And it's because of what? All the things that have been shared this morning. There's not even a percentage of what we can do tomorrow here. Okay. So 25 years back when I was singing for Harden Choristers and I said, let's go and register as an NPO. We are great. But we've never received a cent for being registered. Because we never thought what registering means registering and splitting We never thought of that. We thought we're going to be ready for sponsorships. So I'm going to repeat again. The fraternity does not exist. The people like the Buang and Tirumpane, they come and waste their money in us. They don't even get a cent. They don't get money. These gentlemen, they don't get money from choral fraternity because even choirs, we spend 100,000 to prepare for a competition and we go and win 20,000. No, we've done it for years. And it's because of one thing. I never wanted to go into PMAS because I've seen people with PMAS not doing money. So I did law, but I love music. I love music. I spend more time in choral space more than in the legal fraternity because there's life here. But the problem is that we're not organized. I mean, even Buang, when he came with a brilliant concert followed by Trumpane, they found us in tatters. I think Olmuchuan tried for 20 years and they decided because we are not organized. So Trumpane and Buang are going to be discouraged in the next 5 years. I'm giving them 5 years. And are going to be discouraged by us. But I'm requesting that we should do something. From Indaba, I'm requesting that we register this as the first Indaba. Because once you call it Indaba, it's going to end after today. But if you call it the first, we're going to wait for the second. That's number one. But I'm requesting that you do what we call I'm requesting that you do what we call a resource center. Because I'm telling you, if people get information, Donald, as individuals, we're going to do what the choral fraternity has done for years. I get a funding somewhere in the corner, and I open my competition, and I give people some 100,000, and I leave. And I'm a choir, stay without anything. So we're going to create a resource center, because resource centers are for free. To say people can work, to say people can log in and find information of how to move from being a fraternity to being a business. A resource center. A resource center is important. But lastly, before I dwell much in what we're going to discuss, let's organize ourselves in terms of association. Niyayazi lamachita lanka atubulana kakhulu lanka wamatics. They are not regulated, but they are organized. If they decide to close Ifruwe, iyavaleka. Because some Zulu guy came and said, siyavala kusasa. That is what I call organization. We must organize ourselves as a fraternity. Sithi masambile sisamro sovala, sivale isamro. Yazi ukuthi bafikile labantu be-choral, but now I'm telling you, we are so not organized. What we do, Tiro comes and do something good for us. We wait for Tiro to fail and we take him to the world. That's what we do. I mean, all mutual left us because we started talking about how bad they are. And as individuals, we didn't speak as a fraternity. I didn't agree with what people were saying about this sponsor, but I was affected. So, resource center, this is the first Indaba. I mean, today, Bangtele so many things, but Minaje, no ukuthi you must be registered and split. Split. Number two, I'm requesting that we have something that is called a pyramid of structures. So when is the Choral Indaba, we're going to call you our national office. Because once we are ibiza ngokuthi Gauteng le nto yakho aseyifile ngaqala. It must be a national body. A national body that is going to go and listen to everybody that has got a view to rebuild this fraternity. In a pyramid, you are going to stand up and you're going to be called a national Indaba, Choral Music Association. Below you, we're going to call you people that are going to call themselves the provincial association. Below them, there's going to be a regional association. Let me tell you what has happened in closing. This was just an introduction. What has happened is that Buang and Tiro came and spoke to choirs directly. And I'm saying, if you've got a regional body, the regional body will own the choirs. And because they own the choirs will affiliate to them only. They will then have a resource center in order to plow back what's needs to be done there. And splitting is going to be simple because the regional is going to say, we've got 5 choirs coming from Ekurhuleni under Johannesburg Provincial. Those 5 choirs have got 30 members each and they are all affiliated. Splitting happens. But manje, namhlanje choir were 25, makufika competition just before Tirasbiz, we are 70. And as soon as we have lost, we go back to 25. So splitting is not going to happen until there is a regional organization that is going to know who is a member of which choir and why do we call you a member. Those guys are going to affiliate to the provincial body. The provincial body does not own a choir. It owns Tiro with the money and it owns the relationship that they have with the regional body. They just come and say, come here. And if you want to go to national, come here, Carl. And they sift out the bad choirs and they take good choirs to go and win. But let me tell you, one choir will go to national. There were only 11 choirs plus the 3 from Zimbabwe and Lesotho and Swaziland. There's only going to 11 choirs from the standard section and 11 choirs from, but we have 250 choirs in the fraternity. What about them? That's when the regional body take care of those choirs that will never. I mean, I know choirs that are only there to make sure that the provincial competition does have 6 choirs, the winner and the rest of us. Okay, so just to make sure that we don't forget, we call it the first, number 1. Number 2, we create a resource center. This information is too big for us. Thina sazi ukuthi after ubuye emsebenzini ukhumula ijacket yakho uhambe ekwayini ukushaya umoya ubuye ulale. This thing of registering is too big for us. So I can take that to a choir that is registered. Matlopa is gone. To a choir like Sinestra and ask them 2 questions. What does it mean to be registered? They will say, we've got an NPO. And that's just the beginning of the journey. Most choirs are NPOs. And there's nothing, because even the Lottery Council does not even recognize us. nalama NPO wethu. You know why? Because legally we've got no legal standing to even approach the National Lottery Council because asina masas document. So if those things can happen, I'm giving you a year. If you're not going to establish those things, we're going to be here in 5 years talking about how do we re-establish again. And it will be a waste of time. My name is Joe Kanye. I'm a legal person, but I love choral music.
Hey, such introductions. Yeah, now I'm all over the place. I need to narrow it down. I'm all over the place. But quite important points that are raised here. And my thinking when I explained what I understand about an industry and a fraternity is that if we want to operationalize ourselves and if we want to see monetization, we need to start treating ourselves as a business. And as an industry that's going to partner with other industries. And I mean partner. I don't mean being financially dependent on others. Unfortunately, as it stands in the choral fraternity, we are dependent on sponsorship and grant and so on. But how can we move away from that? That's the first question I want us to try and speak to. We move away from dependency, but we become a necessity. We become an industry that is needed by BMW. They must call, they must look around and say, we need a choir. Now, how do we respond to that? And I'm also talking with regards to compliance. Now, two things I want us to look at. You spoke about structures, you spoke about registering. I mean, from the pyramid that you spoke about, from the points you raised, advocate, I think we are all now clear that registering and becoming a formalized structure is very important. But you've registered, you are a formal structure, then what? And when I did a bit of research, I spoke to somebody in soccer, and they said to me, soccer does not make money from door takings, what do we call them, ticket sales. They don't make money from ticket sales. Ticket sales, yeah, well, yeah. And the only time they really ever sell tickets is when Chiefs, Pirates, and why did I start with Chiefs? When Pirates, Chiefs, and Sundowns are playing. Order of importance, Pirates, any of the two. So the only other time they really get to sell tickets is when you have those big, we call them big brands, playing. Now, I ask him, okay, now how does soccer make money? So they've modeled their business to say companies that are looking for eyeballs on our brand, companies that are dependent on marketing, let us bring them here. Let us make them need us. Let them come and partner so that they pump in the money, we do the work. But what is the work we are doing? We are a marketing tool. I'll make an example. We all know Heineken. We all know Heineken. Rebonigai. Thank you. We see it go UF. We see Black Label, Kokai, Pirates and Chiefs. So how do we start becoming that industry that's going to be needed by other spaces that are not of artistic practices? That's number one. Kibulitska CSI, ne? right? Or should we stop ka? Re tla ya ko CSR just now. Advocate and then Brajo.
My mandate is to talk about individuals, and individuals when they have sort of associated themselves into an entity. When they have associated themselves into an entity. But let me talk about soccer because I happen to have been there for about 3 years at PSL. So you've got 36 clubs, but how many clubs are making money? It's not all the 32. It's not all the 32. But what have they done? They have amassed their intellectual property and created a vehicle. Whether it's PSL is not, it's not even associated. It's an association, it is not registered anyway. But they've been able to take the rights of the 32 clubs, plus the, I don't know how many people who are soccer players, and said we are going to market this as one product. In order for you to participate, you have to follow certain rules created by the association. If you want to access, you want to sponsor a team, there's certain criteria you need to meet in order for you to be able to be a sponsor within PSL. So I think exactly that, how do we associate ourselves such that even though we are separate, there's a Chiefs, but there's also a Swallows, if it's still there. There's a Swallows. We can all benefit from the collective, even though sometimes we won't necessarily participate equally. And also when you've got one dominant choir that always wins at the competition, how do we use that like you do with the derby, or you use wherever there's those big games? People will follow, even though they're playing there at Tembisa, they will follow. How do we make sure that when we use that positioning to make sure that everybody else benefits, not only that one choir? So I talk here from experience, not necessarily from a choral, because I understand from where I sit that individuals need to be knowledgeable. They need to educate themselves, because this is the danger of doing the structure without everybody here understanding their product, understanding monetization, understanding split sheet is. There will be you. In a year's time, they will be swearing at you because they will be saying you are eating their money. So they need to understand how money gets to be made, how money gets to be managed, how money gets to flow in and flow out, so that they strengthen the association. If we have got not weak, but we don't know, we'll project our lack of knowledge into the structures that we're going to create. So for me, it's important, and I've said to my colleague there that I'm happy to come back now as to do a master class on copyright, on how you monetize your copyright, etc. Because I think if we have strong, educated, knowledgeable members of the fraternity or the association, we're going to have very strong associations.
Brajo, before you come in, so I'm hearing structure. Everything is about structure. Are we thinking about structures? Are we thinking about how we are going to become companies or structures, or I don't know what to call it, but structure is very important. That's number one. And second thing I'm hearing is the issue of silos. Yes, we are different choirs, but we are working too much in silos. How do we bridge that gap? How do we start coming together and understanding that yes, we can compete. Koti rompani rafopana umongaba number 1 and the other one is number 5. It's okay. However, can that not make us, yeah, that's fine. Can that actually bring us together into understanding that the more we are united, we are building an industry instead of us being separated and working in silos? Prajo, come in, sir.
So, in Choral, a silo has been entrenched because we must be called a celebrity choir. Yeah. We must be called a celebrity choir, not a contributor to the structure. So, advocate, choirs will approach you as individuals and they will enjoy as individuals. Currently, that is how we are structured. We are individual choirs, but we do not split. When there's 100,000 that comes today, 2 or 3 people benefit. And the rest of us, we come again, Shem, with new shoes. And we contribute towards that 100,000, and there's no splitting. So individual, we are your clients. But our fraternity is not going to benefit from that. So let me tell you how the structures are going to be created so that we are organized. Indaba, the first Indaba Choral Music Association is going to call all the choirs in Gauteng, put them in a hall, and request them to organize themselves into regional bodies. It would take us 2 hours. We don't have to even have money for catering. You request them, each choir must send 5 committee members to the hall. When they get there, they create a regional body and they choose 2 people to create a provincial body. We are established. But I want to tell you that the national body should not be elected. The national body should exist. Because when the national body exists, it will regulate constitutionality. It will regulate legality of our existence. It will regulate rules. The Rumpane cannot come with rules when he's got money. He must come with money. The rules will be there. But the Rumpane today comes with both. So he comes, give us money, and he checks himself, good, am I doing correct? You see, but when there's an association, the Rumpane will come give the money, the association must go to Rumpane and give a report. How and was the money used? And Turumbane gets a report and he says, I think I want to come again next year. There's checks and balances. Currently we do not have. So one day, a Gauteng association will be established. From 9 to 12, and then we go home. And then you go to Western Cape and you try to combine ACMA and another association. Good luck. And then you go to Cape Town. And you go to Cape Town, you do the same. As soon as those regional and provincial are established, and then you call a national Indaba. To tell them, good, we're going to have a resource center. In that resource center, somebody is going to come and give teachings on how to establish yourself as an organization. And choirs are going to drift away slowly from being choralist to being business people. But I'm telling you, as individuals, we are happy to win that 20,000 and wait for another 20,000 next year. But there's 1 or 2 choirs, Espakapi, abavulile already. they've already opened and they are doing works and are doing concert and busy, ne? And Tina Somela, the competition shame is going to come and you're going to lose it. And you're going to close in June after losing and open again next year. That thing of being organized in structures was going to stop that. Because people will know what we're not going to require for competitions only, but competitions come and we do them and we go back to us being organized musicians that can approach businesses. For example, when a business knows that the music is going to make them be united, they are going to come to the regional association and say that we've got a team building next week. Can you bring us singers to come and do the job for us? But they will never do it now because we are just haphazard. But as soon as they know what it is, an association called Indaba, that association has got 350 choirs, then people will start taking us serious. But manje, they know what there's 10 choirs in Gauteng, and there's this one choir to talk to because here we know the choir. But as soon as they know us to be in association established and having affiliated members, when you appear on TV, you're going to say, I'm organizing and I'm followed by 250 choirs in South Africa. I've not touched on Swaziland yet. Imagine what they say about the organization. It attracts business. Business people don't like to go lapungana anything connects, and especially when they can't justify return on investment. Nizothola like what you minding a return on investment. They love music. They love music. That's why they will come back next year and give us one. But big choirs, big organizations, they will love to come to an association that is saying, we've got 250 registered choirs. And we're meeting them on an annual basis during our Provincial Music Association in Indaba. That is what we call evidence of what they're doing. But currently, a music country, we're not ready to go to the organizations. We're not ready. We're not ready to come to you. We need to organize ourselves first. Thank you so much.
We need to be ready. Kutlule, I think I was listening Kutlule from the floor. Tate Matlala keeps on going numbers. And just food for thought. When somebody go Diageo says, I want an event that's going to be seen by 1 million people. You are one choir. And this can be 1 million people split into how many on the seats at the actual event and how many are watching online and so on. Now, I have one choir and I have a membership of 60, right? I say to each member, please sell these 4 tickets. How many seats have I filled? How many seats have I filled? 240. Right. Now, the sponsor says, I've got money. I have the money. But I want my event to be seen by so many people. Yeah. But you alone, you cannot raise those numbers. Now, I want to call us choral companies. We are registered. We are 5 registered choral companies. And we all have that model to say, okay, let's all take our 60 members and each member must go sell 4 tickets. And they must come to the event. Now we've reached our million. We've got the numbers. So this is the importance of now us saying, instead of trying to work alone and not get that 1 million, why don't we work together, get the 1 million and split it and each get 100,000 and we start running a business from there. The next thing that I want us to quickly speak to before we open for questions. We spoke of NPOs and NGOs. The role of NPOs and NGOs in society. I'll take one, for example. ECD, Early Childhood Development, is collecting a lot of money as we speak from corporate social responsibility departments. ShopRite is one of them. They have a huge budget. But what they want to know is, what are you doing in the community? What are you going to do? And I can make an example. We can become structures that will teach and develop and train arts development centers that are going to train musicians, that are going to train performers. I don't know, we structure it somehow. And when we take it to them, they want to see that, oh, this is the impact you are going to have in the community. In fact, this is our impact via you. But it speaks to compliance. It speaks to public benefit, PBO statuses. Do we have PBO statuses as choral music, as choirs? Can we have PBO statuses? That's number one. Number two, can we be tax compliant? Can we have those Section 18As so that whoever is bringing in their money can also get a tax benefit from SARS? So yeah, that's my question to any of you.
Yeah, I think to start talking about that, for an example, most choirs have got committees, and the committee is a conductor who's the only signatory a bank, who's buying uniform, who's buying food, and is one. So
structure.
So there's a problem there. But let me talk about choirs with structures, with a conductor sitting there as a professional who comes to do music, but it's got a committee. There's a struggle there. The conductor wants to come this side, and the committee wants to go there. They want to tell the conductor who's the best soloist. So there's a problem. So, but to answer you directly, I've been into choirs which were well established in terms of NPO, but we failed to submit something that is called an audited financial statement.
We don't report.
So the NPO was just for registration and just to put it to letterhead. It never brought what is supposed to bring in those choirs where I've been. Mainly because as soon as you put yourself in an official podium, then scrutiny starts. And in Indaba choral, we hate to be scrutinized. We hate to be scrutinized. So the resource center is going to say, for you to benefit from SAMRO, we need you to bring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring those things. But before you bring it to us, can you please go to regional association and register?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we take questions?
Okay, the first question, we're gonna have Dr. Matluko, SJ, and then I've got two. I'm told that I must give only 2 hands. There are other interesting topics. Don't worry. You're gonna match, because at least E-Way Forward is going the same direction. Let's have Dr. Matluko.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My name is Papi Mahluku, the one that everyone knows is Matsoko Mahluku from the City FM. I'm a tenor, singer. I'm a DJ doing the soul and R&B. I've learned a lot from whatever that was spoken before. But my point is not there. Brajo, I listened to you very attentively, and I want to be a journalist now. On behalf of my colleagues whom are listening at the moment, a simple question that the journalist will ask is that what must we protect from what we have said? What we must protect carrying forward, or what are we willing to change or leave behind in choral fraternity? Because we can see that we are here. I liked what the first panel was discussing, rethinking the future of the choral fraternity, of choral music. To be honest with you, I think it involves examining its challenges, opportunities, and potential transformation, which, when we look at other choirs or maybe associations, they are not even nearer to that. Now, a simple passerby is asking this question, or a journalist, what must we protect or to carry forward? And what are we willing to change or leave behind? You have spoken about Diro and Ntatebua Moloto. They are doing wonders. We appreciate that. But we, as the choral fraternity, what is it that we need to protect here? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I answer?
Yes, you can respond.
Okay, thank you.
Unless it's linked. But no, let's
Okay.
have.
So Dr. Mahluku, we've got a rich cultural thing, choral, called choral music. It's rich. You cannot go anywhere and not find it. Do you know the Lion King? They sing choral, but they sing it from heart. Okay, so we need to protect the richness of what we have. This thing, it cannot be done differently. We just need to go on stage and sing Tinabai. Okay, so what do we protect? We protect the future of the generation that is coming, post Gen Z. Huh?
Sure.
Gen Z, they're not going to take the baton from us because abasingende into ziyabhora. Okay, so Tina, that we are here and we still have an opportunity to turn it around. Let's organize ourselves, because what we need to change, to answer you directly, is silo mentality. We have done the silo mentality for years. We have done it. We are specialists in silo mentality. We are specialists. No, we are specialists. We even go to social media and tell them, good, others came with a bus from somewhere and we came with a luxury bus. That's how siloed we are. So if you can move from silo and agree that there is power in numbers and clap together, if we are together, we can be in a position to even reposition ourselves as it was discussed on the first panel. But I'm telling you, all the good things that they spoke about will never happen as long as we are a silo. As long as we are individuals, we're not going to get anywhere. We need to go into a situation where we can sit in a hall and we brothers in song first. So that when you go to the competition, we know what Senzanje, just to be called the best, but Sabuya Soba, the human beings that produce choral music. So silo mentality, we must change. What we need to do is to organize ourselves into a good association that can have numbers, real numbers. Manje sithi hayi amakhwaya maningi. I'm telling you, I was watching and there was a provincial competition when there were two choirs. Tina, two choirs? Never. So that shows to there's cracks in our fraternity. And those cracks are built by silos. So if we build together, we're going to be the force to be reckoned with. Thank you.
Everyone.
Melara.
Igama lami mna ndinguSiyabulela Alvin, but they know me as SJ. While I'm sitting here, I'm listening and I hear one word. Let's organize ourselves. Because the first question comes to my is that if there's someone here who is willing to invest 10 billion in choral music, uzoyinika bani? Hey. So I support the idea of organizer because if we are organized, so if maybe my city, for an example, maybe Volkswagen wants to invest maybe some cash. So we are going to contact maybe a body ethile, my city, for example, maybe South African Choral Music Association, yeah. So it's South African Choral Music. Bayakwazi ukunegotiate abathi thina we have 500 or 1 million members. And if we can push golf aid, maybe 100,000 of our members can use. So we are bayakwazi ke ngoku ubani uVolkswagen ukubona interest or investment bathi yintoni. Yeah, return from investment. So I like the idea. I don't regret coming here. Hey, I'm very happy.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes, please wrap up.
Okay. I see questions. What do we do? Okay. Advocate, 1 minute. Closing comments. Brajo, 1 minute. Brajo, 1 minute. 1 minute is 60 seconds.
No, thank you. And on behalf of SAMPRA, I would truly appreciate these opportunities because for us is to be part of the ecosystem, a vibrant ecosystem that is sustainable. And for as long as choral music is just doing live, it's not recording, they're outside, we are outside the ecosystem, and we would love to see ourselves being part of the full music ecosystem. As it is now, if only that which we are doing is concerts and we are not monetizing, we are leaving a lot of money on the table. And I'll leave the association to Ndade. Now I'm talking about how do we make ourselves part of a wider ecosystem and make money. Because there's a lot, like I just said it, how can two jazz concerts happen within a space of 60 kilometers of one another, and both of them are full, and I'm not going to disclose the numbers that they're expecting. And yet we've got numbers behind us, but we are not able to monetize. For me, it's illogical. So we need to do something, and I think other than just associating, if we can see dollar signs, everybody will associate.
Thank you. So in wrapping up my thought, Indaba, ngicela ukuthi nisenze le program ezothi we're starting in Northwest. We are organizing ourselves. That will be the first meeting of the 9 in South Africa. And I'm requesting you, khohlwane ngamasonto. They are organized labantu. Churches, very organized. They are very organized. Khohlwane ngesaske, it is very organized. Focus on us. We are in the wilderness. So, what is going to happen is that we need to unlearn the silo mentality. It took Israelites 40 years to be told ukuthi khohlwane nge-Egypt. So this silo mentality is the best mentality for us. So I wish you all the best in convincing successful choirs to come to be part of the association. But all I'm saying is that this is the first Indaba. When you come back, you must tell us, good, we have visited all the provinces, and now we've got organizations called choral music associations everywhere in the corner of this country, and they are working towards uniting this fraternity. Thank you so much.
Le nna ke a tswala bagaetsho. So, in closing, I'd like to say what I picked up from this conversation is that there's power in unity, in us coming together. Because if we bring the numbers together, then we can bring a lot of things together. Secondly, what I would challenge us to do as I call us an industry now, because I want us to move towards being an industry. The one thing that I would like to challenge us to go and do is let us go educate ourselves. And for a change, let's not, we always have workshops in this industry, but in our workshops, we are always dealing with the score. How about we start having workshops that are going beyond the score and are dealing with business structures and organizational structures? So I'm challenging us to go and invest in structural education. Let's teach ourselves what structures are so that after we have this information, we start implementing. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. I shame abantu be-choral. They hate scrutiny and yet they love competition. Very interesting iron of the year. The next panel, I think it will be riding on what we're talking about, because we're talking leadership and governance. And now, what are you leading if you don't have the funds? What are you leading if you don't have the funds? So the next panel is moderated by Tuso, and the panel members is Bandile Mngoma, S.J. Nicholson, and Gift Mdlalose. Let's welcome them. One of the things that have been indicated here is that choral music, we always did it because we loved it and we're not doing it for money. And now it has been emphasized that we must start thinking money around it without losing who we are. Over to you, Tuso.
Thank you, Zim. I'm trying to scan the room. Where's Ubandi? Oh, there he is. All right. Thank you very much. I think while we wait for Ubandile to come to the stage, of course, we're pressed for time. I'm going to just take the opportunity. I'm not going to introduce myself again, but I think I'll take the opportunity to just get the panelists that are on the stage to introduce themselves. And then once we've gone through the introductions, Ubandile has a very interesting presentation that he has prepared for us, and I think we'll all be very interested in it because obviously he speaks to historical data around sponsorships and funding, and then we will go into the rest of the discussion. All right, so I will hand over. We can start with yourself, SJ.
Thank you, Tuso, and thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Sarah Jane Nicholson, and I work with Tuso on a conference called Africa Rising Music Conference, and I'm also working as the managing director of a distribution company called Paradise Africa Distribution, and I'm also a mum. So thank you so much for having me today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You know, I asked too, so that are people not tired? So I think they are not. And I'm glad to see that the room is full of people. Because every time we think choral, we think there's less people. So for everyone for coming, I hope to see you again. I hope to see you again. Amen. Yeah, my name is Gift Mdlalose. Professionally, I'm a music technologist, so I'm a qualified music maker. But I happen to own an organization called the Music Business Academy, which is a music educational institution that is supported by some of the CMOs and one of the banks that Tuso works for. And I work as a talent manager. Recently just built some commercial spaces in Midrand where people come and make music. We do voiceovers, radio work and all that. So I'm within the space and hoping to engage with some of the people here. Thank you.
All right, and the third panelist running up to the stage. I think he's no stranger to the choral music fraternity. We all know this gentleman, but I think for the sake of those that don't know you, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ubandile Mngoma, looking after sponsorship and events at Old Mutual. And the choral space, I have to say, is in my blood, because even at home I've got choral people who live this day in and day out. So this whole day's conversation is kind of triggering, because that's what's happening at home, that's what happened at work, and now I'm bringing it over here. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I think there's some interesting conversations that we'll have. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, obviously, Bandile, I mean, you would know this, that, you know, funding is often, and you know, even the previous panel has just kind of touched on it a little bit, but it's often spoken about as the biggest challenge in the choral space, right? But we don't know where we are not doing it right, and you've got that historical data. So I'm gonna ask you to take us through your presentation, and then from there, we can then get the other two panelists to just come in and give their expert. And I want practical expert advice from them, because we want to know how to do it more than anything. We know we need to do it. We know we need to knock on doors, but we want to know how do we go about it and how do we position ourselves. But I think it's important that Bandile just takes us through his presentation first.
I will gladly do so. And knowing that there are some very interesting throwaways of Old Mutual in the room, I'm sure people would want some answers. You have to read between the lines. I'm just telling you why we left. Are we coming back or are we not coming back? You will have to read between the lines. But right now, we're going to be very technical. We're going to be very technical. Bear with me. I'm sure question and answers will have this. So, you've got to realize something, that music is South Africa's #1 pastime. It has surpassed sport. Music. It has surpassed sport. We can talk about Orlando Pirates, Kaizer Chiefs, all of them, and seeing the stadium full. But music is the #1 pastime. Where do you feature in that? 62 adults plan to attend a large-scale music event in 2025. That was last year. These are research numbers. Brand map, I'll share the references. So these are the things that throughout the day I could not hear. Where do you feature in the landscape of music? So many people who work in the music industry. There's plenty. I think there's about 2 camera people here. There's a technical desk. There's about 4 or 5 of them. There are ushers. There are all of these people. They're in this industry. And we don't surface that. So, in a nutshell, sponsorship is partnership, it's not charity. I get paid to look at proposals. I've got a sponsorship evaluation matrix I use. And if you do not use the language of the data, I'm not going to be able to assess your proposal. And since Old Mutual has left the choral space, I've possibly had received about 2 or 3 proposals. And none of them, apologies, I'm not going to mention you, none of them have got statistical backing. None of them. It's all about charity, because love of music, because of social cohesion. The Department of Arts and Culture can speak to that. So we're looking for shared value and strategy. Shared value, Old Mutual cells, unit trusts, education policy, funeral policy, risks, whether you've got a home loan or whether you've got a house, whether you've got a car. That's our business. So shared value. I sponsor you. How do I get all of those policies, products in your target audience? We speak to social legitimacy. The National Choir Festival for 45 years gave us a right to play. We need deep engagement. You are engaged here, even online. Those are the people, because what we sell needs conversation. We don't pick up something from the shelf and we sell it. So because you are an engaged audience, that's why Old Mutual was there. You listen, you conversate with people. So now I'm giving you a hint that the target market we're looking for. And modern sponsors prioritize social impact over logo. The first thing people say that your logo will be on the top left, top right. Old Mutual is over 108 years old. Yeah. It's not about the logo anymore. It's beyond the logo. There are new companies, maybe your discoveries of this world that are new. You can talk about logo placement, but not to us. And then, what do we look for? Clear objectives. What Claremont Community Choir's objectives are versus SA Singers, versus Gauteng Choristers, versus... the objectives cannot be the same, guys. Honestly speaking, you cannot say that you're taking the kids out from the streets to be safe. There has to be something deeper in meaning than that. You know, objectives are, we've got engaged audiences, Old Mutual, these people are working, they earn 10,000 rands per month, they are in the public space, they are in the government spaces, so therefore they've got the high potential of buying your products. Objectives, what are your objectives? Yes, is to have social cohesion. So I will just fly through some of these because they will come through from a conversation point of view, but these are the things that we look for. And brand safety. I think Joe threw in that we never gave Old Mutual money, and there were complaints. Over time, there was that erosion. I won't lie to you, it's true. You cannot say we sponsor, and then the next thing, the first thing, my principals go online, complaints. Prize money is too low. Haibo. But we are the biggest paying competition, you know. There was biasness of adjudication. So the complaints. So my principles, I'll be very frank with you, 15 million rand sponsorship per year. And the very first comments that we see when we Google, negative sentiment, negative sentiment, negative sentiment, negative. So when we do the brand tracker, as a marketer, brand tracker is about positivity or negativity. Why is it negative and yet we are sponsoring? Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, my principals are like, Bandile, somebody can do better with this 15 million rand. Let's reassess. It's one of the reasons. And when you talk about funding, within any corporate, there's a foundation as well. There's a group marketing, there's corporate affairs, there are various divisions. You can approach all of them or you can approach one. So earlier on, people did speak about grants. There's nothing wrong with grants, but what do grants do? They give you sustainability. What do corporate sponsorship do? Where I sit, I'm looking for scale, I'm looking for visibility, I'm looking for content, I'm looking for audience experiences, and I'm looking for amplification. That's what I'm looking for. But the amplification I'm getting is negative. The scale I'm getting is negative. The visibility I'm getting, yes, it's on radio, good enough, but there's nothing on television. And that was also an element of the product. Our songs were long, 7-minute, 8-minute. And if you ask people in music, a 3-minute song, good enough. Once you get into your 7, 8, 10 minutes on TV, nobody is going to play your song for 10 minutes on TV. So our product as well does not speak to the platform. You know, yes, our compositions are beautiful, are lovely, and all of that, but for consumption. My daughter, who grew up on this space, after a while, like, Dad, I can't listen to the same song the whole day, over and over again. So those are the things that we have to think of. National Choir Festival, you all know it very well. Is it coming back? I don't know. Honestly speaking, I do not know. But where I'm sitting right now, it's not in my plans for this year. It's not in my plans for next year. That I can confirm. And from a case study point of view, there's longevity in what sponsors do and the things that they look out for. So the R&B Mzansi Youth Choir, there's something that they were looking for in that youth choir. Yes, you're a choir of one, but you can give them multiplication. It's all about the content that they create. It's all about the scale. It's all about the visibility that they get. You know, so all these are the things that you must consider. Capitec, they wanted to use a voice that can be a jingle. You know, a voice that is known, that is out there. Capitec went out for a certain purpose. And if I were to ask you, how many companies are at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange who are into classical choral music? There's over 252 companies on the JSE. And approximately 20 of them, 30 of them, play in this space. But you're always harping on one. And then you've got gentlemen here who support you, who are not in the corporate space. So those are the things that you must ask yourself, what else can we do? You need to turn investment to impact. The current activities that are happening now, what impact are you offering them? Ask yourself that. Yes, they are giving you an opportunity to showcase your talent. What are you giving back? I think somebody made a bet that he's giving them a certain timeline. Please let not it be so. They should continue because there's nobody else out there waiting in the wings. I know that for a fact. The sponsorship world is very small. I know who's the sponsorship manager at MTN, at Vodacom, at Standard Bank. We know each other. We speak. We knew when Live Golf was coming here 2 years ago. We knew when the Global Citizen was coming 2 years ago. And we all bounced these things amongst each other. We knew when Andrea Bocelli was coming to the country 2-3 years ago. So please make sure that you give impact back. Measurement, 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 measurement. I won't dwell much into it, but Old Mutual is looking for somebody who's employable, somebody who wants an education policy, a unit trust, a risk product, and so forth, people that are deep in engagement. You need to measure that back and play it back. And then lastly, you need to position yourself for success. Use research. Most of you have association with universities. What is the impact of what you do? Put that in your proposal. What is the impact of what you do? And you put that in your proposal. And then somebody listens with a different lens because you've got impact, you've got legacy. You know, ROI, yes, the marketing ROI could be the easier part. Your TikTok, your Facebooks, all of those things, they are companies that we can measure that very quickly. But it's the deeper meaning that we want. And please, conductors, chairmen, singers, play your role. Don't be a one-stop shop. Governance was the biggest thing we experienced as an issue. This year, you are the fundraiser, you're on the forms, we pay the prize monies to your account. Next year, they've changed. We now have to pay somebody else the prize money. The prize money doesn't get to the rest of the choir, and we get involved as a sponsor. Oh, we haven't been paid. Why did you pay X, Y, and Z? Governance is important. Governance is important. Structure is important. So if we can do a word cloud about today, he wants to conversate. If we have to do a word cloud about today, we spoke about structure, we spoke about governance, we spoke about we need to bring ecosystem. Thank you. There's an ecosystem. And whilst you're looking at this, this is a proposal that came in that I was evaluating. This is my page, everyday page that I use. everyday page of all the proposals that I get. Strategic alignment, audience fit, geographical footprint, brand visibility, activation potential, media amplification, data access, partner sponsors, ROI potential, long-term impact. This is what I use every day of my life. And if you don't fit somewhere here and some is iffy, you see some of the scoring there. And some of it we might say, do we want to get into it, yes or no? So all in all, use the corporate language. Use the corporate language. And then the other parts, I will leave it later because I think there's quite a bit of questions that will come through. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Bandile. I actually feel like we can step off stage now. Just kidding. But I mean, that was quite insightful, Bandile. Thank you so much. And I think you've went into depth around, you know, Old Mutual and our relationship basically with Old Mutual. But I want to just pose a question to SJ. You know, you founded a conference of this nature that runs for 2 days in May. But it's a whole year of working on those 2 days. And, you know, you also don't have big funding behind you, but we're running into the 6th year now. You know what I'm saying? So you've managed to have it stand for 6 years without big funding. So I want you to just kind of talk to us about building those meaningful partnerships. And I suppose maybe speak to what the difference between a sponsor and a partner is, and why is it so important to actually distinguish between the two? Because I mean, also just to make us understand, we've got sponsors in our space, but we don't necessarily partner with them. We wait for the money to come and, you know, they don't necessarily get the return on that investment. So just make that distinguish for us between partnership, sponsorship, and why it's important to actually just separate the two.
Thanks, Tuso, and thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I also learned something from it. So, you know, partnership, sponsorship, it all starts with the relationship, right? And for us, from the very beginning, we've had partners on board since day one who are with us today. And I guess the longevity of that partnership, that relationship is based on, of course, the outcomes, but also based on having an understanding and a vision that both stakeholders believe in. And I think that at the essence is, sorry, my nanny, I just came back from Cape Town Jazz Festival, and my nanny unfortunately had a family emergency, so had to
Don't worry, we understand. We
yes,
understand. You're a
so
mommy.
thank you so much. So yeah, so for us, you know, partners are there as much as the ecosystem as we are there, you know, so we understand what their vision is to align with, you know, their stakeholders, what their deliverables are, and they understand ours. And so with our partners, we've grown, we've had courageous conversations, so each year we have structured reviews, and sometimes, you know, we haven't met some of our benchmarks in a year, but we've over-exceeded in other benchmarks. And we've been lucky enough to have partners that are open to having those conversations, open to they know that we are not part of an industry that has a structured funding set up like a lot of the rest of the world, and they've grown with us. And so, partners, when we talk about sponsorship, you know, I find a lot of people come to the table and say, oh, we need X amount of sponsorship. And, you know, I don't want to repeat sort of what we've already spoken about, but you have to unpack, firstly, you have to have a relationship with someone before you can ask for a sponsorship. Otherwise, it's quite arbitrary. Unless you've built something so strong that you already are demonstrating that reach, that ROI, you need to sit across the table if you can, or somehow get into the line sight of that person before you can say, oh, we need X amount. Because I find that quite sterile, and it's really shooting in the dark. Relationships, being in spaces like this to build relationships is where it starts. And then the word sponsorship, maybe later down the line, bring into the conversation. But as soon as people hear sponsorship, I feel it's almost a deterrent in the very beginning. Hope that was that.
100%, I hear you. So partnerships over sponsorships. That's what I'm hearing. But I want to just bring it through to gift now. And I just want to say, guys, this guy is also one of those people that cancelled his Cape Town trip, cut it short to be here. He's a director and founder of the Music Business Academy. And he also is someone whose organization thrives on partnerships. One of the most hardworking people I know. I want you to talk to us practically, Gift. I am a freelance opera singer. I've got this gift. I probably haven't been able to package myself yet. All I have is my voice for now. I am a choir. I haven't been able to package myself yet. All I have is 60 voices. What does that look like practically for us to actually get to a point where we are in the room speaking to a potential partner?
No, thanks, Tuso. It's crazy because the person that I gave my Cape Town ticket is also here. So it seems like the whole industry came back. No, man, I think everything about brand, partnerships, sponsorships and everything starts with, are you interesting enough to the other party? I think that's, if we want to make our presentation shorter, that's the line. Are you interesting enough? Am I interested in working with you? And what makes me want to work with you as a brand? And I think with choral music, it hasn't been made to be brand friendly. I think even for brands that have supported choral music, they've supported because maybe their CSI wants them to, not because it's something that they see the numbers or they see influence or commercial value in. And even if you look at, and what is happening with choral music, for me it's not unique, man. Maskandi is suffering from the same thing. Statami is suffering from the same thing. Mpakanga is the same thing. We're speaking to Nandi now from Sambro. Reggae is the same thing. If you look at all these genres and you look at the common factors that maybe influences where they are, it's the brand itself. Do we have one choral group in SA that you will actually book against Black Coffee? Do we have a choral group that you will book against whoever, any musician? So it's about the brand first, before anything else. Before you attract someone, before you expect someone to put in money in you, it's about the value. It's not about anything else. You can be 20 in the group. A brand will sponsor one musician against 20 people. You can be 40, you can be 60. Regardless of the number, the influence you have within the sector, is it worth the money?
Yeah, so can I just add to that? So, you know, whether you're 1 or 60, you need to define your positioning, right? So what does your brand look like? Who is your following? You know, I always say the people are your label when it comes to artists, you know. You need to have some sort of following of your own before you can expect someone else to invest in your project, right? So the way that the brand is presented online, the voice of the brand, whether it be one or you know, a group, that needs to be clearly defined. The positioning of that, and speaking to, you know, our points in the beginning with regards to who is the target market. You know, is it, you know, youth? Is it people over 60? Is it, you know, which genres are you looking at it when it comes to, you know, secondary target markets? You know, because people can listen to one genre, but they could also be inclined to step into other genres. So understanding primary target market, tertiary target market, so that when you are presenting to that brand, there's absolutely no question as to who you're speaking to. And that's so, so important if you are trying to attract brands and partners.
All right, Bandile, I want to pose this question to you now. Having the history and the experience with, you know, being a partner to choral music or a sponsor to choral music, what would a well-founded and sustainable choral music sector look like in South Africa for you to come back on board?
Yeah. I know, somebody sent you that question. can I tell you the honest truth? Everything that has been said from the morning till now, that's what needs to happen. The positioning, the brand, the target market, giving back, knowing who you are and what you stand for. And maybe let me premise this. There's nothing wrong with competitions. Dr. Nkosi, forgive me. There's nothing wrong with competitions. Nothing, absolutely. They are part of the ecosystem. But what is that pipeline? What sustains choral music in South Africa? Without a competition, which is a tent pole, you know, a competition comes and go. What sustains it? In soccer, there's a league. They play week in, week out. But there's an MTN competition. There's a Netbank. You know, so here is what sustains it. I grew up in an era where there were concerts, you know, Friday concerts, Martinez. Those words were classical words, Martinez. So to me, it's all about what is that constant reminder that you are in choral space. Soccer is every weekend. Choral music, when is it? You know, Sunday is when? Is it every Sunday, every second Sunday, every third? So that's what is going to give it to cricket. You go to any other activity, you know that there is a calendar thing that happens. You know, so for us, is that continuation? That's one. Secondly, is the governance. Governance is very important. You know, we were in Two Oceans, Comrades, and all of those sporting codes. I think there's something about governance and leadership in South Africa. 35 kilometers away yesterday, there was a sports Indaba in Birchwood. Same conversation. Governance was the biggest thing. Ubandile owns the club. It's my club. It's my money. It's my whatnot. It comes out on a paper. You know, it comes out on a paper. So it's all about the ecosystem. Yes, I've got a choir, but I work with X, Y, and Z. I've got students. I've got a community. I've got a church. There is not one true answer. And the third part is that about sponsorship, there is, unfortunately, subjectivity. I'll put it to you out there. There is subjectivity. What she just said, that you've got to know somebody. You are not going to know everybody, but you need to know the company's personality. Old Mutual has got a personality. Nando's has got a personality. Red Bull has got a personality. Rand Merchant Bank has got a personality. Does it have a choral classical music personality before you approach them? Maybe Shell Garage is interested, or even Alpha Cement. You know, so you need to know the person. You are dating somebody. You want somebody to go out with you on a date, to be your partner, and to get married later. That is sponsorship. What partner are you looking for? Do they have the same values as you? So that when you approach them, it's easy to talk classical music, choral music, and so forth. Because if you go to a Maheu producer, what does Maheu have to do with choral music? You might have to dig deep. Maybe the company, there is something about Maheu. Maybe it's about tradition. Maybe it's about our environment where we come from. So, hint, go look at those companies. Maybe Maheu is the company to save choral. I don't know. But you've got to know the person behind you are approaching. It's your girlfriend, it's your future wife, your future husband.
Yeah, I think just to add also on what Ubandile is saying, I think there's no genre that is ever sustainable by government funding or corporate clients or corporate brands or school-driven or NGOs or all that. There's no genre that is sustained by such. Genre sustains itself. And even though our panel is about brands and partnerships and all that, but you are able to break through without them. You are able to build a sustainable organization without sponsorship. SJ is running Africa Rising. It has ran for years with limited support or with less support. Does it mean she can't go for the 10th year without a certain bank funding? Not true. So what I'm saying is, I'm going to go back to maybe the genres that are mostly related to choral music, which is Maskandi. Maskandi is nowhere in such conversations. But I can tell you, because of the numbers they have, brands go after them. I see my brother here from Marisa. They were in KZN doing Spotify, Binga Nation, what. I don't think there's a Maskandi artist who came to them and say, please come educate us. Spotify saw the numbers, and you can't dispute it. And luckily, we worked the Maskandi scene for some time. I think I have like 6 albums with Sony that are Maskandi. Most of those albums were declined by all these distribution companies at that time. Right now, no one would say no to it. Maskandi is doing concerts, is filling up stadiums with no support. The support of that genre is from its people, their target audience. Those people buy tickets, they buy merch and go to shows. They are not in some boardroom presenting something that someone might say, Ash, I don't think I like this. Are we really going to subject ourselves to rooms where one's feeling will determine our goals? Or I don't think so.
Maybe, sorry, just to come in there. You sparked something, merchandising. Ntate Tiro, do you sell your merchandise at the events? How many would buy that merchandise? Because a player gets signed at a soccer club, merchandise go up. Every person now is buying the Adidas Bafana clothing. Adidas is making money. Tirompane would have a pop-up shop for merchandise. Would you buy that merchandise? Because if you buy that merchandise, that's another stream of coming in. That's how things work. We tried it as a corporate, but people weren't buying. Maskandi, they do that. The towel that they put over their shoulder, you can't find that towel anywhere. Maskandi now. So merchandise is important as well. What is that diversification that you bring in as a choir? There are choirs that you see working on stage, you only know it's only them, how they dress. I still have Mulopo, choral artist, in my head, how they dress. Because when they walk in, you know that that's how they're going to play. Shweshwet. But who would buy? Gauteng choristers, all black ladies, long dresses. So those are the things we need to come up with. Diversify your income stream, support your partners, and please, no complimentary tickets. Buy those tickets.
Thank you. SJ, did you wanna add something? All right, so I've got one last question, and any of you can take this one, and then we'll just open it up to the floor. Now, obviously, I'm sure you would have made mention that there are a couple of people that are, generously pumping a lot of money into this industry, trying to keep it alive. And I want to just kind of find out, just any of you can take this question. How far does the authority of a sponsor go or a partner go? Are they able to direct how you run your academy, how you run your conference? Are they able to sort of advise, dictate? How far does that stretch in terms of sponsorships and partnerships?
That thing of power, for me, this is what I would say. If you have enough leverage, you decide. If you don't have enough, they will tell you what to do. Am I right?
Yep.
So if you don't have enough influence, if you don't have enough backing behind you, they will come about to and tell you. In fact, they tried it with me 2024, where they were wanting a lot of data from my programs and all that. But because I started the programs by myself, they came in to want to partner as FNB. I didn't go to them. So I had power to say no to anything that they might be bringing. So do you have leverage to say no? Yes. Because we can't sit here and lie and say you must say no to someone when they want something. Do you have the leverage?
Well, it depends what you've negotiated in your agreement. So, all the terms that your cooperation agreement outlines defines exactly how the partnership runs. for us, it's been a strategic move to remain independent as long as possible because we're a little bit anti-major. It's in our blood. Our whole team is very independent. We're a team of musicians, of people working within the music ecosystem. We believe that we need to develop Africa as an independent territory, not signing to majors with big advances. And a lot of the time, these big corporates come with a lot of terms and conditions. So for us, as our ethos is very independent, we're very, we talk about things like AI and innovation and tech is a big part of our programming. And a lot of the cultural, the sector is pushing back on that. And we're trying to a little bit be disruptive. So for us, if we do have a headline partner, that's a very big step, and we're hoping that if we ever go in that direction, it's not the first one that comes along. So we would want to be, negotiating from a position of power, as opposed to negotiating with sort of the first bank that comes along. So, we've had conversations with banks, and they haven't quite made sense, and not for us, but for our community. And so always think about the future of these partnerships, because once you're with an Old Mutual, perhaps another bank's not going to play with you ever. So you really need to buy, or ABSA or FNB or whoever. So you need to think about the partners you're getting into bed with really, really carefully, and not just sort of go after, the best case scenario at the time. And I would say, diversify your revenues. A business model is not built on partners only. So what is your sustainability model over the next 5 years? Maybe you fill the gaps with partners year 1 to 3, but how are you reinvesting that money into creating a sustainable model for development, so that you can stand independently on your own 2 feet with merchandise, with developing a label, maybe with incorporating tiered tickets, for example, or so on and so forth. So yeah, I think for all of you in this room, and I wanted to just mention, if you look around, because I was thinking, what's the target market of this event? I look around and you can see, you're mainly men. What would the average age you'd say is in the room today? 35, 40? So I'm sad not to see more females in the room, but this is your peers are the future of your businesses, not us up here. And I always say, look around, look towards the people in the audience to build something with, because you guys are the change makers, you're the fire starters. So sometimes looking towards sponsors or other brands is not where your answers lie, but it's in your community, it's in collaboration. And the future of our business is collaboration. If there's 2 needs, at a table and there's one partner, why not collaborate to bring, both of your proposals together to be stronger as a community, as opposed to individual stakeholders all going for the same partner. So, yeah.
On my end, I would say that interference, is it interference or is it enhancement? I would use an example. A CRM system was used for Orlando Pirates and Kaizer Chiefs when Vodacom were their sponsor. They did not have a database mining tool in those days. So Vodacom suggested that because we've got all these supporters, how do you talk to them? How do you engage them? Vodacom is like, we've got an SRM system, the bulk SMSs and all of those messaging, But now the question is, after the contract lapse, whose IP is it? Is it Vodacom's? Is it the team's? So whatever a sponsor enhances your event or your activity, be clear who owns the IP afterwards, because they can enhance it to a point where you don't see yourself anymore.
No, not to add, but again, to the first point of, when you don't have enough power behind you, it's very hard for you to negotiate fairly. Your concert is in 6 months. Here's 2 million on the desk. Someone says one's IP. What happens there? We're not saying people must give away their IP, but I'm saying if you don't have enough influence behind you, it becomes very tricky for you to set terms. So build your value first before going to the next person to say something.
Yeah, lots of bombs dropped. I think let's open up for Q&A in exactly 8 minutes, maybe 2 questions or so. Is 2 questions already, I see. Okay, we'll take a third. All right, just pass the mic, please.
Thank you. I'm even afraid to raise my
Briefly, ne?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. For me, maybe for my first one would be just to say thank you to Bandile. At least it's good to speak to someone who understands the fraternity, because I think your presentation was more solution driven than you coming to give us just, like, please, I'm not saying the previous, but at least you told us how to navigate and how to make sure that we leverage from the market, and you gave us perspective. Thank you very much on that one. And then I think maybe my learning, my take home from this gathering is that we are busy talking cherry on top, where we're supposed to be talking foundation, how to get the eggs, the flour, and to start building. You know what I'm saying? Because right now we are busy talking sponsorship, big names, but in actual fact, we still have a lot of work to do, groundwork to do. And I think my departure point would be, let us first go back and get our support back, so that when we speak to sponsors, we are sure about the numbers that we are assuming we have. Because right now we are not sure. We have not quantified any of the numbers. Maybe you have already, you know the numbers. We have not quantified the numbers. I don't know how many supporters do we have. But one thing that I can tell you spend. Just last year, when I went to the Tirompani, just not only the Tirompani competition in Sun City, the other, I went to the other concert in Pretoria, the Bukamusha one that I also attended, all of that. And when I looked at how much I spent almost 15,000 rand in 1 year. And I said to myself, how many people can spend between 5,000 and 10,000 rand? You know what I'm saying? In competition right through the year. If you have to divide that maybe in 12 months, it's money that we can spend. And maybe when we approach corporate and sponsorship, that must be our approach. You say, this is an average that we can spend. And let's start drawing companies that we can say, this is our spend. How about, what is it that we can do? We start talking transaction from that perspective. But I think from now on, let us erase issue of sponsorship. Let us go back to go and get the groundwork and start doing the concert and making sure that we fill your normal hall. Rate 50 rand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. I think there was a question here from Tate Buang.
Good day, everyone. Yes, and let me just take this opportunity because I actually want to leave at this moment. But I must say, first of all, it is a wonderful initiative having this Indaba, and I think it is well arranged. The topics have been very enlightening. All the panelists have got expertise, and they've been able to share with us. I've learned a lot, and I was actually thinking about my CEO who was supposed to be here, and she's not here, and I'm just thinking that, how little we know, yet, we're not so eager to learn, because we don't take this choral fraternity or industry very seriously. And also the other thing, why we also do not take ourselves very seriously as well is it's because we go into choral in our spare time, because we are business people, we are lawyers, we are teachers, we work there, and then when we find time, we can go and rehearse, and perhaps we can go, so not many people devote their time to that. But it's not a problem that we are not full-time employed. The only thing about it is that we must have the intentionality to make this thing a success, So I'd like to say I appreciate all the inputs. Now I also like to make an input from someone that have hosted festivals, that the Guamoloto Choral Festival that is going into its 4th year, you know, and then with no sponsorships, of course, because as you know, you have to do something because you want to. And then I'm not into the choral space. I mean, I always tell people, I can't even read the notes, you know, if I see those presented, I don't know, but it was the love of the choral music, because especially as Black Africans, you know, choral has been part of our fabric. It is our spirituality. It is the way that we connect. You know, it is about our communities. You know, and the one bargaining power that we have, but we are not utilizing, is that we have numbers. We don't have to worry about. Let's say, for example, I can talk about Guamoloto Foundation. Now, the hall might not be full, né? But we are bringing 2,000 choristas coming in here. See, let's say we have a festival and it's 16 choirs, and then they're averaging 50, 55. That's 2,000 people that are there. And then, I mean, if I can compare with Tiro, maybe Tiro with his throughout there, maybe it's 5,000 people, 5,000 choristas. That is, those are numbers. And when we check who attends, maybe in our hall there could be 800 people that have bought tickets. Né? But the other thing with the choral fraternity is that we are not our own promoters. You know, you can post, they don't share, they don't like, you can do, but they talk about their industry that they want to grow. Who's gonna be the advocate of our own industries? You know, like he's right. You cannot, if you want to build something, you cannot say I'm gonna be dependent on a sponsor or a government for that matter. We like to glorify government ministers and the like. Né? When we really are the one who are gifted, who've got the power to bring about the change we so desire in our communities. No? And so all we have to do is to go out and do it. We do it. I mean, the foundation ourselves, we do it with no request. We ask for help. We don't get help, and then we say we're going to do it anyway. You know, because nobody can stop us when you are determined. You know. And
Yes.
the other thing as well, we have to be patient. You know, which is also a bit of a remiss that even in this ecosystem, we did not find a space to put in the event organizers as part of this choral industry, the festival, to give insights of what goes on into this thing. You know, people could say people are in for money, and I tell people that, I mean, I know that we don't make money. I can certainly know Tiro doesn't make money, not out of these things. We only get a ticket that is 100 rand. We charge 100 rand. Tiro, if he says 150, everybody cries, né? 100 rand, and then you say the hall takes 1,000. Né? It's 100,000 that you're gonna get back. You give the winning choir only 150,000. Let alone the lights, the system, everything, the catering and everybody. And some choirs demand that you must give them transport and accommodation, and they want world-class accommodation and the like. You know, so all I'm saying is that if we want to build, we must, you know, we must have in business they say skin in the game. Yeah, we must have, there must be something that we say we are also willing to invest. And then also we must stop slander. You know, I heard what he said. I haven't been a victim of slander because I always say we are boutique, we don't go in there, you know. But for a giant one like the Tirompani, you know, I mean, you come in there for one where he expresses his thing, and then there's even a hashtag boycott the festival. Né? And then we embrace it, but we are saying we want to build. We must also know that as you build, as you grow, now growth starts from immaturity. We're gonna make mistakes, but when you make mistakes, it's not a sign of rebellion or something. It is just immaturity. We're gonna fall every now and then in our learning to grow, you know? So we're gonna make mistakes. We're gonna choose wrong adjudicators and the like. So these are the nuances or the specifics within that we have to think about. But other than that, I would say this one thing about structure, yeah, let's make it. And then here's the platform. You know, we can start up with, because you don't have to be democratic. We don't have to call a hall and get 1,000 choristers and everybody there for us to say, out of this Indaba, you can have an interim 10 people structure that will take the choral festival, the choral fraternity forward. And after that, we work on its general guidelines to say this should be the general guidelines for the structure going forward. And then you don't just put only musicians and the like. We also put people that can think strategically, that can go out there and get something, you know? So this is what I wish. That was my, I had to
Thank
say all
you.
this because I'm leaving.
No
but
problem,
thank you
no
very-
worries.
thank you
Can we
very
take
much.
one last question from Tata Mashoko over here, and then we need to wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mgoma, you said it all, sir, and thank you very much. Ntate Buang, go well, my good sir. My point in that Mgoma, it's so simple, I believe. I just want to find out from you, since you have been working with choirs or maybe the associations, do we really need a purpose as an organization driving choirs and the identity? And if we talk about the identity, what kind of identity do we need as an organization so that we can lead choirs? I'm heading to the sponsorship part of it. Thank you, sir.
I will use myself as a sample of one. Orlando Pirates doesn't have to talk to me. I go to Orlando Pirates as a sample of one, because what they are offering me is what I relate to. Lifestyle, traveling, entertainment, it's what I ascribe to. That's the first thing. Secondly, the experience that I get. I know that I'm going to get my ticket on time, parking, everything else, so it's all inclusive, the experience that I'm going to get. So now the question is, what experience am I going to get on Diro and on Buang and on National Choir Festival or on Senestra or what? What experience am I going to get? So that's the first thing. People buy experience, people buy convenience. And that brings you the pipeline. You need divas, and there's plenty of divas in choral music. You need to punt those divas. Right now in soccer, there are divas, and the young ones relate to them. We had our own pipeline. Saskia was a beautiful pipeline. But what happens when you've got a finalist, a winner of Saskia, who can't even get funding, who can't get even supported? It means there's no pipeline. So you have to also have that pipeline. The experience, the pipeline, the support, you know. So from that aspect, if you were to ask me what's the value, for example, of associations, I wouldn't tell you, because they haven't created a path, a pipeline. Stratamia, they're doing it on their own. Maskandi is doing it on their own. They don't have associations. You know, a crude example was made of the taxi associations, a very crude, but it was a very apt example. So to me, you've got to tell me what kind of a person you are as a choral person. Right now, I can't describe you. I can't describe what is that choral person. I can't. Joe is different to you, to somebody else, the same as the activities that happen. Football is football, cricket is cricket, rugby is rugby. You know what you're going to get. Maskandi, you know what you're going to get. Choral music, I don't know what I'm going to experience when I go from event to the other. Others start on time, others start late, others finish late. I can't sit up until 1 a.m. and the competition is still going on. I can't. 1 a.m., the competition is a Kubega. Others, the competition says 9 o'clock, I get there at 9:05. There's nobody in the hall. The competition starts at 12 o'clock. I'm gone. So those are the things that you have to start. You start from the basics. From the basics. Where do I buy my tickets? Is it Compi Ticket? Is it Web Ticket? Is it Ticket Pro? So experience in a nutshell. That's when things will get better. Thank you.
Let me add Kuba Umgomane. I think this thing of experiences and structure and being organized and all that, for me, because I'm very realistic. It becomes a bit unfair to expect an organization from Tembisa, run by someone who's just trying to push the passion, to have the same structure as people with offices in Sentin, as a football team that is 50 years old, or a brand that has been running for years. So another thing that we need to look at, the willingness from the brands and companies to partner. Because if there is no will, there will always be something that I need to fix. But if someone is willing to come in and educate and teach me and work with me, then it becomes easier to work with. So we need to be more willing to assist for those who have power to assist. And for those who are looking for help, they must be willing to learn and to be assisted on. But the red tapes and the standards that must be maintained, they become too high for people who are still trying to build this thing. Thank you.
Sounds like you're describing us. All right, very last question from Tsecho, and then we need to move. Please pass her the mic.
Yazenzela Thuso. Thuso. Yazenzela ixesha lakho liphelile.
I know, sorry.
Asgisi, but thank you so much again for the opportunity. But I think I need to, I'm not sure if it's a question or comment, but then I was listening to the previous panel and the current panel, and I have my mind having a dilemma, right? I wanted to say, Mr. Joe raised a point, Joguti, from this Indaba, maybe there need to be an establishment of an association or professional association. The honest truth is that there is an association. We all know that, right? You don't know. You don't know that in Gauteng we have Hagma. Oh, exactly. It's an old thing, right? But there is already an organization called Hagma. Yes, so system structures. In Tshwane we have Tshwane Choral Music Association. So the problem is we already have those organizations that are meant to form a structure. The problem is that we don't support the structures. The reason why we don't support these structures is because we don't understand the business strategy or the business plan or the organizational strategy of these associations. Hence, Bandile says he can't tell these associations that are there, what is their work. So the problem again, why we can't get sponsorships, it's because the same organizations that we have do not have portfolio of evidence. We have numbers in choral music, we all know that, but where is the data? How do we keep track of the data? Chagma, I'm not quite sure when was it established, right? But it has been there, even today is there. The problem is we don't support what is ours to ensure that we are able to create the data and measure the sustainability growth so that we can always go back and revisit the strategies that we had firstly put in place, measure if they've worked, we've executed them, we have not, what has worked, what has not worked, how can we work on that? And I think the growth that I don't know his name, the groundwork that he was talking about is actually going back to those roots. The strategy, yeah, choral music, where are we going? What is our end goal? Sisters, the ladies, they said she looked for sponsorship or funding rather for her opportunities that she got abroad. She did not get support, but we are here. Why? Because we don't support each other. We don't know where she was. Because the structure thing, like the association, maybe she was not affiliated or we're not forcing people to affiliate. We don't know each other, so hence we can't even support each other. So where is the data? Because if we had the data, we could have easily said, everyone that we know, let's say Hagma has everyone's data, or choral music, we could have said everyone on that data, let's support this lady to go abroad. Let's all contribute 10 rand. Let's see how much it will be to get her where she wants to go. So the groundwork needs to be, let's start from the region, then provincial, then let's establish national association. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I think we've got lots to think about, but like we said earlier, today is about planting those seeds so we can start thinking about these solutions and implementing them. My panelists, thank you so, so much. Really appreciate the time. Really appreciate you taking out of your Saturday to be here with us. And we look forward to more discussions as we unpack maybe a workshop. I don't know, but we'll see where it unfolds.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tuso. You know, one of the things that has been my highlight for the day is when everybody is like, I just came from Cape Town. I can't wait for the day when someone says, I just came back from a choral event. I can't wait for that day. Currently we're gonna have Uput Richard Matoro. And he's got less than 10 minutes to tell us nice things. SABC Music Library, because sesiyamazi umahluko makaqala adlale ingoma ethile, it's gonna be 2009 Standard Bank Arena, and that's about it. Angene uLebu, she's gonna play 2011 Standard Bank Arena. We already know what is the next song. Makufika umhlobo wenene, we already know, so you don't necessarily miss anything. Uput Richard is gonna tell us what happened to the music, or why are we not having music? I don't know. Let's give him a round of applause.
One, two, one. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Matoro. I'm from Limpopo. Yeah. Let me give you a big bit of my background. I studied music 1994 at the University of Venda. Then 95, 96, 97. Yeah, then that's where I got my degree. And that's where I studied even the choral music. Yeah, though I didn't like singing, then I had to do study saxophone. Then 2002, I came Joburg side, started my recording studio. Then I started recording musicians and everything. And all working with different companies. Until 2016. 2016, I joined SABC under Record Library. I was capturing classic music. Then until they pushed me to do even all type of music, the genre. Yeah. So same year, 2016, that's where we used to, every Tuesday, I realized that no, okay, every Tuesday we have to meet different companies. Musicians come in, SABC, bring in CD. Those are the time of CDs. Yeah, there was not, this digital stuff just came now. Yes, we used to receive music, then we catalog everything, put in the shelf. Compilers will come and have an access to the same music that we put on the shelf. So this time, I just want to talk about the portal that we have, music submission portal. It's our new baby, but of course, this is a third year, and people are responding to it. We see everyone submitting music, musicians all over, company all over the world, UK, USA, of course, the whole Africa. This is a good platform. I don't know whether you can see this. Yeah, I remember my brother. So at least if we can get a sliding yana. Then I had to try to organize this. But is it visible? Yeah, okay. Yeah. If you go to your phone or laptop, if you Google like SABC Music Submission Portal, it comes out like that. It's a simple software. It's a simple portal. It's a friendly user. And then it's just like for those who started distributing their music digitally, it's like a DistroKid, Dito, your Dito. Yeah, this is, let me go from this one. Yeah. When you open it, it's like this. Definitely, if you don't have an account, you won't have login details. You just have to go for register. You register, that's where you put your information here, your name, your names, your email, contact number, passwords, of course. Then here, when it comes to label, that's where you put your company name, your organization, or your stage name, it will take. Then you press as register. When you press register, it will send let's say the link, it will send to the email address that they have used. And when you punch the same email, it will give you the page like this, the one that I've opened. Yeah, that's where it will give you the metadata. Unlike the email that we used to use, because I remember before this, we used to receive music via email, which was disturbing, and those are the things that we're experiencing problems every day, because somebody will send a song without any metadata. You won't know who's the composer, who's the author. It's just a song and the stage name. So, but this one, it makes it easy, where the metadata, it will show that you need to put title, song title, the artist, the producer, if you go there, yeah, label, the ISRC code, and here when it comes to ISRC code, it won't go, your music won't go through until you get the right ISRC code. Especially the one we get from RISA, that's the one that works, yeah. Then the composer there, you put Vin publisher. When it comes to author, of course, release dates, and they will come, it is got a portion where you need to put the card. When it comes to card or song, it takes WAV, MP3, and a WAV format. And then here, that's where you go for your artwork. Yes. I hope you can see everything. The genre, you can choose. Majority of people, they go for, this is, yeah, you select the genre. When it comes to the station, the majority of people, they go for all station. This, when you select this, the same music will also go to TV side. It doesn't go only radio side, but even TV side, they also use the music that you submit. They can use it in their documentary or or soappiece and everything. They use this other music. Then when you go down here, this upload button, when everything is fine, you'll press button, upload, and it will count 1 to 100. Then that's where, yeah, I need money. I need some money. It will count from 1 to 100, and that's where, yes. Yeah, it will count 1 to 100, and that's where, if your music submitted, in fact, after submitting, pressing the submit button, you will receive your notification to say your music is queuing for approval. You will receive that notification via your email that you used to register, that you use when you register. Then we automatically receive your music. Your music will come under managed submission. It will be like this. Like the things that appear here is the music that we need to listen and approve. It's like record librarian. We listen, we check even quality of your music. If your music is clean, that's where, and the quality is there, that's where we approve. We'll approve. We've got even approval button here. Come on. Yeah, we have got button like this. Why is it not coming? Okay. Yeah. We've heard the cover here. We can edit your music. If you call and say, I made a mistake, we can edit for you. We can approve. We can reject if we discover that there's something wrong, or delete if it's necessary. We can delete your music if your quality is not there or the music is not clean. Yeah. When we approve music from here, after listening, the music automatically goes to music library. Here's the music that we approved. Here on this portion, that's where the compilers comes in. All 19 radio stations, they come and check the music here. They select whatever they want from here, whether it's Radio 2000, Metro FM, they select music from here. They can even select, let's say they need Maskande or Amapiano. They search here. It's got button where they have to search whatever they want. They can search by artist name or RSRC code or the genre like this. Even choral music is also there. Oh, you might want to search choral. Yeah, this is Amapiano. If it's choral, still, I'm not sure about choral. The reason why I'm not sure, I'm sure when it comes to CDs, during CD time, oh, yeah. Choral music. Nothing. Which means you still have to submit, guys. It's a sign that you must submit. But we do have choral music, because we've been doing collection from, I found, if like living last week, we were doing the stock taking. Yeah, we do have collection of choral music from 1936. We do have material from 1936 until now. This is a new portal. We're only receiving the music that, this is when we started using this one, 2024. Yeah. Sorry? No, they haven't. So you guys didn't submit music, choral music. Yeah. But if you submit now, even now, we use your phone and send it, we'll receive it. It's a new platform, and the people are no longer no longer submitting choral music. That's what I saw. If they were submitting, we were gonna get it here. But we must kind of all that type of genre is there, everything's there. Except choral. Choral music is there under CDs. Yes, we do have plenty, we do have music. But when it comes to portal, because it's something that started 2024, we don't have. But if you start submitting from today, that's where we'll have your music. And immediately when you approve music, notification will go even to all compilers for radios, all 19 radio stations. They receive notification to say, yes, the new music is, and then from there it's up to the compilers to have listening session. All radio stations, they've got this. If it's Metro FM, they do have a day where they do listening session. They check whatever they want to check, listen, and approve. And when they approve, the notification will go to the artist or the owner of the music to say your music is playlisted. But this is the button that we put. I think that was last week. Like we say, it's a new baby. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. They say 10 minutes. But you can ask any question if you do have.
Before you ask the question, Matlugo, I think but Richard, we are giving you a mandate from this room to tell, I don't know who takes the decision, that there is choral music that is happening everywhere in the country, and can they allow somebody to come and record our music so that we can also go to Samro and Sambra, and then we can get something, and also you can be able to choral and find something.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can ask the question, but
we can go for splitting. You can.
Na baba sasazi bakho bephakamisa izandla.
Okay. The microphone.
What Brother sharing with us here, it actually meant for Annalisa, people who are singers solists,
Yeah.
to you know, to put their music in there. But for choirs, it's quite a little bit challenging, to be honest. Brother Richard will know we have a CD that we have compiled for choirs. I took those choirs from different competitions to gather them together and send it to our library, main library, so that we can have it for all other radio stations who are actually looking for that kind of music. That's how we do things. As Lesedi FM, what I can do, I will invite Bukamuso, Gauteng choristers, and put them in one hall, M1, and say to them, good people, we are going to record your music. Each one must come with 5 songs, 5 songs as ESTB, 5 songs conducting. And then we're going to put that together and share with our library. It's quite a little bit difficult for choirs nowadays to do what other artists are doing. Other artists, they have to go to their recording studios and do whatever, and then send their music to SABC through this process. But for choirs, you have to come to our studios. Then we're going to record the choirs and put that music together and share it with other radio stations. That's what I would just want to add on what Brad Richard is saying. I don't know if there is any question on that one. Thank you.
No, there's no question. Let's have Lebu.
Yeah, okay.
Jumela. I see it's actually not questions. I just want to throw in something because I'm scared that I'm going to leave here without saying what I wanted to say when I got the invitation to come here. Number one, okay, this is Lebo from Mozoring FM. I've been doing the choral show for a year, I think for 15 years. And also on TV, Imizulili, for 10 years right now. Good people, those are the repeats. We have not been recording for a very long time. And speaking of Imizulili, can I just clarify something? Imizulili, we see what we see right now on TV because our traditional choral music was scrapped. Why? My colleague from Ukozi FM said something about the numbers. The show was in no way to be found on the share market at SABC. We didn't have viewership. We went on the streets, we asked people, what is it that you want to see about the choral music? So good people, what you see right now on TV is what the people on the streets wanted to see. And then, the very same, our choral people, they went on and complained, what is SABC1 doing now? What is that SABC1 is playing right now? But they forgot that they are not watching. That's number one. Number two, they used to complain about our long links. That, hey, you cannot provide a choir, a conductor, a composer, everything. They complained about our long links. We went and restricted that. Our very same people complained that our links are empty. We went on and then that's why right now what you see on TV is just like your sweet, short and simple links. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. What you see right now on TV is what people want to see, and it's because we did not have support from our choral people. Thank you so much. Number two, we've got challenge air music. We've got a very old music. And then when you speak to our compilers, they just search choral music, there's nothing there. We struggle a lot to have new music, new composition, and it's because our people are not submitting their music. We are not submitting. Our people, they depend too much on concerts and competitions. And to the concerts and competition people, why can't you share music with us, radio stations, so that music can be played? And that music is going to be, yes, if it is licensed, is going, the composers, yes, already, I think, they are registered, and the songs that are performed, obviously, they are registered. But all the new compositions, we don't know if they are registered. So they gotta be registered so that we can start playing them. And then from like, if there's a Tirompani, I set forth, and there's Buang Moloto Choral Festival, why can't you share the music with us, radio stations? That is going to benefit choirs for royalties. And then again, that is going to benefit those two concert competition. Is going to benefit them because a presenter is going to link and say, this song was performed, go the Tirompani or go the Buang. And it gives the Buang and the Tiro, it gives them a mileage for free. Just because you gave us music. But now we have to run after people asking for music. No, we don't have music. We don't have music. We don't have music. And our choirs don't profile themselves. We struggle a lot to get the profiles of the choirs.
It's
so
true,
okay,
it's
I've got
true.
a lot of things, but I'll end there. Another thing, let's record, guys. Like they used to go, like your Mabatu TV and your Radio Mabatu, which is the music we are playing right now. They used to record for TV and for radio. Why can't that be done now? Thank you.
Ingathi siphe ichance SABC bamazosibetha. And in fact, it's quite a good thing that you came, Richard, because you have naturally highlighted our shortfalls within the choral space. That as practitioners, we are having expectations, and yet we are not giving anything out. So I think, in essence, that's what SABC is telling the choral practitioners, taking us to what Donald was saying, that let us try and go back to the grassroots, and also what Bandila was saying, that says, what is the DNA of choral music? We don't have a DNA. If we're gonna say negativity is our DNA, then we don't have a DNA. So we are closing it like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
The last panel. The last panel is naturally linking everything that we have spoken about, and is also bringing its own way of looking at things. Because what happens in choral music, we think about singing only. If you're doing choral music, you only have to sing. And there are other things that you can do. For instance, I can't sing to save my life, but I am in the forefront in the choral music. Don't ask me how. I'll tell you some other time. There are careers that can be brought forth in the choral music that do not necessarily mean singing. But the minute we talk about choral music, the first thing that comes to mind is singing. Now, we are having Umuzi Mazibuko that will be moderating the stage and beyond panel, building sustainable careers in choral music. You know, whenever people are talking success of choral music, the first person that will come to mind in everybody's mind is Pritiende. And you ask yourself, Pritiende, the year she was winning Tirisano, was she the only person that was singing? What are we doing for who are other people that went before her and after her? So I think the conversation that Mozi is moderating with the help of Tsepo Matlala, Ms. Nadine Eli, and Dr. Zuksani Mkoli, they will be able to unpack other things that we can get within the choral music. Let us welcome them on stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Zim. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. They always say you are saving the best for last, and I hope this will be the case. Since the morning started, we've been blessed with brilliant minds and heard topics and nuggets that we can take home and further dissect, and come up with more speaking points to make this space, viable. But what we are here to unpack is to find out what the picture looks like beyond the stage. We all know, how to get to stage. We all know the process. We can do it in our sleep. I can call on my sister Ulerato and be like, next week, let's put together a concert. She knows, the building blocks to get to stage. Thank you. She knows the building blocks to get to the stage. But what we want to dissect is, what does the picture look like beyond the stage? Our panelists today, we have Dr. Z, Tshepo Matlala, and Nadine Eli. Please introduce yourselves, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Ladies first is what I'm assuming, eh?
Well, you took it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking it through. It's been a long day. Hey, it's been a long day. So well done. I do want to thank you guys for creating a space for people like us. I'm normally behind the scenes, just like the MC said. She can't sing to save her life. I can't sing to save my life as well. But I do build out the structure of music artists in South Africa. So I work with The Soil, I've worked with Black Coffee Foundation, I've worked with Kenny G's tour last year. I've worked with Maiden Mzansi, Sanlam, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz for 3 years. So my portfolio is quite big, and I branch the gap between the business side of music and creating value propositions for the creative economy. So I make your fluidity and I package it into a SME enterprise, and I sell you as a product to the old mutuals over there, I build out the value propositions, the value selling points, and we make them come together and we both eat, you know what I mean? Yes. Which I think it's important. So I work in the brick and mortar side of things, which is basically your traditional marketing, brand strategy, above the line, below the line, out of home. But then I also tap into the fintech, which is your AI, and getting those concepts to work together. So I'm a group commercial strategist, I'm a brand strategist, and I'm a business owner. My company is called Brand The Gap. So I help you brand your gap of influence. There we go.
All right. Dumelang. Ka lebitso ke Tshepo Matlala. Choral music practitioner. I've got few caps. I work with Tshwane Choral Music Association. I'm a choral development officer there. My responsibilities are prescribing music, run workshops, facilitate a competition. I'm also an artistic member in the Tirompane Foundation, National Choral Estate Fort. I'm playing artistic roles there and operations as well. Also artistic member of Bokamoto Arts Institute. It's a big body that is known in choral space. Outside that, I also work with the lady Ofenze Piti in her company, Anchored Sound, where we work with projects like your Red Bull, Symphony, and so on. So that's my involvement. Other than that, I do involvement in the choral space like your Sasuke, where we do choral coaching, education, and so on, with other church choir competitions, also doing training and so on. So yeah, that's my field. I'm a practitioner in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Tshepo.
Can you sing?
I can even conduct as well.
Okay, at least. I was worried I'm paired with people who can't sing. She said she can't sing. Can you sing?
I can sing.
Okay, at least. I'm happy. I'm like, you're leaving the best for last and they can't even sing. Ain't no best there. My name, you can choose Dr. Z, that's fine. But my real name, Khalwaz Zukisani Emmanuel Kantonga Mkoli Undlovu. You can choose which one you like and stick to Dr. Z or the Khalwaz, it's fine. Okay, so I wear quite a number of hats. My main thing is in bridging the gap between the past, gathering the knowledge that we've lost, as a people, the wisdom from who we are naturally without even having to go to school, and fixing with that knowledge problems, issues that exist today, now, in any sector, business, religion, commercial, music. We fix those, we attend to those using who we are, and of course, shape the future going forward, as the topic of this panel suggests, beyond, outside the career space. What else are you, or who are you? Because that shapes what you do within your career. That's the moral of it. I run an association called Imbizo by Dr. Z. I'll talk more about that as we go along. But I do other things. I wear many hats. I'm in property development. I'm in the space of architecture. I develop communities with any community benefiting building, whether it's school, hospitals, clinics. We donate those buildings. We partner with you. So if you wanted to build, for instance, a choral building, theater, that will benefit the community, you will get some money from Old Mutual, and when it's not enough, you'll talk to us and we'll top it up. That's basically what we do. I think most will come as you talk.
Thank you very much. Now, one would be interested in what the reality of a choral music practitioner looks like. You know, we are speaking of moving from a fraternity into an industry. And part of an anecdote that I'd like to share before Utsepo comes in with his experiences in the choral music space is that I actually sang for one of the most successful choral music organizations in the country. And it was the SAPC Choir. Commercially, they did quite well. I mean, with their Bafana Bafana hit song, ushering the soccer team into the 1998 FIFA World Cup. And it sort of started dwindling, and no one was there to pick up the baton and further commercialize the space for everyone else who was acting in the space. So it would be interesting to go back and see what building blocks can we take from that era and then use those, going forward. So Tsepo, what does your reality as a choral music practitioner look like?
Very, very difficult, because my interest was to be here from in the morning, so to hear other topics. And they addressed a lot. One of the most important things that makes it difficult is the platform. As we address the topic of sustainability of careers, we don't have a platform. What I mean is we have a lot of graduates, music graduates. We've got a lot of universities that provide music as a degree. You become qualified. But thereafter, where are you going to exercise? Where are you going to practice? You see? So we hardly have a platform, and that makes it difficult for you to sustain a career. Where are you going to showcase your skills? Previously, we used to have your places like your State Theatre, Joburg Theatre, having in-house opera companies. I can name like your Opera South Africa, Opera Africa, your Black Tie. I can't remember the others in Joburg. So there was a pool, there was a platform where people can go and exercise, showcase their skills. But nowadays, I did the research lately after getting this invitation, and I was made aware that we only have CTO, Cape Town Opera, which is based, it's not nationally spread, it's only based in Cape Town. And they can only take so much. I inquired how many people are there, chorus, in-house soloists, and so on. In total, they are employing less than 50. Maximum is 40. So that's the platform that we are lacking.
So you get these graduates, but they don't have a platform. As a result, most music practitioners nowadays, they are educators. They went to school, they studied singing, they studied the pedagogy and so on, and the end of it, they become educators. As a result, they become music teachers, they become conductors. So because of lack of a platform, lack of platforms, most of those who made success to pursue what they studied for, they are not mainly in South Africa. They are abroad. I did check who is who. Like the well-known, your Pretty and your Huitimang, your Siabonga, your Lutando Grave, you mentioned them. And it's a platform that was laid by the legends, your Mimi Kutse, your Yuan Buota, your Fikile Mfinjelwa. So that is the platform now that is sustained. But other than that, and in this case, now we are speaking as individuals. What about the choir itself? But that of the choir, it's what was spoken about the whole entire day, that if you are not a business, you cannot be recognized. If you are not compliant, there's a lot that you're going to be missing. Previous panel spoke about you must be interesting. You must attract the business so that you get what is due to you. Ubab Kanyela was emphasizing the split. So such things. So we from what I've learned today, we are far from getting it right. We really need to start hitting the groundwork. We were fed with relevant information today. And until we get our house in order, the structures in order. Somebody mentioned here that if someone, a billionaire comes here and says, this is 1 billion, who does it go to? How are the choirs going to access that money? How are the graduates going to access that money? Who's going to be accountable for that money? We don't have that structure. In that case, we won't have platforms. We don't have platforms. It's going to be very, very difficult to sustain careers. What we have, we don't have careers, we have jobs. There's a difference between a career and a job. A job is a temporary thing. I go there, I get a gig, I get paid, I leave. A career is sustainable. But because of lack of infrastructures, platforms, those choruses, we don't have that. Abroad, they do have. You find, I'll take La Scala in Italy. They have permanent opera chorus. People go there full time to sing because they've got a calendar, they've got productions, they've got seasons. Just like in here we have JPO. Yes, it consists of freelancers, but it is a well-established company that has got a season. It's got a calendar, events that they're gonna work on. So we don't have that space here. So that we, like somebody said, I think it's Babu Bandile, when you are saying outside competitions, what is it that is sustaining us? And he made a difference, a comparison with soccer. They've got a league that is sustainable. So in our space, there is that gap. And if there is that gap, one cannot have a career, except going to look for greener pastures abroad.
100%, and I agree with you. You know, Tuso, I think this leads us back to a conversation we once had, that we need to scrutinize, you know, with institutions of higher learning. You know, what do the programs that are being offered, what are they? What conversations are they having with their candidates? How are they painting the future post graduation? I am glad we've got guys from UNISA. Maybe they can be a starting point, you know, to look at and have a sit down, you know, try and map out so that we can clearly plug, you know, points of development. Thank you very much, Tepo. I think we'll come back to you when we have a Q&A session.
Sure.
Moving right along to you, Dr. Z. Beyond the stage, how can we expand from what artists are already doing? What is available out there? And I'd like you to speak to us on skill diversification and bringing it all together in creating the various streams of income.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to give a summary quickly because there's no time. I'm going to give you 7 points: back, present, future. You get those 7 points, I think you'll be okay. You don't believe you don't believe me. Just get those 7 points and you should be fine. So I'm going to go through them quickly. One is wellness. Got it? Wellness. Yeah. Then spirituality. Then business. Then family. Then education. Then investment. And the last point, giving back. Did you get them? Okay, so let's go quickly. Summarize them and then we're done. Wellness. Let me tell you, you will not give anything to us. Because I'm not a musician. You are. You won't give me nothing if you are not well. You've got to take care of your wellness, your own wellness. Sort yourself out. Because music is about making me well. But you are sick yourself. How are you going to give me any wellness if you are not? 2 points on wellness. Learn from the good things. You know, he's mentioning powerful people. Those are good things. From overseas, from local, from take what's good, take what's good. But don't forget to learn from the bad experiences. Those rejections, where you failed, learn from those things. I've got a quick story that I always tell about my own wellness, how I grew up in my father's house. It was a pastoral house. My father was a pastor. So you all came to the pastor's house to have meetings. We were children. You came supper time. I don't know why you always knew it's supper time. My mother, being an African, will take our plates back to the kitchen and dish up for the visitors. There was not enough food, Galoko. I mean, we were eating tithe, the thing you don't return at church. Now you come and eat the food. I hated that, okay, in my father's. I hated it. It was a bad experience. I grew up, I became an architect. I'm building houses and churches and all these things. I get a contract to design pastors' houses, 54 countries across the world. And my trauma came back. And I said, how can I use what was bad to make good? The evil that I hated to bless someone. You know this thing that says hurt people, hurt others? Don't fall for that nonsense. That's just good English. Why are you hurting people if you were hurt? You know the pain. So bless others from your own pain. So when I design the pastor's houses, I make sure that at the gate, there is a sign that says pastor's house to the left, office to the right. Don't get lost. Don't get lost. I make sure that there is an office, and the office has an external door that you coming to the pastor, go to that door. Don't be passing by the children and eating their food. Take care of your wellness. Okay, I don't have time. What was the next one after wellness? Spirituality. Guys, you are in music. If you don't believe in something, you will fall for everything. Your choir must have a belief, a stance, something it stands for, something it can say no when it's called. So that's not us. We don't do that. Don't think saying yes to everything will make you money. Being able to say no to some things will make you the crop. What does they say? Cream of the crop. Because you know what you stand for. And I'm not here to preach about what you must stand for. It can be religion. If you know anything about religion, you'll remember there is a city that fell. Walls fell down, not because of swords, not because of nuclear weapons, but because of musicians. They went in front, they sang 7 days, and the walls fell down. Whether you believe that or not, it happened. But on the cultural side, I don't care whether you believe in sangomas or not. Isangoma, ngumuntu who deals with ubungoma, is ingoma. We are a people of there's always a drum there. What am I talking about? I'm talking about miraculous things that happen because of music. Whichever you believe in, music has that spiritual element that can turn lives around. Don't only be crying about the money. What about the lives that you are living? Oh, let's finish. What was the third one after spiritual? Business. Oh, the business people have spoken. Oh, make sure that. Why are you employing him because he can sing as the financial advisor? He can sing. That's all he can do. He knows nothing about money. The music must be business. Why are you employing him? And, he's a good singer. He's dedicated. He's there early. And you are making him the one to go and speak to that sponsor. He gets there. The guy puts, you see 20 things up there. 5 points, 3 points. All he's talking about is my love for music. Business. Make your art profitable. You have now this means you must go outside of the artist and find professionals who can deal with that. Okay, what was the next one? Then it's family. Ne? Aibo, are you still there? Yep. Yes. Family. Guys, should I be the one to tell you that the songs that have lasted the test of time are family matters? You must check. Check every song that we still sing here, whether it's in the religious space, whether it's in the secular space. This person was singing about their loss. They lost a baby. They sang about that. I mean, remember my Brenda, Aibo. You remember how she sang about everything that happened in her life? Those songs, I remember those songs now than other songs. Your family is everything. You cannot reject your family and run to choir. Upu baba, use quiet. Upu, use quiet. No. Let your family be involved in what you are doing. Let them not be left behind. Because that's the legacy you must leave behind. Okay, what was the next one? Because I don't have time to finish it. Education. Can we deal with true education? Come on, guys. We have been. When are you going to write your own songs? When are you going to educate the next generation to write, to compose, just even to rearrange? I mean, there's also just rearrange. I mean, there must be something. You can't always be singing those white songs. I know that my white friend. You also agree. Yeah, they can't be singing your songs all the time. When are we going to write our own music that speaks about us, that teaches about us, and that is futuristic as well? Why must, when I think about African music, when you look at me like, no, I mean, can't you have beautiful notes put together, blending together, the octaves and the high taves and all these things in place? Oh, that's all we can do. No tune, no nothing. Anybody can just sing because it's African. No, you gotta take pride in this. And remember, your music must not only be for Africans, it must be for the whole world. I've worked a lot with Americans, whether you like them or not. They are rich because every product they do, they sell to the whole world. It's not just for the Americans. You are wearing American stuff even now. Anyway, I'm not there. What was the next one? Because the person who is clever is here, Nele, I must acknowledge, who got all my points. So what's the next one about after education? Yeah, investment. You got to invest in your craft. You got to invest. If you take everything that was spoken here today, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. After today, there's no way you're going to choir practice. I know I'm messing up the conductors, but you can sing in your sleep. This is your talent. You've got this gift. Yes, you've got to invest in it. But can you also invest in the other things that you lack? That's where now you must expand your business so that it is extensive and it does not only last your term. See, this is where investment comes in. All of us, especially our African people, we don't have 100-year-old choirs. We don't have 100-year-old businesses. Even business, they die. When I die, my business dies with me. The legacy is not there. Why? because we don't think about what will happen after. We don't have any succession plan. You are hoping to be the choir conductor for the rest of your life. I mean, you ask let me not even go there. I was just thinking about the politicians. That why are they always, they're sitting there, there's no succession plan. If there is no succession plan, there's never going to be investment. How are you going to invest in this child? Because you don't want the child to take over. That's how you invest, is because you know my time here is limited. You know, I always use this when I close investment. If you knew that today was your last day on earth, you would do things differently today. You'd make sure you've invested. You'd make sure people know where your money is. You'll make sure people know what to do when you are not there. Can you do that while you are still alive and see how big your product is going to be? Okay, let me close it with what was the last one? Give back, man. You know, give back. People who give back are the happiest people. People always ask me, because I do many things, business, marriage, all that. What business? How do I know the career? The thing that you can do without getting paid for it, that's the one. That's passion. Yeah. You also get paid for it. Oh, wonderful. That's a cherry on top. But I wake up every day and I do this thing. I love this thing. I'm always in it. I don't need to have a choir conductor shouting, why are you not at practice? You love it. You are there early. You want more time. You are giving back. So you give back to yourself. You give back to your community. You give back to your family. You give back to the people that have put this together. I mean, I don't know if you charge people for this thing. Imagine that. No one has been charged. Has anyone thought, you know what, let's just throw in 500 rand just for something. Let me just give back. This thing that happened today was so good that I think I must throw in $100. I can just throw in $1,000. Or I can volunteer my services. Not always about money. It's about the gifts. I can volunteer and say, hey, listen, I'm coming. Whenever you have the next one, I'll bring the cakes. Give back. We must have this thing. This is why we will never appreciate this term. You know, you like English. What's that term when you don't want to give parents money? I mean, look at that. What nonsense. How can giving back to your family, giving back, and you call it, they are taxing you. Yes, of course, you must have ground rules. Don't be abused. You can't be the one who always does things. Be able to stand the ground and say, sit down, people, this is not well. But be able to give back, because where much is given, much is expected. We deal with this and a lot more. So if you've got a phone, click on that thing, join that group there. It's a WhatsApp group. I talk about these things every day. And then we are looking up to Imbizo. That's coming on the 11th. I'm just talking just in case you don't give me a chance again. On the 11th, you are all invited. We have an Imbizo that will be dealing with these things, not just music, other careers as well on that day. So join that thing, put it up there, and I hope it works. I don't know if it doesn't work. There's a car outside there. It's got the same thing. As you walk out, you take the picture. Join the group. Just be quiet. I know there's somebody here who said numbers. We need the numbers so that we can attract the sponsors. You know, so the more people we have on that group, the more sponsorships we have, because all our Imbizos are free. We don't want to charge anybody. And also, if you want your choir to be exposed, come there, sing there. You've got 600 people and counting. They'll be listening to you, and you'll get your gigs. We expose your future events. And radio stations, TV people, you must come and expose these things, these talents. You cannot sit here. I love you, my brother. But you can't be proud and say here, there's no choral music in your thing. That one hit you so bad. You got to sort it out, of course. You've got to make sure that you now, as SABC, have been challenged. You see, we're not perfect. So I'm also learning from you. So now I mustn't walk out of here a giant. I'm SABC. You come ask me. No. I must walk and say, guys, we need choral. We must have this. I'm tired. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Z. It feels like we have gone around the universe in 7 points. And it reminds me of John C. Maxwell's book, Talent is Never Enough. And I would recommend that to read for every young aspiring artist, to have a look at it, see how everything else, knits into your talent and into protecting it. Nadine. Brand.
Yes.
Brand. And brands are grand. But I would like you to take us through what branding is and why is it important, and how can we use branding to build and sustain our careers?
Firstly, I have to go after 7 points. That's a high. That's a high. But let's go back to branding, right? So brand permeance is what sustains your name in the marketing space. Let's get the difference. Marketing amplifies your brand. That's all it does. And then he mentioned segmentation. I'm gonna mention niche markets, right? That's a major difference, which I specialize in. So when it comes to branding, I look at the artist brand archetype. So every artist has an archetype, meaning what you give out to the world to hear, to see, to touch, to feel. So I break it down into where are you palatable? In the aviation space, in the automobile space, in the food and beverage space, in the hospitality space, in the clothing space. Let me use the difference between branding with some of the artists I work with. So the Soil is an a cappella group, right? On their posters, you'll see they're in partnership with Lift Airlines. They're in partnership with Via Footwear, which is a brand. They're in partnership with Burger King or McDonald's. They're in partnership with Dress by Imprint Design. They're in partnership with Sun International. That is a whole ecosystem where your brand becomes valuable when it's segmented in the market space. But then let me go back to the same example. The Soil, Nsika has a separate brand from the Soil. But now it's diversified. It's not confused in the market space. So whether he sings with the Soil and whether he sings alone, it's not conflict of interest because he's built out the brand according to the archetype brief. I hope that makes sense. And then with your archetype, your value proposition has to align with the clientele. Like one of the artists that I'm working with now, we're calling it the Triangular brand. He's a DJ, he doesn't drink. So that already goes around the stereotype that DJs drink, right? He's also really dope at running. He does Soweto marathons and he's a runner. I'm not a runner. I'm happy for him, happy days. So he doesn't drink, he's a runner, and he's a DJ. So now I build out his brand where we go to Arrive Alive campaigns and we promote him over there because he's appealing to that brand with the brand archetype. But then now he started a running club where after the running club they have a DJ, and guess who's the DJ? Right? But now he's crossbred his talent with the skill, and he's diversified his portfolio in a whole new genre or a whole new niche market with runners. Now runners are going to start listening to his music in their earphones. And from listening, they then become the loyal followers. So when he has his own gig one day, he'll sell out tickets, right? And from the loyal followers, he then has ambassadors, meaning those people will promote him in their spaces of influence. So now, instead of being generic DJ, he becomes a corporate DJ. And then when alcoholic brands approach him, he's like, no, I don't drink, but if you have a non-alcoholic range, I will be your ambassador. So that's the difference between niche market, brand collaboration, market and brand permeance, where you build out your silver lining and you build out those ecosystem that makes you relevant within the creative economy. I can use my example now. That the cameraman over there, he runs a creative directory music agency as well. He's a music director, he's a creative director. But he brought this young man here, that's his intern at his business. He works on my project. This is new to him. there's a whole economy that's running beyond your brand. So now this intern you're gonna see his footage, amazing on Instagram. He gets more work. He gets referrals. So in my absence, I can refer his work in spaces where my brand goes beyond. So I think that's the difference between branding and marketing and how they merge together. But also, I know, Dr. Z, you mentioned about packaging your legacy. When I work with Shimza, he has the restaurant, the car wash, the truck driving, you know? That diversifies his portfolio outside of his DJ skill. But that also accumulates work for people right now. So then from the creative economy where he has brand permeance in, he collaborates in corporate and entrepreneurship. So I think from a branding perspective, we need to outsource our skills, bring people in, and also remember there's a whole night market, guys. In Australia, they are 8 hours ahead. In Tokyo, they're running for 24 hours. Tap into the marketplace that is outside of South Africa in those segmentations that I've just suggested. Like now, at the moment, I'm speaking to Bricks, and we're speaking about having vending machines that will have merchandise for artists. So you won't be standing at a gazebo, with all due respect, in lines, because already people are standing in lines to buy food, to buy alcohol, to get scanned when you come in. The last thing you want to do is buy a crew neck and stand in another line, right? I'm sure you can relate. So make the consumer journey from a B2B and B2C point where people can just take their phone, scan, the crew neck falls out the vending machine. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, with producing that product in the market space, I then also offer the vending machines to be white labeled. So when a Diageo or a Jack Daniels wants to promote their new product at a festival, they hire it from me. And then that's how I diversify my portfolio, but it's the same product that now looks way different to the consumer or the business. I hope that clarifies the journey of B2C and B2B where your relevance will lie. And also do not be negotiable about your standing point. Like some of the artists negotiate. If you don't drink, you don't drink. You get what I'm saying? If your makeup, if your brand associates with makeup, don't go to another brand that has nothing to do with makeup, because that builds your archetype. And then you'll have a portfolio where I can leverage in these boardrooms to sell you as a product, and you then become palatable in the market space. I hope that clears it.
It does indeed. And what I'm getting is that there is a science to the madness. It doesn't just happen. So if you invest, and it's up to us actually to invest the time, you know, in gathering the knowledge so that it works to our benefit. We'll move to the floor and find out if we've got any questions. We're already over time, so if we can just make it quick and snappy. 2 questions. We've got 2 so there. Anyone else? Great.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've got a question. I don't know if it's for Nadine or if it's for Tebo or if maybe, I mean, any of the panelists can take it. But how do you think we can start moving towards creating a space where, and I'm asking this from a point, I mean, I'm not an opera singer myself, but for freelance opera singers who run around from one gig to another, and they must look for their own gigs, and they must manage their own branding, because I think it's quite difficult for an artist. You know, you want to be an artist and focus on the art and focus on your music. Yours should be, you know, attending your rehearsals and then going to perform. And I think in other music spaces, you have artist managers. I don't see that in our space. I've never seen or heard of an artist manager who manages freelance opera singers, for instance. You know, outside of like opera houses or whatever, but somebody who dedicates their time to putting opera singers out there, you know, branding them and making them palatable for business. How do you think we can actually sort of maybe convince freelance opera singers to start looking at, artist managers, perhaps in our space, or maybe even people who might have an interest or some level of knowledge on the business side of music to look into artist management as a career within the choral music space?
Yeah, that's a difficult question for them. Yabo. Menanje, I'm just gonna say one thing. We must, this is key. They'll answer, but I'm adding to that. We need to have this managers happening in our country. This happens, I see it all over overseas. But in our country, I don't see it. I've battled myself to get my brand out there. And every person says, no, I'll be your manager, I like what you are doing. And then they do nothing. So I just do it myself now. I just sit here and I force you to scan and follow. And I've counted only 13. There's more in this room. So you do the thing, okay? That's how I'm branding. That's it, But give us the real thing. Really, it's got to be done. There's a shortage. I do have this too for those who are. Can you put the thing back again? I still have more. Put it up there, please. Help.
Yeah, I think it's important, like from the information that we've gathered today, I'll simply say quality comes at a cost. Quality meaning, if you want to present yourself as a professional, you can't stand alone. We spoke about silos. As an individual, as an artist, maybe like my dear sister there, she's speaking about brand. She's a specialist, she's a strategist. Yeah, when it comes to branding. So you can't do it alone if you are a brand and you want to penetrate the corporate space. You cannot do it alone. When coming to choirs, it's also the same thing. The compliance and everything, the management, so that you are regarded as a business. And if you are regarded as a business and your brand is well marketed, is well established, then there is the leadership, then there's a choir. Your choristas and whatsoever. They take care of those things that you are maybe saying the manager, the what. In the entire executive, you find all of those things that can take care of sourcing the sponsors, sourcing the what, making sure the brand is there all the time and what. There is that leadership. But as an individual, like a soloist, I think you need to invest. We spoke about investing. Hence I said quality comes at a cost. So for you to be regarded as Black Coffee, you can't call Black Coffee, I need you for a gig. There's somebody that you go through.
Just to add and give you clarity as well, I know this managing agents and booking managers and PR managers these words are just thrown around, and glamorized to a point of view, right? So I think we need to just also understand that the only value that a manager can bring is to enhance what you've already done.
Yep.
We are basically, the functionality of us is we the midwife of your vision, right? So if you don't take your vision seriously, we cannot help you. We cannot sell you. We cannot advance you. We cannot introduce you to strangers, which is the biggest networking currency happening now within the industry landscape. You're only as good as your story, and you're only as valuable as your next collaboration. That's what's bringing in the money now. So I think the importance of having a manager, to answer your question, is like, yes, that will also cost you, but if you're not in a place to afford that cost, lead yourself and have, like, I give 30-minute sessions for free, right? I also wrote a book, by the way. It's called The Artist of Stage. It's basically a manual, how to get into the industry, how to sustain yourself in the industry, and then how you don't end up at your legacy age on the lineup at 10 o'clock on stage. We package your legacy either in a product or a service. It's 35 pages, guys. I know artists don't like to read, and it's 280 rand. It's just 35 pages. But what I'm saying is the ultimate thing about having the brand manager, the PR manager, this manager, the functionality of these managerial ecosystems is to help you birth your vision as midwives, to make it simple.
Thank you very much. Putbandile.
Question, this is open-ended question, maybe for Tsepo. you mentioned the difficulty of sustaining a career in choral, and yet you are in it. What's sustaining you? So that's the first question. What's sustaining you to continue? And Dr. Z mentioned that you've got to invest in it. The question is, if what we've heard today, where people are saying it's hard to get funding, we don't have money, and for them to put skin in the game, and Bandile says, I'm going to charge you X amount of money to consult for your choir, and they immediately say, yay, I can't afford you. Now, for how long should I sustain me giving my time for free in this space?
I put Bandile. What is sustaining me? But yeah, I mentioned two things. I said there's a difference between a job and a career. Fortunately for me, I didn't choose music as a career. I've got a permanent career that's in my line. But I've got jobs in music. Those we call gigs and so on. But to answer as a person who, in that space, maybe let me just share this that I wanted to submit towards the end, and maybe it might answer. Maybe something to look into, because what we're mainly speaking about today is how to monetize things that we do. And gathering information from your SAMRO, SAMPRA, and what. I just want to throw this in the choral space, that there is a gap that we are not venturing into. As choirs, we only focus on music associations to do that for us, which is commission work. We have composers in our space we have access to. We are a particular choir, Tsapamatala choristers. We can approach a particular composer, Mr. Bandile. We commission some works. The works that we have the rights to. We have full 100% ownership, and we are able to do those recordings and follow everything that was spoken about today and get money from that. So I think that is one of the things that can, as part of looking forward into how are we going to sustain ourselves, if choirs can think of commissioning some works. Because the challenge is what Tuzo raised, we are a choir, we go to a particular competition, we sing composer A's work, and we are recorded by that particular event organizer. As the choir, it's a Kilimanjaro mountain to climb to get money from that song. Firstly, we didn't commission the work, we sang somebody's work. We were invited in the competition, promised to win 10,000 to win. Afterwards, we can't now claim to look for that work and try to make money out of it. So if we can, as we now regrouping and try to see how best we can reshape our things, focusing on commissioned work. As a choir on our own, we can go to Ntatempane as a composer, please write for us 5 songs, we want to do a concert. We own those songs. Fully so, we can do that recording, we can go to your SABC, you can go to what, we get royalties of that work. So currently, it's a problem. Like I said, we are lacking those platforms so that people can sustain themselves. In South Africa, it's very limited. We don't have chorus houses where your choristers from a particular choir can belong in that choir and earn a full-time salary and all that. Somebody said, don't touch Saskia, don't touch the churches. Their structures are all right. Because they've got their mandate, they've got their goals, they know what they're doing. But in our community space, community choirs, we don't have something that we can look forward to generate money, except the competitions. So it becomes difficult unless we change the mindset.
Thank you so much for that. I like that question, and I like how you finished it off with the mindset. For me, it's the mindset, this investment thing, it's the mindset. We're all worried about the money, but the most expensive currency is not money, it's time. Whenever you owe someone money, what you ask for time. So can you just give me more time to sort out this problem? Time. So if they can give you time, you'll sort it out. If they don't give you time, they throw you in jail, they sue you, they do all those things. Time. This is what you've done here today. You've invested time. I mean, you've had all these professionals from the legal to that charge for these services. You've had them here totally for free. How many other Indabas are all over the place? I mean, if you were to check, every day you can attend something for free. You just need to be available. You just need to put your time in it. So I start there before the money. I say, let's invest time. Your craft, put time in it. Then second thing, as Africans, we have the gift of numbers. We are huge. What I'm building within Bees, I'm giving you now just my vision. I'm building, so I charge for speaking engagements. How much did I charge you? Hey, I like you, ne? Something like 100,000 for an hour. That's corporate, they pay that kind of money. But if I'm going to always have my invoice first before what I want to give, I'm not going to speak to many places. There's not everybody who can afford that. So I give the time. I say, whether you can pay, I'll come. If you cannot pay, I'll still come. I give the time. But then we have people, we have numbers. The more numbers we have, the less money each can contribute. Our problem has been said here. I think you have the word silo something. That's just the problem. But if we can combine this room here, put 100 rand a month, 1,000 people, that's 100,000 per month that organization can raise every time for a certain cause. You put 1 million people, that's 100 million rand a month. You have 1 million people, but can you put time? You need time to have the 1 million people invest in this vision. I'll put time, my last point. I'll put time in, I don't know if it's your opposition or your competition or your friends, another company, because I want the Imbizo to be free. I don't want to charge for these Imbizos. So I'll put time, and these guys loved the vision right up to one day before the event, and they pulled the plug. We ticked all of your boxes, all. They just pulled the plug and said internal processes. Their internal processes were not followed. So it's their problem. It's not me. You know how you dump people when are girls. It's not you. I'm the problem, not you. Nonsense. This is my thing here. I want the thing. But they pulled the plug. What did I do? They know. They know I got crushed. I got disappointed. But I put more time. I put another date and I put more time. And I spoke to others. So here's what's good about that disappointment. I had invested in this one company. I said to them, you sponsor my thing, I'll be loyal to you. Everything, your brand, everything, all your arrow, just you alone. But because of that, the lesson I took was that, I'm no longer investing in one basket anymore. Now I spoke to 4 other companies, and they all want a piece of the pie. And I said, that's good, let's go. I'll give each of you your what is this thing? That thing, you know it. I'll give you your Roy. But all of you, I'm fair. I give them before the event. I spend the time to make sure, because their ROI is people. All these companies, if you talk Old Mutual, because that's here, all of them, they need people. That's what he told you just now. They need people to sell those products. I have people. That's one thing I have. The group that you just joined now is 1 week old. 1 week, I have 600 people there. In a month's time, I'm going to have 1,000 people. In 2 months' time, 7,000 people. It's going to be 7 groups, each wellness, 1,000, education, all of that. That's a vision. 7,000 people. Imagine if they were to decide to contribute. 7,000 people, 100 rand a month. I don't need you anymore. Time.
Thank you very much.
Tabanga.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's been great, and I hope it has been fruitful to the attendees. And moving forward, the conversations are definitely going to expand, and we are going to reach each and everyone's burning points and address them thoroughly. Thank you so much, Zim.
Thank you very much. Hey, thank you very much. You know, what is happening today, I think, Siza Sifundile. And
and ayindemonzi vote of thanks kodwa I think ndabe andenzanga justice xa ngingaqethi nje ku-pro athi sithanda ubonga isupport bese sigive back stedele amaflow wemali I'm ema-river bank so i-choral music izawuba nayo imali ne hayi okay as a collective not individuals thingani seninovalo ncima ndim uzawuba nemali hayi andiyifuni i-bishop sicela sipha i-item eyi-1 as i-vote of thanks, somebody that is doing vote of thanks esiza so sicela i-bishop prepare item because we have been talking about music and we have not heard anything eculwayo bangasincedisa nabaseyunisa I'm sure bayanayo ingoma banazo baxakwe into. Thank you very much. Igama lam ndinguzimasa Sixhaso.
Testing, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me just quickly get through the vote of thanks. Please, if you can just lend me your attention just one last time. Just as the bishop guys prepare to just close for us, I want to extend your heartfelt gratitude. I think there's a lot of people to thank, but let me just start with our speakers and panelists. And some of them have left, but I know they are watching wherever they are on the live stream. So I want to thank them for their generosity in sharing their knowledge and their experiences and their truth. I think we heard a lot of truth today. I think they left all of us with inspired for the possibility of what the choral music space can truly become. I want to also thank our supporters. I almost said our partners. We don't have official partners yet. We just have people that have supported this initiative in the CMOs, the collection management organizations. When we asked, they immediately said yes. And I think it's because they really believe in choral music. And if people who are outside of this space can believe in what we do, what more for us who are inside? So thank you very much. I see Gift is still here. Thank you, Puti, for canceling your Cape Town trip and cutting it short for us. We really do appreciate it. To the team behind the scenes, guys, sure. They really, really worked tirelessly to bring this Indaba to life. And like Uput Muzi said, this is the first of many. We are going to huddle back and see how we continue this and take all of the action items that were spoken on today. Thank you for your commitment, team. I think your resilience, your excellence, Muzi, my co-founder, I approached Muzi not knowing who he is, but for some reason, and I always say it was a divine meeting because I looked at this guy and I said, I think this guy can actually be the one to help me build this. So thank you so much, Puti. Akona Nyokana, who is our strategic partner, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Akona is the one that always challenges us in the meetings and in our huddles. And she always advocates for inclusion of females. No, let's push the females. Thank you so much, Sisi, for always reminding us that females also matter in the space. Zimasa Sixhaso, who is also our strategic partner, the one that always challenges us. She's always there to shake us up. Like, she's always there to say, wait. Have you thought about this? So thank you so much, Sisi, for your contribution. Thank you for making this happen and with absolutely nothing in our pockets. And to our delegates, that's you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for staying up to this time. Thank you for leaning in, asking questions, for engaging, and being open to learning and unlearning. this Indaba really exists for you and for the greater choral fraternity. I think the responsibility now sits with all of us to take what we have learned today and turn it into tangible progress for our choirs, for our musicians, and our choral industry. And that is the commitment that we make as a choral music Indaba. So let's leave here. I'm sure we are all leaving here inspired, but more importantly, we are all living here activated to try and do more and do something about it. So thank you once again for being part of this, the Choral Music Indaba. I wish you safe travels. May God be with you as you travel back home. And may the music continue to guide us forward. Thank you.
Hi guys, sorry. There is 5 chairs in the room. On the side of the chair, there's a sticker that's written winner. Please, if you find that chair, come to me and get a gift. Thank you.
Oh, and one last thing. Samro actually came bearing gifts for all the conductors. And I know some people might have left. So if you are here and you would like, the Samro gift is more important than this prize, trust me. So if you are a conductor that's still here, please see me before you leave. And also if you are here representing your choir and you would like to have a copy of this, please also just see me. Thank you. Over to Bishop.